Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting the session by another 5 minutes. Our guest is going to be arrived here shortly. And one of our guests is already with us, Dr. Vikas sir. So are you there? So dear participants, make sure of that, like all of you will follow up this the process like serial wise, and I hope all of you are having your PPT with you, right? And when you're presenting, make sure of that you make it in a presentation mode. So we will have proceed this session after our like invited talks by the different experts. So we're going to start the session shortly. And one more request to all the participants, make sure of that whenever your presentation start. So we have a voting system. I hope it is clear to all. And based on this voting system and the judges giving you the marks and for your presentation, for your innovation, and also for the PPT presentation. So you will be having a special award for this. So make sure of your presentation skill and your innovation. Make sure of that. Have the clarity about it. So, and in the YouTube live, it is going live about the session, and there is a link in the description box. And you can share the link with your needy fellows, like you can share with your friends, colleagues, your family members to give a voting, and make sure of that they give the proper author name or the title of the paper, so that it is going to be easy for us or our team members to um, to pick the right based on the voting. So already the link has been shared. So it is also available in this YouTube description box. So make sure of that once your presentation is starting, so that they are giving you the voting, right, for the best paper award, innovation award.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
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 Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah, just a moment. Actually, my microphone is not working. Actually, just wait.
All right.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can I start the session now?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes.
So first of
I.
all, first of all, welcome all of you for the second day of our conference, Synerging Energy and Technology and Management Conference. So I heartily welcome all of you for the second day participants, especially, and also our guest of today. There are a lot of eminent persons that are gathered here today, and also and heartily congratulations to the participants, because this is a platform where you can share your knowledge about this current trends and also get published. So before getting started, I request to share some few words, to hear some few words from our organizing chair, PK Dhara sir. So over to you, sir.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. Good morning to all our guests, speakers, and participants. Myself, Sipulok Kumar Dhara, the Chief Technology Officer of Academy of InnovaWorld and a former employees of Department of Atomic Energy. It's my privilege to organize such a wonderful gathering by conducting online conference to share current trends in different disciplines. I warmly, warmly welcome to you to ICSETM 2025. Let's collaborate, share insights, and drive meaningful advancement. I wish you a enriching experience. Carry on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an wonderful insights, and thank you for motivating to share this word about collaboration. Yes, and thank you. And here we have today we have Dr. Abhijit sir, we have Dr. Vikas sir, we have Dr. Arunava sir. So we have a brief, and we also have engineer Ponma Kishan sir. We have the engineer Subhana, who are also all are expert from different discipline and also ex-employee from different organization. And thank you so much for being with us in this auspicious day. So first, I would like to ask Dr. Arunava sir to share some insight about this session.
Hello. Yes, am I audible? Okay, okay. So basically, I have a actually ongoing means after some time I have some meetings, so that is why I need to. It's a very less amount of time. That is why. So can I share my screen, please?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. So can you just move into the presentation mode, sir?
Okay, okay, okay. Just wait. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, okay. Okay, basically, so thank you for inviting me for the invited talk here in this auspicious conference. And I welcome all the participants and best wishes for all of you. I also welcome all the other invited talks, means invitees who are going to give some auspicious lectures today. So, in my lecture, as according to the means the theme of this conference, so I am going to share my opinion or my insights about some modern applications in decision-making techniques in the modern science and engineering. Uh, so let me introduce myself first. I'm Dr. Arunava Majumdar, and I'm an associate professor of the School of Computer Science and Engineering in Lovely Professional University. So my first insights about the means the modern role of that is role of optimization techniques and decision making techniques in the science and technologies in modern world. So it is decision making techniques. It's a critical role it plays. We know that, however, nowadays there are many roles it is playing, and the traditional mathematical models, AI models, and different types of AI techniques are used in our regular everyday phenomenon. Even if we use some smartphones, okay, so each and everything, the Chat GPT and everything, we don't have to means create anything by own. Previously, we have a vast difference we can see in our regular life that previously we have to write any content by ourselves, and that content we have to read from different means web pages and different books, different articles are there. We need to read that, we need to write that. But right now, the techniques, some means AI applications are there, and how it evolves so that we don't have to do anything. All these things have been done by the AI technologies are there. So of course it is not only the combinations of only, not only a single part of any techniques. It is a combination of many AI techniques, optimization techniques, okay, some optimization algorithms, decision making techniques, and everything combined. We are creating such a software now and such a tool now, so that that is our everyday work, it becomes too much easy today. So what decision making technique is? It is basically decision making techniques are when we are going to decide something based on some criteria. Okay, that is, let us suppose that, let me uh, just to give you introduction of this. So let us suppose we are going buying a phone. Okay, so let us suppose this is a mobile, and there are different features of the mobile: camera, okay, and you can see that is um, processors, and also there are means screen visibility, that is the means refresh rate of the screen, which is some refresh rate. And there are many features are available in a phone. Okay, so different companies phone. So if I see Samsung, okay, we can see that is Oppo, okay, and there are some other Apple. They are having different features. Okay, and these features are camera features. Okay, these features are processors features. These features are refresh rate. There are many other features are also available. Now depending on the companies of the phone, let us suppose Samsung features the camera. Okay, let us suppose it is 50 megapixel. Oppo, it is suppose 60 megapixels. Apple, 70 megapixels. Processors, Snapdragon, that is a different processor rate is there. Let us suppose it is 1.5 gigahertz, it is 3.1 gigahertz, it is 2.5 gigahertz, and refresh rate are also 60, 144, that is 90, and so on. So when you are going to going a shop to purchase a particular type of mobile phone, now accordingly you have criteria. What kind of criteria? You suppose you are preferring camera only. You are not bothering about the processor, you are not bothering about the refresh rate. So when you are only bothering about the camera, so of course we will, the weightage on camera will be the more, and the weightage of processor and the weightage of refresh rate also will be less, because we are only preferring the camera. Okay, so which company phone you will decide based on the camera, or based on the fact that your means criteria will also be satisfied. Okay, based on the other conditions also. It is not also that we are not bothering entirely the processor. Yes, of course we will bother processor, but not that much as we bother the camera. So based on that we need to decide something. Yes, there is price is also another criteria. Okay, different phone price, we know that how Apple price increases. So price also matters. If you see that Apple camera quality of Apple is very high, but also the price is also very high. So accordingly our weightage, we have to decide that which means uh, company phone you have to purchase, so that it will fulfill all your criteria, your camera also, your price also, and all other processors and refresh rate also, according to your choice. So it will be a balanced decisions, so which is an example of a perfect decision making, that there's a purchase of phone when you are having a multiple type of options in your hand. Okay, so these kind of things we are, this is an example I'm giving you. So these kind of examples are in a modern science and technology. So there are many other these kinds of examples you can see, so you can purchase accordingly. And this particular application okay, on this application decision making techniques. These are used in various type of modern engineering applications, AI applications also. So what is the importance? So of course it enhances the efficiency in problem solving, reduces uncertainty, supports innovation and optimization, and better allocation and planning. So we know that means as we have according our full criteria, what according to our decision, our weightage on the criteria, whatever weightage we have done, we have camera, okay, other features. So of course now optimized we have a optimized decision that this phone, if we purchase this phone, so that phone will means have the it can solve all my purpose. It can solve, yes, my camera, yes, maybe my requirement is of camera is high, but that not much high, what is very much okay, but somehow it satisfied my criteria, because I have another option also, price. Okay, I have a budget also. So according to that budget, I need to optimize such a phone which can also fulfill my purpose of the camera criteria, also fulfill my purpose of my budget. So this is a optimized value, optimized phone I can have. Okay, so similarly, this kind of decisions are various decisions we can make according to the weightage. Now, how uncertainty, so you can hear, see, reduces the risk and uncertainty. So, uncertainty criteria, so this kind of things, if we, you can see the weightage. Okay, so if we see the previous slide, you can see camera, processor, refresh rate, and price. Okay, they have different type of weightage. Now, this weightage may also vary sometimes. Now these values means these camera, that is this refresh rate and everything, okay, and these processors, everything, that may also vary sometimes. Now how much it varies, it will be an uncertainty. You can say that the price may also vary. Okay, so price, let us suppose the Samsung phone, it ranges different state based on the taxation process, it in different countries, the price of the Samsung will also vary. Now what is this variation? These variation are basically handled with two uncertainty conditions. Basically it means there are many other also. So first one is probabilistic and second one is fuzzy. Okay, a rough idea I can say that I'm not going to very vast mathematical things. The probabilistic approach we should apply if we have a large number of data. If we have a large number of data, then we can have a probability distribution on that. Okay, basics, basically what are the big industries are doing, they have a distribution and they have all the data, so they can use a proper ML and AI analysis on that, based on the prediction modeling or this, so they can create that one. But for small cases, okay, if we do not have that large number of data, okay, then fuzzy may be a good approach for that. Okay, so it has a price range. We don't know that which time, how the price range changes at which time. This day the price is this, that day the price is this. We don't have that much amount of data, but we have a particular means a range, that price may vary within this range. So these things we can apply here in our decision making process to deal with the uncertainty. If we include this fuzzy approach or this probabilistic approach in, that is the uncertainty in decision making approaches, then our result, it may be enhanced, and it will give you much more optimized result, and which will be the our accuracy will be much more greater than that. Now the common decision making techniques, there are many decision making techniques right now. Every day it is evolving and there are many much more techniques are improved. So we are also these techniques what I am talking about right now, these techniques are very basic. They are right now very much evolved and they are now very much giving you a lot of things are also added to it. Okay, So the basic techniques for multi-criteria decision making, just the first example what I've given to you, that this is a multi-criteria decision making techniques. So just you have a different types of multiple options, and you have some criteria, some weightage on that criteria is also there. So based on that, you have to decide that which company mobile you need to purchase. So this is one of the examples of MCDM or multi-criteria decision making. Second was linear programming problem. Basically, it relates to the optimization, linear optimization. Okay, game theory, Bayesian statistics, that is Bayesian decision theory, and AI and ML approach. Okay, I'm not going to give you all the decisions because of the less amount of time. I'm just giving you the linear programming. Basically, we use in industrial optimization very smoothly. Let's suppose a transportation transportation problem. Now in transportation problem, what we have, let us suppose that in a so transportation, it is not only used in the means in industries. That is, we have some logistics and we need to transport goods from one side to another side, and we need to optimize the cost, and it is not like that only. Okay, the transportation problem, it also used in, okay, not directly but indirectly in that is disaster management cases. Disaster management, it also used in that is the cases of, that is waste management cases. Waste management cases. Okay, so transportation, it will create a linear programming problem basically. Okay, there may be some non-linearities are also there, but a basic problem of transportation, it is linear. And we can also use the uncertainty in it. Okay, so let us suppose there are, I'm talking about some, let us suppose that disaster management, there are some, in disaster management there are some disaster sites are there. Okay, I have done a model on Bhutan disaster management, which is basically Bhutan earthquake. Based on the Bhutan earthquake, there are different places on Bhutan where the earthquake scenario happens, and we need to means manage this disaster, means this disaster debris to one place to another place. Okay, so when you transport this disaster management, there is disaster debris. So these debris will create means road blockage. Okay, so these road blockage are basically in case of if a road blockage is there, there are the traffic scenario which will happening frequently. So to reduce this traffic scenario, we need to transport these road blockages, that is this disaster debris, to another places. Okay, so this will create a transportation model, and we need to consider the costing also. That is, transporting these means debris to one place to another place, we need to incur some cost. And so sites are different. So sites are different, and from according to these different sites, we also have different means places we need to select, so that these places are only dedicatedly used for these transportation of these debris. So we need to reduce this cost for debris. Accordingly, many criteria are there. So what are the criteria? Cost is a criteria. Many, there are some other factors are also there. The transportation model, that is which transportation mode we are using. Are we using trucks? Are we using the some other big trucks or small trucks? Because as Bhutan is not roads are there, but accordingly there is terrain. There is a mountain terrain. Because of that, a very big kind of truck is not always possible to go any reach any proper places, means places like that. So that is why the small trucks we need to use in that scenarios. So costing for that will be increased sometimes. Okay, so that is why we also need to take means accordingly, we also need to take account of that scenario. So in that cases, we need to update that particular means these debris where it is This is called basically TDMS, temporary debris management site. So this debris management sites we need to create in such a way so that the distance between the main earthquake site and the temporary debris management sites, the distance will be optimized, distance will be minimum. Okay, so this kind of many factors are there. So this will create basically this created a non-linear programming problem. Okay, so the non-linear programming linear programming problem, it is a linear. Okay, now how linear programming problem, we need to create a cost function first. Okay, so that cost functions, whatever the function is, this function is a linear function, and there are many other constraints of that may be cost budget constraints, that may be distance constraints, that may be other constraints are there. So all the functions and all the constraints, this should be the linear function. But in case of non-linear problem, whereas the non-linear cases, transportation model, just a minute, just a minute. Hello. Okay, so this is a now what is it? Yes. So Bayesian statistics. So next one is a linear programming problem. So non-linear programming problem is also another programming problem where these functions and all the constraints are having non-linear functions. Okay. So basically, linear and nonlinear functions. This is the difference between the linear programming and nonlinear programming. However, nonlinear programming problem, it is not used in this transportation in general. Nonlinear programming problem, it is basically used in the inventory problem cases. Okay, supply chain management cases. Okay, and some other nonlinear cases are also there in aerospace engineering design optimization. Also, there are some nonlinear programming problem. I will reach out that cases also. Next one, game theory, Bayesian decision theory. This is a statistical, means Bayesian theory. It is probabilistic theory. There is we need to find out the probability for that. And AI and ML techniques are also there. Next, MCDM and multi-criteria decision making. There are some approaches. AHP, TOPSIS, which is a very you can see that this is a this technique. It used widely used in the literature. You can see. Just I have also already gave you an example of choosing of mobile phones. Okay, so from different company mobile phones are there. We need to choose a proper mobile phone, and that from that we have different criteria. So that decision making scenario, it based on this TOPSIS scenario. Next one, Electray, Promethean. So all these are actually decision making scenario which we are actually using in case of decision making problem. Okay, so what are the applications? It is project selection, material selection, supplier evaluation. So these are the many applications are there where this MCDM are used generally. Now, linear and nonlinear programming problem. What are the different types of techniques we are using? So it constraints whether the constraints are using or not. Then what is the means? You can see the constraints are using the without constraints and uh, not not using constraint. Okay, and using constraint, there are two kinds of optimization problems for there: unconstraints and with constraint. Unconstrained problem where we don't have any particular conditions. With constraint problem where we have a particular means criteria or conditions are imposed on the problem. Okay, so next one is linear programming. Linear programming problem, linear relationships, we can use the simplex method to solve, but it involves some constraints, must involve some constraint. Non-linear programming problem, maybe with constraint, maybe without constraint, anything can be happen. Now, what are the applications? Manufacturing, optimization, transportation, energy, and also I have discussed some of the problems, disaster management, or waste management, there are these kind of optimization problems are used. Next, AI and ML. So AI driven decision making techniques are there. Machine learning algorithms are there for decision making, neural networks, reinforcement learning, okay, and predictive maintenance in financial modeling. So basically, these maintenance, sorry, so in applications of AI and ML, okay, where in these applications we use linear regression, we use non-linear regression, we use some means these neural networks, reinforcement learning. However, reinforcement learning is somewhere means other topic we will not discuss right now. Okay, support vector machine, decision tree, also random forest algorithms. There are many other algorithms are also there. Okay, so this linear regression, it is basically used when the data sets are in linear relations. Okay, so the data sets are basically, it forms such a scatter plot, which is basically linear plot. It feeds a linear line properly. But if the data sets are not linear, too much non-linearity is there, in that case either we use the non-linear regression model, or we use the decision tree. Okay, decision tree, it also creates a very good means decisions based on the this particular means non-linear models. So these kind of things are also basically a prediction model, and this modeling will give you a particular prediction. Suppose the prediction of the weather, prediction of earthquake, okay, this kind of weather prediction and this kind of predictions are done by these models. So there are many other things also. So whatever these kind of things, neural networks, reinforcement, and these kind of ML and AI analysis, these are actually widely used and very much used by the modern techniques, by this AI chat GPT, and what are the others AI techniques, prediction models are used, okay, by these algorithms. So now, sorry, in real world applications, there are many engineering, healthcare applications, business, finance model, environmental science modeling. Okay, we already means have done all these means applications are there, we have discussed. So next one, I'm going to give you real applications what I have done. A design optimization techniques, which is of a wide body transport aircraft, which is published in Journal of Engineering Research. So what we did in this particular paper, so you can see the drag estimations. An aircraft, we are going to optimize an aircraft drag estimation here. So in aircraft drag, whatever the variables we used here, this wing configuration, okay, fuselage configuration, horizontal tail configuration, and vertical tail configurations are there. And these are the different means variables what we used here. These are different variables. Okay, so now we are using the optimization techniques here to optimize a proper design of the aircraft, optimize design of the aircraft, which will reduce basically the thrust of the aircraft. So we are basically using used MATLAB and some MATLAB functions here, okay, for nonlinear optimization problem, constrained nonlinear optimization problem, which will give you a proper validation of the model. So this is our basically objective function. I told you there is a function under some constraints. Okay, so this is a nonlinear constrained optimization problem. So nonlinear constraint optimization problem. So this is the function, okay, optimization function here, which we need to minimize under these constraints. Okay, there are many constraints are there. I'm not going to, so these are the basically these are the limits, lower and upper limits are given. Okay, the constraints which also acts as a constraint, but this basically we use it as a lower and upper limits. Some constraint equations are also there. These are the equations but we equation formulations which we used here also to optimize this model. Basically these are the conditions, and this is the thrust equation which we need to minimize. So after solving it in MATLAB, so these are the optimized values. What you find, the optimized values of the all variables. These are the variables, and these are the optimized values. What is case one? The case one is a base aircraft model, and this is the optimized values of case two. This is our formulated, means our new aircraft design model. Okay, so as we want to minimize the thrust based on some constraints, so to minimize our constraint, our model, we want to show that it will reduce much more drag before the that is than rather than the previous model, which is the baseline model. So here it is a basically the function, that is how it converges. So you can see that our model, it converges when we means it run it in MATLAB. So, and this is the optimized model here. So base model, these are base model and optimized model. There is a comparison between base and optimized model, and our total thrust is reduced here. So now I need to wind up my session here. So as a concluding remarks, I can say that I have given you many examples how the decision making techniques and optimization techniques, it can transform the modern science and engineering. So advancing AI, that is ChatGPT, and how the AI models, different types of model, it can predict the different real life applications, real life scenarios, okay, before happening it. And different methodologies are every day it is evolving, and as we see that there is an evolving scenario, so we can say that yes, of course, our modern science, it will evolve in this optimization and these decision making techniques, it can evolve our modern science and technology. So thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful insights and the research work that you have worked. It is a really shows and multidisciplinary research. And thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? All right. So we have our next session keynote speaker of today, um, Dr. Abhijit Devnath sir. He is an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and UN Kolkata. He holds an PhD from Yonsei University, South Korea, and he has also received an outstanding foreign researcher scholarship with an over of 12 years of teaching experience in different engineering colleges. He has also authored for two books on statistics. He has a wide research expertise in different domains like optimization, supply chain management, research, operation research, machine learning, and also deep learning. Currently, he is also working on NLP models for content moderations to different online platforms. And not only that, he has also worked as a research associate in Korean government project on sustainability. We are honored to have you with us, sir. And I request, sir, please take over the session.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank InnovaWorld and as well as Time Tech Solutions for giving me this platform. And also, I would like to thank Professor Bikash Kulibe from SRM University. So today, I'm going to present this topic, which is currently a very interesting and very burning issue. So basically, the thing is, whenever we are having an orbital shift, or suppose we are talking about some transition, uh, is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible, but not in presentation mode, sir.
Just a minute. Let me check. I'm not quite comfortable with Google Meet actually. Anyway. I'm trying.
So just share as the entire screen and then present. So I think that will.
Enter screen.
Yes, yes,
Okay. So I'm sharing this.
yes. Sir. Now go to the presentation, sir.
This one. But there is a problem of infinite windows.
Sir, you just open that presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Now, is,
I mean, you can see.
yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
Now, yes, sir. Click on that. Yes, yes, sir. Now
That's
it's
fine.
totally. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Thank you. So today the topic I've chosen, that is transition of applied mathematics from knowledge-driven to data-driven models. So basically, when we are talking about the transition of applied mathematics or applied something, so that means this particular topic, they are having some application which are in being transitioned. That means this application were done in different areas. Now these application were transited to different areas, but the theory was remaining same. Now what we will discuss. So I have jotted down one a flow of this talk like this: that how the evolution of machine learning came into play. And then we started with knowledge driven models to data driven model shifting, then rapid growth of data driven model, how it actually gained the popularity. And then I showed some core mathematics and statistical application for data driven models. And then I have shown some particular development of data driven model for prediction. There are so many things, but here I have, due to stipulated time, I have only I've shown this particular thing, that means development of data driven model for prediction, and then the career of a mathematician in data science or machine learning world. So this is my flow of talk. So I have to finish it within this short time. So first of all, most of us, especially me, I can say that I heard this particular term machine learning around 2016. Before that, I didn't hear about this machine learning or deep learning or something like that. Even the term deep learning coined in 2006, machine learning came before that, but it was not so popular because this machine learning, deep learning models, it actually came into play in different times. Different theories evolved in different times, but they were not compiled actually in a proper way, so that it makes a big topic. So when the architectures, that means the AlexNet, first it came LayNet in 2000, and then after a long time, a long gap, AlexNet, then GoogleNet, ResNet, VGG, different types of architecture continuously coming out, then this thing became more popular. But the thing is, that was not machine learning, that was deep learning. But deep learning is a part of machine learning. That's why this particular topic, machine learning, became very popular at that past decade. But the question arises that does machine learning started from last decade? I mean, in 2000 or 2010. So that is the big question, because I heard the term this time. You people also heard the term around 2010, 2012. Maybe some people who are very knowledgeable and who always searching for new inventions, new news of inventions. So they actually have the knowledge of this particular terminologies. But general people, I'm talking about the general people. So general people actually don't get this enough idea in this time span. So what happened in machine learning in 1943? first mathematical model of neural network came into play. And you know, there was a British mathematician who actually derived the Turing machine, Alan Turing, and whose theory is very much popular in automata. So in Alan Turing in 1950, he actually created the Turing test, and at that time, he wrote a particular statement that was very, 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 uh, I mean, what is relevant in present time. In 1950, you just imagine around 70 or 75 years ago, he predicted that can machines think? And he wrote that can machines think? So, first computer learning program that was actually realized by Arthur Samuel in 1952. And that program was basically the game of checkers, game of checkers. So that is very popular game. And after that, very soon, IBM Computer, they actually created one model that was not actually neural network or artificial intelligence or machine learning, that was programmed, that means computer programming, through which they actually made a strategy for winning the checkers game. Now, how? That means when I'm going to give one step, one step in a checkers game, then computer is my opponent. He will think at least 20 steps ahead. That if this move is going on, then in opposite, I can give these 20 ways of movement. That was programmed at that time. That was programmed by if else. Very simple programming. That was done by IBM Computer. And the winning strategy they saw, that was huge. But it was not machine learning, it was the stepping stone of machine learning. So after that, perceptron came in 1957. So when perceptron came, so that time, what actually happened, perceptron, they said that different inputs, if we get, and if we associate some weights and bias with them, then we can get a particular output. So weights and bias that cannot be changed by us. That can only be changed by the computer. So initially when perceptron came, then weights and bias, they were not parameters, that were hyperparameters. That means that can be initialized and changed by us. So we can make a hit and trial method and we can get an output. So at that time, what happened, that in decision making, there was a big problem. What kind of problem they got? Because of segregation of classification. So when classification problem came, at that time, they saw that in a single layer perceptron, they cannot classify 2 or 3 or more type of problem, categories. That means there is a big difficulty for making these differences for XOR problem, XOR problem. So to solve this, they tried and they actually found one which is not actually the solution for the perceptron. That was the decision tree, which came in 1960. After that, they derived multi-layer perceptron. That means some hidden layers are inserted in between the output and input layers. So when multi-layer came, at that time, they saw that these classifications are done. That means the XOR problem is solved mostly, but still there is a problem. So at that time, the nonlinear activation function came into play, because in linear activation they cannot distinguish between uh, 2 or 3 categories. After that, in 1980, backpropagation came. That means the mathematics is still lying in its position, but the application of mathematics is changing. How? You see, first of all, we create a model. In general senses, we create a model. Suppose in signal system, in control theory, in different types of, we make some models, and then we take the data, we feed the data in the model, and we validate our model through that data. So one day, I remember I went to class and I asked my student, "Do you know what is data driven model?" So suddenly one student stood up and he said, "Sir, the model that is driven by data." So people around him started laughing. So data driven model, you just lucidly said in this way, data driven, driven by data. So what is the difference between that? So, but his way of explanation actually stuck in my mind. So I thought it in deep, and I understood that yes, he was quite a bit correct. I mean, why he's correct? Because you see, whenever we are doing some theories related to model building, then this model is built. Suppose a cost model, or suppose any function with having many variables, many parameters. So when I make that function is either minimized or maximized. Suppose that is a profit function, I will maximize. Cost function, that I will minimize. So the thing is, I have to take data, I have to feed data in that model, and I'll check that my optimization is coming correct or not. Right? But suppose there is no model, nothing is there, only data is given. One Excel sheet is given to you, a CSV file, there are millions of rows and 70 columns, and your boss has given to you that I have given this data to you, and you tell me what is your perception about this data, so that your company will get a profit, or your company will achieve a goodwill in front of the customers, or your company will mitigate their losses. So how you will do? Because you don't have any model, you have only data. So that means your data is basically driving something, so that your model becomes robust. So that is why it is called data driven model. We don't need any knowledge behind this, we only need data. So whenever the application of mathematics is transiting, so we see that we know calculus, very simple. We know calculus, we know partial derivative, we know Bayesian statistics, we know multi-layer, we know the conditional probability. We also know about the probability distribution, Gaussian distribution, everything we know. And in what model, before 1980, in what model, or 2000, what model we were building, and these mathematics were applied for what? We are building some knowledge based model, and these particular things are basically applied on those models. Now what is happening when backpropagation, multilayer perceptron, after that SVM, support vector machine, this thing came, then what happened? That this particular mathematics, that means this changing of gradient, calculus, all these things, linear algebra, they shifted from knowledge driven model to data driven model. That means their application is shifted. That is the orbital shift. That means how you are changing your way of application or your area of application. But the mathematics is uh, remaining same, at the same position. It is keeping its same position. So what is knowledge driven, data driven? I have already discussed. So you see, in data driven models are mainly machine learning algorithms like linear regression, decision tree, neural network. But these things are basically nowadays obsolete. People are not working with these machine learning algorithms. They are basically training with deep learning models. Now, I will tell you why. At what point of time you will transit from, because machine learning is continuously evolving and in a very rapid space, in a very rapid speed. So that's why the training of data, their mode is also changing. So that I'll discuss later. And these are the rule-based systems, that means the knowledge-driven model, where you actually involve with logical reasoning, but rely less on statistical computation. But in data-driven model, you have to take help of, you have to fit any curve, or you have to fit a straight line, or you have to fit a linear equation, so that you have to make it driven by, that means the model is driven by data and continuously updating its parameters, so we can make the model robust. Now, this is the rapid growth. You can check that. I think you could remember in 1997 there was a. I saw this IBM Deep Blue that I remember in Anando Mela. That is a very popular magazine in Bengali. So I saw, and he was my favorite hero actually at that time. His name was Gary Kasparov. He was a big name in his Russian, his big name in chess chess world. Okay, so he was beaten by IBM Deep Blue. Why he was beaten? Because whenever Gary Kasparov usually played chess, he was never beaten by anyone. But suddenly IBM Deep Blue, one computer, came and uh, beat Gary Kasparov. How it happened? So after a lot of research, it was seen that Gary Kasparov can think at least 50 moves ahead of his move. But IBM Deep Blue can think 100 more steps ahead of the current move. So that's why IBM Deep Blue beat Gary Kasparov in 1997. And after that, Microsoft Nick come. That was later, that was in 2018. And it is a kind of Genie, I think. Okay. Now, IBM Watson, many things came during this time. And specifically, in 2006, artificial neural network came. So in 2006, when artificial, because it came from perceptron, the concept of perceptron, multi-layer perceptron. Now, when artificial neural network came, then deeper neural network, that is DNN, that came into play. Now, how it came into play? Then they said, what happened, sir? That this deeper neural network, what does it mean? I don't understand about this deeper neural network. They said that you just compare with your biological neurons. Whenever we learn something, suppose in my childhood, my mother said, that time I didn't know about anything. I mean, any color or any language or anything, even my alphabets, I didn't know. So my mother said, okay, see, this is green, see, that is red, see, that is pink, that is blue, this is white, that is black. So continuously, when this data are coming through my eyes, through my ears, so these two things are compiled, and then through the neurons, it is triggered by chemical and electric fires. That is biological neural network, BNN. So keeping in that mind, artificial neural network, they said, okay, I will do more and more layers. That is DNN, deeper neural network. I'll do more and more layers. So how that will do? Data is coming to the computer, converted into something, triggered by the activation function, goes to the new next layer, and continuously going to next to next to next. It is actually extracting all the major features. That means my ear is watching that this is some color. My eyes are watching that this is particular color. My ear is actually hearing that this is green, and they are compiled. That means the weight, bias, composition in artificial neural network through synapses, that means different layers, that the connections, and it is passing over and going to the brain. Then brain is saying, really, is it green? Then I'm saying, no, it's not totally green because I learnt a lot. From my childhood, I learnt a lot. Then I said, no, sir, it's not green, it's dark green. No, sir, it's not totally green, it's light green. That means I learnt a lot. So this way, machine is also learning a lot. So whenever a large number of data is going to feed there, their weights and bias, that means the parameters are continuously changing. They are continuously updating. And when this updation is continuously going on, the learning process will become, will achieve a very good state. So why these particular things, this data-driven models got so much popularity. So in the era of 2010 to 2020, in this time, you can see many things happened. How that in 2012, there is a challenge came, the challenge named was ImageNet challenge. So in ImageNet challenge, we saw there were 1 million data of what? Different things. Your house, different types of houses, different types of birds, animals, windows, stairs, cars, different types of things are there, but all are labeled data. That means this is a car, that is a tree, that is a bird, different types of things, but 1 million data. Now, all the traditional machine learning algorithms were run over that data and all failed. All failed. They couldn't classify. So at that time, convolutional neural network came, because I talked about the artificial neural network. Then came convolutional neural network. How? Because they actually take the spatial architecture. Spatial architecture means the spatial hierarchy. That means they are not taking the vector, the array, in a flattened mode. They are taking the array in a matrix mode. And they can generate the feature map which actually extracts the proper feature of that particular image. So they become the revolution started from that time. Then the classification were done very easy. After that, GoogleNet came, VGG came, ResNet came. Different types of architecture were developed at that time. DenseNet, skipping connections, inception. Different types of things came one by one. After that, autoencoders came. When variational autoencoder came, then people saw, okay, machine learns and machine generates by itself. And at the similar time, generative adversarial network came in a PhD thesis by Ian Goodfellow. And that time also they discovered that machine can generate by their intelligence. He is not taking any human interference. From that time, in 2014, the journey of generative AI started. Now, again, I'm telling, the mathematics and statistics are in a same position, but the application area changed. Now, the Markov process as well as the Bayesian process, both were applied in generator discriminator. Both applied. And when both applied, then they got a balancing loss function, which actually generator will be minimized and discriminator will be maximized. So that means that is a min-max game. Again, you see the operations research min-max theory, that was actually done for getting some say optimized value between two rivalries. But here This particular min-max game is applied to get a real and fake data, to generate synthetic data. Now, the question that time Ian Goodfellow faced in his PhD defense that, okay, you are generating some synthetic data. So, what is the, what is the reason? What is the after effect to get the synthetic data? What exactly you will exactly you want to prove? So he said, it was a very wonderful example. He said that, sir, we don't have much resources of data, but if we can resemble those data with a huge amount, then we can train our models very easily, the previous models, the deep learning models, because already he didn't know that he already discovered GenAI. He didn't know at that time. After that, Google Brain in 2017. So after that, many things came: StarGAN, StyleGAN, CycleGAN, many things discovered. So they were basically used in fashion industries, and that was very popular. But suddenly, in 2018, Google Lab discovered one paper. Actually, they published a paper. Attention is all you need. The title of the paper, you can see, check in Google Lab, you will get that paper. Attention is all you need. That is the paper for transformers, and that was the revolution. So in recent times, Sam Altman of OpenAI, he came to India and he said, "We are unparalleled. We are unparalleled. Nobody can beat us." And within 2 weeks, DeepSeek launched. Within 2 weeks. So you can see that uh, India is going to achieve $5 trillion economy, and Nvidia, for that reason, Nvidia in one day lost $4 trillion. Can you imagine? For a one day, they lost $4 trillion. So the thing is, whenever we are having a massive data set, then statistical programming, statistical learning, and machine learning, those models usually fail. Then we need deep learning. Deep learning also fails at certain time. Now you have to check also the limitation of rule-based system. So due to rule-based system, the knowledge-driven models, they also don't give you the good results. At that time, you need these data-driven models, and also the complexity of, and the major thing what I forgot to tell you, that is the uh, presence of outliers. So presence of outliers is also very important. You have to check because in presence of outlier, no model, machine learning, deep learning, no model can overcome this, except if you train them, then only Gen AI, in certain cases, Gen AI can overcome this problem of outlier. Can overcome, I said. I cannot say that it will overcome. Now, there is another thing, structured data, unstructured data. So, if I analyze the unstructured data like images, text, audio, so knowledge-driven models, if I see some pictures, suppose one doctor is having three pictures of three scans, so they can say that, okay, this is cancerous, this has tumor, so it is benign, it is malignant. So in human eye, when Google Net came, they actually proved that human eye has an error of 5%, but Google Net on the same image has an error evaluation of 2%. So these unstructured data can be optimized through these data-driven models very easily. That is also an important thing. And next one is what are the core mathematics? These, probability, these are the descriptive statistics, inferential statistics. This already I have told you. And the Gaussian distribution, Poisson distribution, all these things. And the linear algebra, the principal component analysis. That means you have to reduce the dimensionality. So that is also a very important thing. And eigenvalue, eigenvectors used in PCA. Also, the data pre-processing and feature engineering we need for the first stepping stone of any data-driven model. So that means whenever we get the data, we have to check that data is clean or not. That means either it has missing value, some data given in alphanumeric position, some date stamps are not given. So all these things we have to check, and also we have to check the data is centralized or not. That means if it is not centralized, we have to make it standardized or we can make it normalized. Now, this is the way of step two. That means choosing the mathematical model. So here are for different cases we can check different model. For supervised learning, label data, we can do regression classification. So there are logistic regression for classification, decision tree, SVM, etc. For unsupervised learning, we can do the clustering algorithms. For dimensionality reduction, the feature extraction in image processing that we told about the autoencoders earlier. And this is the training model for optimizing and learning. So this is the mathematical concept, that means the gradient descent, maximum likelihood Bayesian inference, that I already discussed. What I told you, that all these things, all these topics, they are in the same position, but their transition happened. Initially, it was used for what? Initially, it was used for the uh, knowledge-driven models. Now it was transited for the data-driven models, nothing else. And this is the evaluation of the model. So statistical validation, this R squared confusion matrix, cost validation matrix. So what actually we did with R squared confusion matrix, cost validation, in knowledge driven models, we find the R square of the regression accuracy for a regression curve. But here we actually find out that how much loss function is reduced. So application is changed, application area is changed, but the methodology didn't. And deploying the model, real-time prediction, that is the final thing. It is a very important thing, because sometimes we see that whenever we trained the data with some data-driven models, maybe a machine learning, deep learning, whatever, so we got some accuracy, or we got some performance, and we saw that the performance is very good, say 95%, 98%. And when that means the weights and bias will be fixed for that model. And when I pass that model, pass the unseen data through that model, then I see that our performance is coming down to 20%. That means our model is not properly trained. We have to retrain the model. So real-time prediction is also very important thing. So mathematicians are valued in data science because of their strong analytic thinking, expertise in probability and statistics, optimization and calculus knowledge, mathematical rigor, all these things. Now, when a mathematician goes for the data science, so how they can go step by step. So when a mathematician goes, first he goes for the data analyst. That means he should know that what is data analysis and how the data analysis goes into the thing. And I mean, how what I said at the beginning, that you are given a data from your boss that there is a 1 million say rows and 70 columns, and he said, you tell me about the what does this data has impact in your office or in your company. So you segregate. If you are a data analyst, you segregate. First, this data goes to your production house. Another, the same data goes to your finance. Same data goes to your manufacturing house. So your production house or manufacturing house, they will only focus on this production and supply. That will be their target variable from the same data. Others are not very important to him, that thing. And every attribute related to the production supply, he will keep that data and he will analyze on that data. And similarly, when you got for the finance, they will say, no, we have to see the what is the total cost. We have to reduce the cost, and we have to optimize the profit. And what attributes are related to those columns, we have to think about this. Then comes to the SQL. So in SQL, what you will see that how these data will be managed. And then comes data warehousing or data lake. So that means a pool of data, a huge data. So you have to become a big data analytics. So you have to use Spark or you have to use Hadoop. So these things you can use. And after that, if you go for data modeling, then you are going to be a machine learning engineer. So step by step, you will become a machine learning developer. After that, you can become, if you go to the GenAI expert or GenAI DevOps, then you go there. So this way you can go with your mathematical knowledge. So these are the companies where the job for a mathematician. You can see that in Meta, generative AI specialist, big data engineer, applied scientist. Tesla also takes reinforcement learning expert, where mainly statisticians are required. And Goldman Sachs, I forgot to give one important company, that is McKinsey here. So quantitative analyst, AI in finance, so risk modeling, data scientist, all things are problems of optimization, algorithmic trader, mathematical modeling researcher. So they need this type of people who has solid background in mathematics and statistics. Even in healthcare company for drug discovery, they also need how these AI models or the mathematical analysts, they can help in drug discovery or healthcare data scientist. So these are the future proofing a career in data scientist or mathematician. So you can see these. You have to at least generate a skill set, that is Python or SQL, Julia, machine learning, deep learning, anything about this, or mathematical expertise like optimization, Bayesian statistics, probability, like this. And what about this? This one is, how to, what are the steps to grow as a mathematician in data science? I already told you that how you will grow step by step. And whenever you are going for ML, ML or GenAI in that space, you have to learn at least one Python or SQL or Pandas. These libraries you have to. So this way, I have jotted down my talk. So thank you, patiently listening to me. And if you have any question, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a wonderful talk, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Vikas, sir.
Yes,
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 sir.
ma'am.
Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Devnath, for your wonderful and informative talk.
Thank
We
you.
learn a lot about the machine learning and deep learning also. I am really don't know several things what you were told today. So uh, we look forward to work with you in near future also. And
Thank you.
on behalf of Innova World, I really thank you that in a short notice you were like delight all of us, and also thanks to Professor Dhara to give this opportunity to me to contact with him.
Actually, the basic thing you can see my only my face, half of my face, because I'm not in a formal dress.
Yeah, yes,
I
sir.
informed you. So
Yes, yes.
yeah,
I know that thing, sir.
yeah.
And thank you very much.
No, thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. So I'm
Okay,
leaving. Okay, I have some work to do. I'm actually in my university. I have some work to do. I'm leaving now.
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, right now it's an right time to start our session for Day 2 conference. And once again, I would like to welcome Dr. Vikash Kolide to be the session chair of this first half of this second day of this conference. Um, so, like, over to you. Can we start the session officially, sir?
Yes, we can start now.
Right. Thank
And
you.
thank you, Professor Dhara, to give me this great opportunity and to work with this Innova World and Time Tech Solution. Okay, so let's start.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So let me call upon our first participants. Just a second, sir.
yes, it's
Okay.
Rohit Sedzarao.
Yeah, Rohit. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. So,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Rohit, yeah, you can proceed.
Yes, sir. Let me share my PPT.
Yes.
Is it visible, sir?
No, still now it's not visible.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah,
Yeah,
now it's
the
visible.
presentation.
Yeah. Uh, uh, Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you, InnovaWorld, for giving this opportunity and providing this platform. So, myself, Rohit Sarjaro Rao, today I'm going to present on the topic a review on IoT proactive cardiovascular health monitoring cloud-based system. So these are the contents for today's presentation. So introduction, research gap, problem statement, objectives, scope, limitation, and conclusion. So first introduction, actually while doing the studies, while going through some review papers about this topic, I found some points. So where we can use the technology for heart disease prediction.
Sorry,
So
sir. Sorry,
yes.
sir. Can you make it full screen? But because it is not in full screen.
Okay.
So share your entire screen and then make it in a presentation mode, sir. So it's not in a presentation mode, or you can press F5.
Yeah, actually, I pressed F1. Uh, is it okay, sir?
No, sir. You have to share your entire screen. Otherwise, it will not work here.
Okay, 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 sure.
Yeah, now it's visible. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay. So while going through these some reviews and literatures, I found that, sir, we can use the technology for our daily routine or for some problems, and we can give a solution to those problems. So here, actually, I'm working with the heart disease prediction. So and it is a problem throughout the world about the heart attacks and heart disease. So here we can use some A and ML techniques to solve this problem. So in traditional ways, actually heart disease diagnosis and then treatment on that, it takes some time, and sometime that time leads to heart attack or any again other diseases because sometime it takes to diagnose and all those things. So here actually uh, uh, in that review I found that we can use the real time system, or we can provide solutions real time. So in uh, very less time we can give a solution to the people's, whether or we can provide the recommendation that any patient or any particular people having any chances of that heart disease or need to go to the doctor or no. So for that purpose, sir, for here we can use the IoT sensors which can found real time inputs, which can give real time inputs, and depending on those inputs we can use the ML model to find out whether there is any risk to that particular person about the heart disease or not. So here I found a gap by reviewing some papers. Like here we want to apply our effort on real time data. So that's why here I'm planning to use IoT sensors to take real time data, and then we can provide those data. We can save all those data, we can provide those data to the cloud, and again for security purpose we can encrypt those data, and then we can use those data for machine which we will train in machine learning to find out our results. So here, research problem is the central challenge lies in developing a robust, because we want security about the data, and that predictive model that harness the continuous stream of data generated by the IoT sensors to identify cardiovascular risk. So, some objective of research work first, to investigate and implement the strategy for integrating IoT sensors. So, how we can take readings from IoT sensors and how we can send it to the cloud. Then, after that, second objective, after collecting data, again we have to use the AI ML models for processing purpose. The third objective is to explore advanced techniques and feature extraction, because while sending data, different types of data we are sending. So from that, what we actually want, we can extract it. And then security, that whatever data we are sending to the cloud, we need to take care about the security. So we will encrypt those data before processing it on the cloud. And at last, that will give the prediction to the specific person about their heart related diseases. And actually for that purpose, while whatever I read some documents, all those things, from that I got one data set what they have used in previous papers, that is heart attack prediction, and that is I have taken from the Kaggle. And actually on Colab, I just I check with the data set whether they whatever readings they have, they are giving or not. This is one snap of that. Then while doing all those things, some limitations I found, that is data variability, because wherever we are getting data from the IoT sensors, data variability due to the age factor. So some between some age groups, we can get different data as well as different locations, because if I am getting readings in Maharashtra, that they will give different readings. If I am taking readings from any other, that is Himachal Pradesh or any other region, so some data should be variable. So this is one limitation. Another one is a sensor reliability. If sensors are good, they are giving correct value, then it is okay. So this is totally depend on the reliability of the sensors. Then the data quality, again that is depending on the sensors, whether they are giving any correct data or any incorrect data they are providing. Then dependency on variable technology, this is one important limitation, because I am planning to take real time data from the users. So how we can get it, whether by using any variable devices whatever available in market, so we can use those devices, or we can implement our own one device which can take some inputs, and we can use those inputs from IoT devices. So these are the limitations. The scope of this study is multi-parameter monitoring, because here we are considering blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen level. So whatever the parameters which are related with the heart disease, those we are considering here. Then real-time predictions, because on the same time we are taking inputs, and immediately we are processing on it, and we are giving the whatever our recommendation to the user. Then adaptability to variable devices, and for that purpose we want variable devices only, because we are getting the real time inputs with the help of sensors, IoT sensors. Then here data security, whenever we are sending our data to the cloud before processing with the model, our machine learning model, so we need to take care of the security of data. early detection. As compared to the traditional system, this system will give the early detection, and here we can provide the user friendly interface if user want to find out what our recommendation. So for that purpose, this is one scope. We can provide the user friendly interface to the peoples. And this is actually proposed architecture. That is, first here IoT sensors will we are using with the wearable devices that will sense data, will take some inputs, and again that will be sent to the cloud for storing purpose. Again, there will we will provide some algorithms for security purpose, that is we will encrypt those data. And then here actually basically I'm now RNN and ADA boost and XGBoost algorithm will be used for decision making purpose, whether we were because we are giving the recommendation whether we have to give, that is that particular person has to go to the doctor for next treatment, or there is no that much risk. So here some we actually I'm working on this algorithm, whether which algorithm will fit best. So for time being here I am using the ADA boost XGBoost, and after that last is the detection of heart disease, whether we are giving the prediction. So here some deep learning methods I found which I can use. So RNN and XGBoost. Then here unsupervised learning I can use, because here variables which I will use for the machine learning or training the model. So that those will be varies, and that values are not available. So that's why unsupervised learning algorithm will be used. Then IoT devices and sensors. Here some IoT devices like chest strap for ECG purpose, then smartwatch or fitness tracker. Here we can use those devices, as well as we can integrate some IoT sensors with our own device. Then programming languages, basically here Python I am using, and I'm working with Jupyter notebook as well as the Colab. And the conclusion, using this technology actually we can provide uh, some fastest decisions in less time as compared to traditional system about the heart disease. And basically I choose the heart disease because this is common problem to common problem in all over the world or country. So that's why I choose that problem, and using that I hope that I can give good result, or I can give the good application to the peoples about finding their risk about the heart disease. So thank you. This is from my side.
Okay, thank you. So, any question from the audience?
So what are the research lab that you have identified?
Yeah, actually in a research gap, actually I found that the system on the same topic before that we have worked in real time, they are not sending the data, they are collecting the data first, after they are processing. So in between some time, in that some time is required. So real time application which we get inputs on the same time and give output within a minute or 2 minutes. So basically, that is the gap I found.
So how you're going to proceed further from this? Have you decided any outline of it?
Yeah, actually, basically, first I have discussed with some of my friends who are working with the electronics uh, industries. So they will give. They told me, yes, we can first find. We can make our model or devices with some IoT sensors. What we want, we can customize it, and after collecting data then we can go forward. So that those data we send to the cloud by using GPS or again using Wi-Fi or GSM system, whatever we will use. and then on that data we will train one model. And already for that purpose, that data set I found with the Kaggle, and I am checking whether it will be the best fitted database data set for my model or any other things are required. So just I am discussing with my guide as well on that point. And then by considering the output of that model, then we'll give the recommendation, and that will be the last part. So first thing is that IoT sensors, own devices preparing, then data sending on the cloud with the security purpose, then model training.
Right. Any other question from the audience? Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Basically, I'm confused with one thing, that is it review model or it is prediction model? Means what is your objective by
Yeah,
this
actually
study?
this is prediction model, but now I have reviewed
Hmm?
some papers. That's why the topic is like review on. And by taking some reviews from other publications papers, so I am going to that point on that my topic.
Okay, so my question is that, like, do you know the difference between a review article and original article, research article?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
So, what is this actually?
Yeah, actually this article is review article.
Hmm.
So what I found inputs from those articles, so on that I will continue with my next research. So
Yeah.
review article is actually getting what previously paper they have did,
Okay.
and research article is like with the results what they did, and what is the comparison with the other systems, what they found some inferences with their own system.
Yes. So for that case, I don't think what you present this is a research review model, because the base thing of review model is to find research gap and the what future research will done from that. This is what you did based on your research. You will like what are the gap, based on that you will go through with the future research, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So this is not actually the type of review article, because for review article you have to show that how many article you reviewed, and from that what type of data you gain, and what are the gap is there, so that should be included in review article. So
Okay.
if you
Yes.
go with the review article, then I think this is not the proper way to write a review article. Okay.
Okay, sir. I will take off notice, sir.
Okay. Next thing is that you say that you will build a device, that wearable
Yeah.
device. So then the question is about the cost effectiveness. So do you think about that?
Sir, you are not audible, sir. Actually.
So we
Yeah.
are asking about cost effectiveness.
Cost effectiveness. If you going to some wearable data where you collecting some means very crucial data, like you are
Yeah.
working on heart disease, so for that case that device should be more advanced, otherwise we
Yes.
cannot get the real time data. So
Yes. Yes.
for that do you think about the cost effectiveness?
Yes, sir. Actually, as I discussed with my some friends, they said that near about 15,000 it will cost about all the sensors and model which using Wi-Fi we can send it to the cloud for that purpose.
Yes, but how can say you that this is the cost effective? Because the thing is that you have to collect the data from the all of the patients.
Yes.
So for
Yes.
that case, you have to give that to each patient. So either patient will buy it or you have to provide it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So for that
No,
case,
this is actually for a single device.
okay. So that how you collect the data then from the patient?
Yeah, so actually for that purpose, sir, for some testing purpose, I need to go in every region, like east,
Okay.
west, south, north,
Mm.
and some for testing purpose, some readings I need to take.
Okay. Okay. So then how can you say that this is the real time prediction? Because real
Uh,
time prediction, as my opinion, like suppose I am going to be some heart attack, so for that case I am wearing your device and it going to some cloud, and they indicate me to that you may be going to that direction, so you take care.
yes, yes, sir.
So for that case I need the device, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So that's why my question, that how you will do that thing.
Okay. So in that case, actually, sir, then need to provide that device to
Yes,
each and everyone.
that's my question.
Yeah.
That how you collect the data actually, like by single patient or like different patient.
Yeah, actually, sir, at the same time, it will give to a single patient only.
Okay.
But for if we are considering the patient from different region, then we need to go there and then we can find out. Yeah, then we can give the result to that patient. Otherwise, we need to provide that much devices to each and everyone.
Yeah, then the question is cost effectiveness. That's why I am asking you
Yeah, yeah,
about that matter. So okay, you think your research that way also, that like if you can make that device very cost effectively, then it will be helpful for your research also. Like if you are
okay,
saying
yes, sir. Yes, sure,
10,000,
sir.
so if you,
I will think on that, sir.
okay,
Definitely, sir.
thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Moving
any
from
question
that,
from the audience?
yes, any question from the audience?
I think there is no question.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
so next one is Sucheta Chandra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Yeah.
madam.
Sir,
Thank you.
on behalf of our mentor, we are here to present.
Yeah, you can please
Oh,
proceed.
okay, proceed.
So one of my teammate, Urpita Gundu, will present her screen, and I will explain.
Yeah, you can.
Sir, may I present the screen?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
And requesting to wind up before 15 minutes. Okay, you have 15
Okay,
minutes.
ma'am. Okay.
Okay?
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, but if it is not visible, your screen is
Uh,
visible.
okay, ma'am. I'm just unmuting myself, and then I will show the screen.
Good afternoon, respected delegates and all the members present in the conference. My heartfelt thanks and appreciation for letting me and my team from Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, present in the International Conference on Synergy in Engineering, Technology and Management. Now I, Arikta Mondol, present the conference paper along with my teammates. So, our topic is harnessing machine learning for real time detection of malicious URLs in cybersecurity. Next slide. So, these are our agendas that we'll cover throughout the PPT. Now, I will explain the topic. The phishing attack is one of the most vulnerable threats that have put the internet users at risk. With the rapid growth of technology, people are currently working and consume social media more often. And that's why most of our devices are connected through online, which are actually lacking security protections. Hence, these are the reasons of increasing the phishing attacks. Here, a large amount of our information is uploaded on a daily basis to the web. These web services have increased the new opportunities for criminals. In this research, the goal is to provide real time warnings and reduce the risk of data theft. Now, coming up with the introduction. Phishing attacks have become one of the most vulnerable forms of cybercrime. Phishers manipulate emotions and use social engineering to impersonate trusted entities, tricking users into trusting fraudulent messages. To overcome this type of problems, one effective approach to identify phishing URLs is through machine learning techniques. Among all of the techniques, Logistic regression is the most and powerful classification algorithm that can be used to distinguish between the phishing and legitimate URLs. Next slide. So here is some few related work that has been done. Next. So here is proposed methodology. The whole procedure consists of 7 steps. First is data collection, which involves gathering a comprehensive data set that includes a variety of features to help differentiate between the phishing URLs and legitimate URLs. Here we worked with two main classes. Number one is phishing URL and legitimate. Phishing URL is designed for malicious purposes and legitimate URLs designed for trustworthy purposes. The key features for this dataset includes URL length, number of subdomains, presence of HTTPS, domain age, and presence of special characters. Now the second step is data pre-processing. It means cleaning the data by handling missing values and outliers. It can be done through several processes. One of them is level encoding. It converts class labels into numeric form. We will be denoting as 0 for phishing and 1 for legitimate. Now the third step is feature selection. The raw URLs are processed to extract important features. These features includes URL length, number of dots, slashes, hyphens, etc. Now the fourth step is model training. In this step, logistic regression is applied to the training data. The model learns to predict the probability of a URL being phishing based on some provided features. First is training set. The training set consists of feature matrix, that is xtrain, and target variables ytrain, where xtrain contains the extracted features and ytrain contains the corresponding levels, that is phishing or legitimate. Next, the test set determines it contains the separate set of URLs and their associated features. Next, the fifth step is model evaluation. After training phase, the model performance is evaluated using the training set. The key evaluation matrices you include accuracy, that is the overall correctness of the model. Next is precision, that defines the true positives among all predictive positives. Third is recall, the true positives among all actual positives. And fourth is F1 score. It is the harmonic mean of precision and recall. Next, the sixth step is deployment. Once our model is validated, it can be deployed in real-time systems to detect phishing attempts. The seventh step is result analysis and monitoring. Continuous monitoring is crucial to make sure that the model keeps effective. Regularly updates with new data helps to keep the model accurate. Next, here is the dataset that we have used. These are the results that we have obtained from the model. These are the visualizations of the experimental results. Next. Now I will talk about discussion. So this slide presents the process and evaluation of a phishing URL detection model using logistic regression. We have the data is split into 80% for training and 20% for testing. Next is class imbalance. It identified by bias risks, suggested oversampling and synthetic data to address imbalance. This model serves as a strong foundation for real-world cybersecurity applications. Next is conclusion. This slide provides an overview of a phishing URL detection model using logistic regression. It emphasizing its accuracy, efficiency, scalability, and potential improvements. This model achieves almost 90% accuracy in phishing URL detection. It focuses on URL structure, avoiding computationally expensive content analysis. It could improve by incorporating domain age, reputation, and behavioral analysis. It offers a scalable and adaptable approach for continuous innovation in phishing detection. Next. So, we are having a plan to apply some technology like cybersecurity applications for extending detection to malicious IPs, phishing sites, and malware domains, or machine learning integration using deep learning for better accuracy to reduce false positives or negatives via ensemble learning. Next. So these are the references that we had taken for our research purpose. Thank you for my side. Now we are open for the questionnaire session.
So, any question from the audience?
Yes. First of
Hello.
all, I really, yes, first of all, I really appreciate to all the authors for nicely presenting. And I think Dr. Arunavasa have some question. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Can you please share the presentation?
Sure, sir.
Okay. There is a slide where different URLs are visible. Can you please go to that slide? Before that.
So this one.
No, not that one.
The
Data set.
URL
Data set. Yes, URLs.
URL you are using,
Okay, okay,
that
okay,
one.
okay.
Yes, this one. Okay. You are using only this much of data.
No, sir, we are using around 50,000 of data
50,000 of data. How did you collect this one?
from Kaggle.
Okay, from Kaggle. Okay, and you have told that you were means working on the phishing attack. So how do you identify that phishing? As per my knowledge, it is that the if somebody is going approaches you with almost, I'm just giving you an example, almost a similar type of website. There is Amazon. Let us suppose this is not original Amazon website page, but
Yes.
some different made by some other, which is exactly originally look like Amazon, and with some link it is giving us that if you click on this link, this kind of things are given to you. How do you identify means which one is the original one, and how can you identify that which is the fake one?
So we will differentiate on the basis of some key features like URL length, the subdomains, the presence of HTTPS. I know if the malicious one is having a HTTPS there in their URL, but
Okay.
then also we will try to detect it, the domain age, and the presence of special characters like the exclamation, question mark, and the percentage sign. Through that, we will try to detect the URL, it is a malicious or legitimate one.
Okay. So you were considering, no, it is a binary classifications you have made for that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Zero for phishing and one for legitimate.
Okay, these classifications are already available in Kaggle, or you have done these classifications based on
No,
this data?
sir. It is available in Kaggle because the full data set we have collected from the Kaggle, and we have shown here the some parts only because it is a 50,000 data set.
Okay,
So if we cannot able to show the full data set here.
okay. So which algorithm you use? Logistic regression.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you use any other methods here to means compare for the comparison purpose?
Methods, sir, we have used a cyber security part, and in future we will use more some technologies.
Methods means no, not like means machine learning techniques. So what are the techniques
No,
you
no,
use?
no, no machine learning. Other than logistic regression, we haven't used anything.
Okay. Okay, so it means that there is no comparison. Then how can you say that whatever the means the predictions you have done here or the accuracy you have made, some other more methods are also there which may give you the more accuracy. Okay, so I think the entire validation is missing.
Okay, sir. We will try. We will try in the future.
Okay, okay. And can you please show me the experimental results?
Okay, sir. Sure.
Okay, so that ROC curve.
Sir, I
Yeah.
want to mention one thing that previously in the starting we tried to use the linear one, but didn't give the result.
Okay,
So the better we get in the logistic regression part, so that's why we use the logistic regression only.
okay. So you used linear regression previously, but linear regression, I don't think so. It will work here because it is a classification of data. Okay, it will not give you the proper result here also.
Yes, sir. It was not giving a proper result.
Proper
That's why
result.
we have used the logistic regression one.
Okay. But also here in logistic regression, you can see the ROC curve here.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so AUC, what I can't see the value of AUC here.
It's 0.83.
0.83.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so
I'm showing this one here. It
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
It is
yeah.
visible.
Yes, yes, yes. Now it's
Okay, sir.
visible.
Okay.
89 precision. Yes, AUC 83. If you use some, I think some more model, if you use some means ANN type of model in this case, okay, or means random forest also,
Okay.
decision tree also, maybe the result may means it will be better for that. Maybe in my opinion, you can use it and then compare
Okay,
your
sir.
result.
We will try our best to use those technologies in
Yes,
the
yes.
future.
Exactly, because only logistic regression. Maybe yes, in case of classification, it is the easiest model, but you can see. But of course, linear regression will not give you the accuracy here in this case, this particular scenario. But
Okay,
it's
sir.
okay. It's all from my side now.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir, for the suggestions. We will try to use it in the future.
Thank you, thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you, sir.
I continue with Professor Majumdar one thing that in my suggestion you will do the literature survey properly, because in literature there are some same type of model with more accuracy rate. So then your model will not validated with that thing. So recently I found one paper regarding the same thing. They are showing their accuracy rate is more than 93% or something.
Okay,
So
sir.
that's why better first go for some literature survey, proper literature survey, and then compare that what SARS is, compare with different strategies like ANN you can use, random forest or that type of thing you can use, and compare with those things.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise,
We will definitely do that.
yes. Okay, any other question? I think there is no question. So now you can stop your presentation.
Thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity to tell our project here.
Okay, welcome, most welcome. Okay, next.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next one is Mr. Syog V. Patil.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Hello.
yeah,
Am I audible for you, sir?
yes, yes, you are audible.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
I'll share my slide.
yeah,
This is visible, sir.
yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suyog Vilas Patil, and today I will be presenting a review paper on a review of phishing attack through various anti-phishing technique using machine learning. Did you know that over 3.4 billion phishing emails are sent every day? Phishing attacks are one of the leading causes of cybercrime today, affecting millions of people worldwide. Phishing attacks are becoming more sophisticated every day, and traditional methods to detect them are often too slow or ineffective. As these attacks evolve, it's becoming a crucial to adopt more advanced approaches to combat this threat. In this presentation, I will review the following points or following aspect of using machine learning in anti-phishing techniques. First of all, introduction, then traditional versus machine learning based approaches in phishing detection, literature review, actual problem statement, research objectives, what is the scope of the study, conclusion of the review, and some of the references. To begin, let's first understand why phishing is such a significant issue in the digital age. Phishing is a form of cyber attack designed to actually steal sensitive data like usernames, passwords, and any financial information. Unfortunately, phishing tactics have evolved nowadays. Nowadays, the phishing tactics has evolved, making it harder to traditional detection method to keep up. So this is where machine learning comes in, offering advanced solution and identify the phishing attacks effectively. Basically, there are phishing problem in 2 or 3 ways, like phishing in emails, phishing in URLs, phishing in SMS, phishing in messages. So there are major part of a phishing attack to identify the phishing attack. Then we compare two approaches. The first one is traditional approach and second one is machine learning based approach. Traditional approach or traditional phishing detection method includes a technique like blacklist based approach, then heuristic based approach, and the signature based approach. What is actually blacklist approach? The blacklist approach contains it contains the no phishing URLs or email addresses. If a message or URL matches an entry, it's flagged or it's phishing. Like we suppose we have a database, and in that we have database, we have identified such email or such URLs like that. Second approach is heuristic based detection. In this, what it actually happens, it is realized on patterns or behaviors often seen in phishing attempts, like URL encoding or specified red flags, or for example, suppose the suspicious senders emails. Like suppose phishing email often and come from an email address like similar legitimate one but have subtle difference. Like example, a letter swapped or any extra character. For example, the email is like support@company.com, but the phishing email contains like support@company.secure.com. Likewise. So this is like a heuristic based detection. Third one is signature based detection. Actually, in this signature based detection, it uses the predefined rules to identify phishing characters like suspicious URLs, fake email headers. Likewise. Next approach is machine learning based detection. So what is machine learning based detection? In these machine learning approaches, it uses the algorithm to analyze large data set and to identify the patterns indicative of phishing attacks without exploiting human programming of each scenario. There are 3 types of machine learning based phishing detection. This is part of the review, my review. The first one is supervised learning approaches. Second one is unsupervised learning approaches, and third one is deep learning approaches. In what happened in actually supervised learning approaches, the algorithm present in supervised learning approaches, it is trained like label data, like phishing versus non-phishing, to learn the pattern, to identify the pattern. In deep learning or in unsupervised, it detects like identify the unusual patterns, like without labeled data, without identified data, without human affected data. It is present in unsupervised learning approach. The third one is deep learning approach. So what is the deep learning approach? It is a subset of machine learning. It uses the neural network to automatically extract the complex pattern of large data set, because nowadays the data is big, the volume of data is big. To identify the suspected data, we need to identify the machine learning approaches. Okay. Here are some literature survey. I have found some number of papers. I read the paper. What is the aim of this paper? What is the advantage of this paper? What is the limitation of paper? And what is the which technique used to identify the phishing detection in this paper? So here are some 8 papers what we have reviewed. The first one is like the first paper identified in this first paper, the technique is like big data analytics. The aim is to finding the increased knowledge about the human factors like risk taking, education level that impact the success of phishing attacks in pre-pandemic times. The advantage of this paper is like it is used in COVID-19. The limitations of this paper is the result of the study to propose the future studies. It used minimize the success rate of the phishing attempt. Like there are some review in detail. I'm not going to in detail for the survey because there are some authors and what we have literature in review. I have find out the key points like in aim, advantage, and limitations. There are some papers. Here are some papers. Okay. So, what is the actual problem statement and the research gap? What I have found, there are three types of problem statement. The first one is evaluating the techniques. Second one is limited user awareness, and third one is technical detection challenges. Okay. Basically, one of the key challenges with to phishing is to ability to evolve rapidly. Attackers are constantly refining their tactics, okay, making it harder for traditional detection method what we have studied earlier or discussed earlier, traditional methods like rule based or any other technology. So the major problem is one of the key challenges to combining the phishing is that the attackers constantly evolve their tactics and the technologies. Outsmart detection system. The detector, the attacker uses the outsmart detection techniques. For example, they are increasingly using more sophisticated technique like deepfakes, AI generated phishing emails, or any advanced social engineers tactics. Okay. Another significant issue is like limited awareness among the users. It is major, sir. Major part of this, the key factor of this particular research, the is limited awareness among the users. Many people are unaware about the risk or the signs of phishing, making them vulnerable attacks. Like for example, user might click on the link in email or provide personal information without verifying the sender messages. Even though there are many tools designed to protect users, they still have really heavily on individuals recognizing and avoiding suspicious activity. So this is a major challenge or major research gap. And third one is technical detection challenges. In this, while various technical approaches such as like rule-based machine learning model have been developed to detect phishing techniques, these methods are faces significant challenge in accuracy to identify the phishing attack. Now, the major challenge in technical detection is to finding the accuracy. How we can accurate nowadays in market there are some applications like virus total. The virus total platform is identify the images, identify the mails, identify the SMS, identify the huge amount of big data, identify the video image, video file, any other information, whatever it may be. But the major technical detection challenge is to find out the accuracy. Okay, so major objective of my actually review, and I have find out the review and some of the solution what I have find the objectives used. First of all, attribute based access control policy to identify or classify the data. Use heuristic algorithm to predict and prevent future phishing attack to minimize the or accuracy level or maintain the accuracy. Again, canopy feature selection technique to improve the prediction risk. What we have earlier discussed in the literature, what I have found the limitation. After that, I have find out this objective and the key anonymity method for anonymization of data. So now I walk you through the key objective of this study. Each of these objective is aimed at like improving the detection and preventing the phishing attacks while ensuring the data privacy, because data privacy is major important. Let's take a closer look. The first one is attribute based access control policy. This policy classify the data effectively. ABAC. Some paper name it like ABAC policy, attribute based access control policy. It is security model that defines the access control based on their attributes like the user role, location, other contextual information. Instead of simply allowing or denying accessing based on predefined groups, ABAC can dynamically adapt based on the wide range of data attributes. Second one is need to implement heuristic algorithm, because heuristic algorithm to predict and prevent the future phishing attacks. Heuristic algorithm use the uses practically like rule of thumb method. There are some method what we have identified in lots of papers. Rule of thumb method to identify the phishing attempt based on their common characteristics like suspicious email patterns, because this is major line, suspicious email patterns, or malicious link or untrustworthy senders. Okay, so this is, we need to identify or implement the heuristic algorithm. Third one is canopy feature selection technique to improve the prediction result. Feature selection is the process where we can, all of you know, we can identify, where we can identify the most relevant data attributes for the given task. The canopy technique is nothing but a clustering method to help us the select, actually help us to select the important feature of grouping the similar data point together. Okay, so for grouping to find level selection, we need to canopy feature selection algorithm. Okay, and last one is k anonymity method for the duplication or avoid the redundancy of data. We need to identify the k anonymity technique in our algorithm. Okay, let us see the scope of the study. In this section, actually, I will outline the scope of the study, which defines the areas and objective in this research. Primary focus of the study is like enhancing phishing detection technique by detailed method, like such as ABC, heuristic algorithm, canopy feature selection, and the k-anonymity method. But actually, in this study, we need to highlight the potential of advanced technique in improving the phishing detection system. By combining the machine learning, data privacy method, and adaptive access control, we can build more secure systems that are better equipped to detect and prevent phishing attacks. As phishing, basically, as of you know, the phishing is continuously serious threat, both individuals and any organization, because of course individual or also organization. These findings have been the potential to significantly contribute to the field of cyber security. This is our basically what identify we this is a proposed architecture. We need to identify the phishing data set where lots of platforms we can identify the data set, or we can find out the data set. As in my literature, there are some example in Kaggle. We can identify or be finding the data in a Kaggle also. We have uses the multiple machine learning model in which next slide I have comparison of the slide. This is actually a snapshot of accuracy detection. There are 3 ML model, like decision tree model, random forest model, or multi-layer perception model. Okay, there are train accuracy, test accuracy. This is what we have identified in the literature. This is actually the actual snapshot detection. Main focus on the existing algorithm comparison. There are multiple algorithms like supervised learning algorithm.
Sorry, sir, interrupt you. Try to conclude within 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. My next slide is actually conclusion. Basically, the ultimate goal of this work is to help the society to better understand how to actually protect from all type of phishing attack, and it is highlight to potential of advanced technique to in improving the phishing detection system by combining the machine learning algorithm. My future work is like we will focus on identify the shortfalls of implemented system. Means what we need to identify only or work on the only accuracy of the phishing attacks. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your nice presentation. Now, is there any question from the audience?
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. One thing I must like to ask you. You have mentioned one thing, heuristics. Okay. Can you please explain how heuristic is helping you to identify that this phishing?
Majorly, sir, actually what happened, heuristic algorithm, basically what actually the concept of heuristic algorithm, it is depend upon the in traditional method we are using like heuristic based detection. In that what I have find in multiple papers, it is rely on the pattern, on the behavior in phishing attack, like URL encoding or specific red flags like that. But we need to identify the heuristic algorithm, what actually heuristic algorithm actually implemented. In that, we need to combine the technique like supervised technique, deep learning technique, and unsupervised methods to overcome the existing limitation to identify the subsets of the machine learning.
Okay, so it means that you are combining different algorithms, and
Right.
then you are optimizing that which one is the best one, or how can you take
Right,
the
sir.
final decision
Right,
on, right?
right, right, sir.
Okay, so I have another question regarding this extension.
Okay,
The question is, if we use, what is the difference then? If you say, suppose we are using boosting,
okay,
there also we are combining something. Okay, we are first using, suppose any random forest. Let us suppose we are using random forest, and there then after that we are also optimizing that result also by using, suppose like gradient boosting, we are using the in XGBoost, let us suppose we are using some
absolutely right, sir.
gradient algorithms also for the optimization. Then what is the difference between your means using heuristics? There
Right, sir.
also you're optimizing that thing, and in this
Actually,
case also optimizing. Then what is the difference between them?
okay, sir. Actually, what happened before explaining the difference? One of the key challenge with this phishing attack is like attackers are constantly refining their tactics, making it harder for traditional. Say seriously, sir, it is identifying the traditional detection method. It is not possible. For in machine learning, we need to identify the huge database and identifying the selected patterns of data set with their objectives. And my objective we need to implement. I need to implement in my algorithm. So that's why it is overcome the actual problem or minimize the accuracy. I know. I can, or I will find the major, pure accurate application or pure accuracy. But we need to minimize the rate of the fisher or minimize the rate of the detecting material using this technology.
Okay, okay. Okay, nice. Another thing, this is not related to now the accuracy or something. This is related to, for phishing. You say that means it is of course that we need to use a lot of data sets.
Okay,
Okay, a lot of data sets, because right now the attack is also now means it is evolving. It is now there. The people are doing some different types of
right,
techniques. Okay,
right,
so if we are increasing our technology, their technology is also increased right now. So we are evolving these things. No, so now we are, let us suppose we are implementing. We have done something. We have done a methodology, and we are going to implement, and we have implemented this one as a software. Okay, and we are going to implement this in real life situation.
huh,
Okay, so how can you means if there are a lot of data sets are there, lot and lots of data sets which are now means they are evaluating the data sets, and then they are predicting that is, yes, this is phishing and this is not a phishing software. Okay, how can you manage this, that isn't it take a lot of time to means execution? How can you manage the execution time?
actually, sir, what happened to overcoming the phishing attacks or involves a combination of the proactive measures like awareness and use of technology to prevent, detect, and respond to phishing attempt. We need to enhance first of all user awareness in education as well as organization. We need to train the employee. We need to train the users, educate the employee or users about phishing threats and how to recognize the suspicious emails or websites. Conduct regular phishing awareness training. This is major part, sir, because the fisher is improve day by day.
Exactly.
So we need to actually we as an engineer we implement the application, but we need to aware or enhance the user awareness or education, because we need to train the people. Again, we need to provide the clear guidelines, ensure that user know how to report suspicious emails, websites, or any other steps to take if they are suspecting phishing attempts. Likewise,
Okay.
actually there are some multiple techniques present in the market, like multi-factor authentication, MFA, what I have read in multiple papers, sir. There
Yeah.
are multi-factor authentication system in that even if a phishing attack user identify the user credential or identify or piggybacking the user credential, this multi-factor authentication adds an additional layer of security to requiring something like attacker wouldn't have cache the data, like a code sent to your phone or any other captcha sent to your machine, like that. It is like a generated applications. So day by day, sir, we need to evolve. We need to upgrade ourselves, because market having the major threat of phishing. In
Yeah.
future, we have handling big data nowadays. We are using social media platform. We are creating the huge amount of data are stored into the data centers. We need
Exactly.
to, as a human being, as an engineer, computer engineer, I really worried about these phishing attacks and all these things. So we need to train the people at concurrently. We need to execute or implement application as an engineer, but we need to train the people, because non-engineer we need to train. This is major
Yes.
factor, sir.
Exactly. Okay. Okay. So nice presentation, and that's all from my side.
Thank you
Now,
so much, sir.
I
Thank you so much for giving the
Okay.
request
opportunity
Dr.
to
Vikas and
present my
Okay.
topic.
Thank you. It's a very interesting topic, sir.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
But the thing about the you are writing that this is a review article, right?
Okay, sir.
So, with what type of object you choose for finding the articles? Because for review article, you have to choose some object to refine the article, right?
Exactly, sir.
So,
Uh,
what type of object you are using, like in database Scopus or Google Scholar? What type of object you are using there?
First of all, basically, I'm going to Google Scholar, sir.
Okay.
Then I identify the IEEE papers. Lots of IEEE papers I downloaded. I have read, sir, almost 23 papers in detail.
Okay.
Or using generative AI, I have captured the like the basic information in this paper, and significant or specific information I have got, and then only I have present the presentation, my presentation in front of you.
Yes, yes, that's I understand. But
Lots of IST journals I have read, sir.
no, my question is that when you going to find in Google Scholar
Okay.
or Scopus, so that time you have to specify some particular keyword. Otherwise, if
Right.
you say that like only data phasing, then
Yes.
like thousand of paper is there.
Right, sir. Right.
So that's why my question is that how you
Recent trend,
refine that one.
4 to 5, actually, sir, 4 to 5 keywords. Recent
Mhm.
trend in phishing attack, number one. Number
Okay.
two, AI using phishing, AI to avoid phishing. Then machine learning to avoid phishing. Then
No, 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 no. That's you are telling particular one keyword.
okay,
But actually, for review article writing, you have to merge some keyword plus in Google Scholar or Scopus. Like if you are going for phishing attack, then
right,
you have to write like this way: phishing attack on based on AIML or something like that.
right, sir,
If
right.
you go for only phishing attack or only AIML in phishing attack, then you will get a lots of paper.
No, no, sir. I have combined the keywords, sir. I have
Yes,
combined the keywords.
that's my question. That how you mean specify that these
Like
23 paper we need.
like recent trend used in phishing attack with various anti-phishing techniques.
Yes,
These are
there are
the
several anti-phishing technique are there, and they are also using AIML.
right.
So and they are also compare with several other technique also. So
Actually, sir, this
that's
is
why.
my review, so that's why I have collected lots of papers. What we have identified, and
Yes.
collectively, I have present the information in front of you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving the opportunity.
Okay. Welcome. Most welcome. Next one is Shreya Patil. Shreya Patil.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shreya Patil, and with me, my teammates Triveni Zadav. We are excited to present our research at the International Conference on Synergy in Engineering, Technology, and Management, that is ICSETM 2025. Before we begin, we would like to sincerely thank you for the organization for giving me this opportunity. Today, we will be presenting our research work titled Proactive Disease Management in Sugarcane Cultivation, a machine learning approach for early detection and the targeted treatment using CNN. This research is collaborative efforts of our teams. These are the authors. Then next slide. This is the content that we will cover in this presentation. Next. Sugarcane is one of the most important crop worldwide, playing a crucial role in both sugar and the bioethanol production. Millions of farmers rely on it for their livelihood, making its health and productivity essential for the economy. Highlights a problem. However, the sugarcane is the easily affected to several diseases, including lip scald, smut, and the red rot. These diseases can cause up to 50% yield loss and leading to major problem for the farmers. One of the biggest challenge is that these diseases can difficult to detect in the early stages. By the time visible symptoms appear, it's often resulting in further crop damage and financial losses. To address this challenge, we have developed a machine learning based tool using convolution neural network, that is the CNN. This tool enable early and accurate diseases detection and identify diseases stage wise and provided targeted treatment and recommendation. Then next slide. To develop our research, we studied more than 9 research papers related to the sugarcane diseases detection using machine learning. These papers provide useful insight into different methods, challenges, and the solution in this area. Our focus was to understand the main goal, techniques, and finding of these studies. This helped us to see which method worked well, what difficulties researchers faced, and what improvement can be made. From this review, we identify the gap in the existing approach and work on the improving accuracy and early detection through our methods. The table summarizes the key details from these papers, making it easier to compare different approaches and technologies with the previous research. Next slide. So, problem statement. Sugarcane diseases spread fast and the hard to detect in early stages. This make it difficult for the farmers to take action on time. Right now, farmers check diseases manually, but this process is slow and require lots of effort, and it's not suitable for the large farms. Because of the late detection, farmer lost a lot of crops and money. We need to better and the faster system to protect sugarcane and can help to farmers. Next. So our aim is to develop a machine learning tool that can detect sugarcane diseases as early stages. We will use CNN to analyze both leaf images and accurately prediction. The system will not only detect the diseases but also provide the specific treatment recommendation based on the stage of the infection. By doing this, we aim to help to farmers take timely action and reduce crop losses and improve overall productivity. This will make sugarcane farming more sustainable and efficient, benefiting both farmers and the industry. Next. We had a great visit to Jayavantrao Bhosle Krishna College of Agriculture, Redre Budruk, Maharashtra. That faculty and expert gave us useful information about the different sugarcane diseases, their symptoms, causes, and how they can affect crop yield. This helps us better understanding diseases pattern and the challenges of the early detection. We truly appreciate their time and sharing valuable knowledge, which has already helped improve our project for early sugarcane diseases detection and the management. Next. Let's see the methodology. So, image database. This is the starting point of our process. It contains a large collection of the sugarcane leaf images, including healthy and the disease samples. These images serve as the input data for training and the deep learning model. The next is the original batches of the images. The stored images are retrieved from the database in the batches. Batches help in efficient training by processing multiple images at a time rather than one by one. And the third step is the image augmentation. To improve the model performance, image augmentation is applied. This includes operations like a rotation, flipping, zooming, adjustment, and noise addition. Augmentation helps the model generalize better and the prevent overfitting. Then the fourth step is the trained CNN model on the batches. This process images are fed into a convolution neural network in a small batches. The CNN extract the features such as the color, texture, and the shape to learn patterns of the sugarcane diseases. The model is trained iteratively until it achieves good accuracy in diseases detection. Then the fifth step is the train model to TF-LAT. Once the CNN model is trained, it is converted into a TensorFlow Lite, that is TF-Lite format. TF-Lite is the optimized for the mobile and the web development, making the model lightweight and the fast. Then sixth step is the TF-Lite model deployment on the web interface. The TF-Lite model is deployed on the web-based platform. Farmers and the researchers can upload the sugarcane leaf images via web interface to get diseases prediction. Then final step is the stage-wise model predict the diseases and classified into the different stages. That is, stage 1 is the early stage infection, stage 2 is the moderate infection, and stage 3 is the danger infection. There are more than moderate infection. This help to recommending appropriate treatment at the right time. So farmers receive early warning about the diseases. They get stage-specific recommendation for the controlling diseases spread. The system enable faster and more accurate and large-scale diseases detection and reducing crop losses. Now, Triveni will explain the next part.
Now, let's talk about how we implemented our sugarcane disease prediction system. We started by collecting and labeling the images of healthy and diseased sugarcane plants, categorizing them based on the disease stages, and we pre-processed the images to improve the accuracy of the model. Once we train the model, our model allows the users to upload an image of a sugarcane plant and then analyze the image and provide the solutions. So this is the result. The solution includes the classification of the diseased plants into the different stages. The system provided correct predictions along with the relevant treatment options like organic and chemical solutions for the farmers so that they can easily diagnose the disease and take preventive actions. The conclusion is our research tackles the critical issues of sugarcane disease which impact the crop yield and farmers' income. So using CNN, we developed a machine learning tool that predicts and manages the diseases. The future scope of the project is we aim to enhance the model accuracy by training on diverse datasets and integrating with AI. We also plan to develop a model on a mobile app with multiple languages and voice support for the farmers, which will be easy for them to access the app. Additionally, incorporating IoT sensors will enable the real-time monitoring. And finally, we aim to expand our system to multiple crops and regions. So these are some references. We used the research papers and other resources for our references. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any
Thank
question from the
you.
audience?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
please present the presentation again?
Yeah, sure. So is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, now it's visible. My question basically, whatever you described, everything. Okay, so means I basically don't understand that how you validate your model. Means you are using CNN deep learning, and I have seen this one that CNN, but how it works and how you applied the CNN. Okay, and what are the results? After results, I don't understand that one. Is it the how you validated your model? Can you please explain that one?
Hello.
Yes.
So basically, CNN consists of several layers, each performing specific function. So input layer,
No, no, I understand the method. I'm not talking about the methodology. Okay, I'm talking about the results.
then
Sir is asking that how you validate your result.
How you validate your results.
That this is your result, but how you validate that this is the accurate result or this is the thing, that
Yes.
how you validate that
How you
one?
validate that one? Yes.
Sir, actually, what we did, so we have a healthy and diseased plant images. So we categorize the red rot disease into the three stages, like stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. And based on that, if we suppose upload the image of stage 1 or stage 2, it will give us a result that this plant or this disease comes under the stage 2, and based on that, it give us the solutions.
Okay, so you used these images that you have means processed these images, and you've applied the CNN on these images, right? To identify.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Actually, your means now your write up here it is too much small, and I can actually see that every yes these values actually are not seen by me. It's
And
very small.
also you are using image processing, right?
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
We totally
not
understand
like,
once CNN they are applied, but your
yes.
results are not visible at all, and the validation part and accuracy part and everything that was not properly described. So that is the only question of mine.
And also the validation have some doubt also, that how they get the data set or something, because
They
this
have
is
used
a
these images, I think.
yeah, that image are very less, means like from there its prediction is little bit difficult,
Yes,
but
only one is yes. You need to
yes.
use many images that is to means for comparison purpose. Okay, so if you use means many types of in your conclusion part or discussion part, you have to show that yes, this. There are need to show more examples.
And
Okay,
also
and
some other
also how
Yeah.
methods.
you implement your task. Okay,
Yes.
that implementation part
Okay.
also was missing. Okay, so you have yes, you have created this one, you have done, but how you implement this one in real world application? What is the limitations and everything? So this thing is missing. This part. However,
Okay.
this is okay. Not that one. It's
Okay,
also
sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So basically, we collect our data set, combining the online data set from the Kaggle. Then also we visit the farms and take pictures from farms,
okay.
and then we create the data set.
Okay, understand. Okay, so
Okay.
it's all from
Yeah,
my side.
nice
Thank you.
presentation. So thank you. So now we stop
That's
your
yes.
presentation. So next
Thank you,
presenter
sir.
is
Thank you, sir.
Sandeep Sharma.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Let me share my screen.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, please let me know when you are able to see the
Yes.
screen.
Yes, yes, yes. You can see.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sandeep Sharma. I'm a scholar of Mangalayathan University. So first, I would like to thanks to InnovaWorld who arranged this conference and allow me to present my paper. And also, I will to thanks my guide Vijay Pal Singh and other colleagues who help in entire research. Actually, I belong to a system design, and I'm recently working in the system design, and so my research paper also belong to a design. So my paper title is integrating AI with model-driven engineering for efficient SOA to microservice migration. This is the index which I'm going to cover. Like first, I will go with the abstract and then introduction, followed by the related work, proposed methodology, process flow, and the result which we have tested, and conclusion and reference which has been used in entire study. Right, abstract. So the growing number of application, the use of service oriented architecture, SOA, a transition to a microservice architecture in order to achieve improved scalability, flexibility, and maintainability. So earlier we are using a service oriented application. Now the internet you enter era, most of the application need to be migrated to the scalability and flexibility and maintainability, but there is no such specific approach. Someone are doing use a manual approach, or someone is using a semi-automation approach. So I try to find out the approach where I am using a model engineering with the help of the AI driven, which help us migration process streamline. So that help a lot, provide a good result in form of the blueprint creation, in form of the decomposition of the service. So that is our abstract of my paper. The basic keyword is a migration, artificial intelligence, model driven engineering, design, automation, and cloud native ecosystem. Before I'm jumping into the deep results, right? First we need to understand the system design core concept, right? Which I am going to cover. Like, what is a service oriented architecture? So a modular approach in the software design where applications are composed or loosely coupled service. In 10 years back or 15 years back, we mostly create a service oriented application. Use of centralized enterprise service ESP for communication. All the service will connect it to each other with the help of the ESP. It promotes reusability, interoperability, and integration. However, now internet era and the cloud computing era, there is some limitation we found in a SOA. Difficult to scale, complex service dependency and maintainability, because the size of the SOA service is very high, so very difficult to scale. Why SOA aim for the loose coupling? In practice, high interdependency create tight coupling between components. Centralized governance and shared resource like a database reduce the flexibility in cloud native environment. Like we are using a container, we are using the cloud function, right? So that takes a problem here. Massive heavy communication through a ESP enterprise service bus can create a latency and performance issue. That's now service oriented architecture, microservice architecture come. In this organized application, a set of independent modular service and each handling a service specific business. So every service is its own database, very lightweight and purpose to solve a specific problem. Enable independent development, deployment, scaling, reduction, bottleneck in a software update. Every service you can write in one service in a Java, other is a Node.js, and in other is a .NET. Earlier that is not possible in the SOA. Remove centralized service dependency like ESB in SOA, which create a problem, and enhance flexibility for cloud native environment. What we achieve, what is the advantage? So enhance fault isolation. Failure of one service does not impact the entire system. Somehow, if my payment service is not working, but my catalog service is working. That is one of the advantages of microservice architecture. Technology flexibility. You can use a different type of team member who have a different type of coding skill can be incorporated. Better scalability. Service scale independently, optimize resource utilization, improve maintainability and cloud readiness as well. And the third term which I am going to use is the model driven engineering, right? A software development approach that places model at the core of the development life cycle. So we working on a model kind of things. So we create a UML diagram of our whole product, and then we'll start for the development. So we call it a model engineering approach. Now, why need this migration? SOA-based application lack of agility, making cloud native adoption very difficult. Higher interdependency service in SOA lead a performance bottleneck and maintenance challenge. SOA rely on ESB, that is again a flexibility issue and a scalability issue. Modern organization rapid development cycle, independent scaling and cloud native support is one. That is not actually feasible in service oriented architecture. Microservice architecture solve their issue by enabling centralized independent deployment service. So most of the company either migrating their existing application to a microservice or creating a new application in microservice architecture. Major contribution of this research is the novel AI integrated MID model model development engineering I have used for this. Also, I use AI driven methodology so that SOA UML diagram can be converted in a microservice blueprint. A real world validation through a case studies demonstrates the technical feasibility and practical benefit of this approach. In depth impact of AI powered MD on migration efficiency, service decomposition quality, and automation level. Research objective and contribution develop a AI powered MD framework for SOA to microservice migration. Enhance automation like service decomposition, which is required for the microservice, dependency analysis, and blueprint generation. Optimize migration efficiency, scalability, effectiveness, and reducing the manual work. That is our approach. Now, who will be benefit for this research? Like software development architects who are creating a product development and now they are somehow need to migrate their old legacy application like Netflix did 3 or 4 years back, and Amazon is doing the same. So that will be beneficial. DevOps automation, now when we convert the application MSA, but definitely DevOps automation and engineer will be also benefit. IT organization and enterprises reduce this migration cost, improve scalability and maintainability, definitely help to the IT organization and enterprises. Cloud service provider, because cloud service provider also help to use cloud native services, so support for cloud native service, that also help over there. Software vendor and migration consultant who suggest for the migration that can use the theory and the things of this framework to reduce their manual effort and accuracy. Related work, I study a lot of things, write a white paper, Amazon native, and a lot of things. So we found what is there. So traditional approach, there's a different type of approach that already exists, like a manual refactoring, best practice, follow microservice principles, where solid principle and other principles is suggested by them. Semi-automated method where service decommission pattern and architectural analysis. Limitation: manual approach are slow, costly, and error prone. Model engineering, there are a lot of study had been an MDE. So MDV facilitates software transformation by using model as a primary artifact. So they are not starting a development. First, they create a sort of model in the terms of UML. Model-based SWOT to MSA migration study exists, but require specific expertise and lack of full automation. Now, AI so in software engineering, the AI is automate software migration by analyze service dependency, identify the microservice boundary, and optimize the service decomposition. Would be the size of the service, how service is, what will the boundary of a specific microservice. AI plus MD for migration. Combine AI with MD, enhance automation and decision making. Existing AI-based technique in decomposition and blueprint generation, but lack of structured MDE approach. The paper integrate AI into a MDE to create structured microservice blueprints. If I'm go to the methodology, so I created in a step-wise things, right? How I provide this framework sort of thing. SOA model acquisition and pre-processing. First, we extract and propose SOA UML diagram for AI-based analysis. So we collect the UML and then we do the pre-processing like normalization of data, standardized naming convention, and redundancy of data. Simplification, remove redundant data and unnecessary dependency if there, and convert UML to a machine-readable MXI format. And output feature extraction, service dependency we found. AI driven service decomposition objective, use AI algorithm like dbScan and k-means to analyze UML and cluster service into a microservice, right? Which is the similar type of service we found. Key step: feature engineering, extract dependency and communication pattern, clustering algorithm selection, choosing AI model to identify the service group, evolution, accessing the cohesions and coupling of identify the cluster, outcome automatic decomposition of monolithic SOA service into a microservice. Microservice blueprint creation is also another stage where we convert decomposition SOA service into a microservice blueprint. process model
Sorry,
transformation in
sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
hmm,
sir. Try to bind up within 2 minutes, sir.
okay. Look, the technology used for the UML. I use the enterprise architect and visual paradigm ATL all things. I'm going to the process flow. If you go to the process flow, SOA model and decision, then go to the AI engine, you provide the cluster evaluation, model transformation, and it is an iterative step. If it's satisfactory, then go to the Microsoft repository blueprint and generate a blueprint. If it is satisfactory Microsoft implementation and development, use blueprint, deploy the microservice. They the overall process workflow in the framework. For this study, I've categorized the application in 5 parts. First is my healthcare management applications, right? That is a center or all scripts. E-commerce, Amazon, Spotify, and Flipkart. C, banking service. D, smart city, like Dubai smart city and other type of application or services. Streaming and media services like Netflix, all. If I'm our result about the result continuation, the migration efficiency we found using this approach here 60% comparison to AI for application B, which have the 50 service. Application B have a 75 services. We need to be the equation C, D, and E. If you found a higher, service have a higher accuracy in comparison to a manual. If you cover the migration quality, so migration quality in terms of the issue that we found less issue manual in 25 to 110, but here 15 to 70 issue which I found. Automation level, yes, the automation level in comparison to semi, it is increased regarding to a 40% improvement which I found that I will depict it in the graph and tabular format as well. Service decomposition quality, so that coherence score is a manual is 6.5 to 7.5, but here that is somehow increased better than manual, and that is depicted in the same graph over here. So over improvement is 70 to 20%, which I found. Blueprint generation efficiency, that the manual normally take 40 to 20 hours depending upon the application type. Number of service engine definitely require a more time, and the AI is 10 to 55 hours which can be generated that model. Result AI outcome performance semi-automated method, faster migration, fewer error, higher automation which found. Conclusion AI significance SOA to microservice migration, reduce 67%, 4x faster blueprint. Future work, explore deep learning model, improve AI predictions, integrate DevOps pipeline for the deployment of automation. These are some reference and studies which I use in the entire study, also a white paper of other things for the entire things. Thanks.
Okay, so
Okay, so question from audience.
yes. Can you please share the presentation, please, sir?
Okay.
Yes, the results part. Yeah. Okay, so this in the table, application A, B, C, D, what does it mean actually?
Sir, actually, I found a category of application because I use
Okay.
a multiple category, so I cannot mention the specific name in that thing. So we categorize this application for the research.
Okay, so you have categorized. Is it your means research article or review article?
This is the research art.
Research article. Okay, so if you categorized these applications, then how did you collect the data from each and every? There are applications are different applications. One is e-commerce platform. One is healthcare management.
Sir,
Uh,
there's a white block and things exist, right? We collect the data, and also I'm working last 20 in the same fields and application development. So we
okay.
collect the data from there. I'm working as an enterprise architect, so
Okay.
I have a
Okay.
knowledge of that.
Understood. Okay. So okay, and are you are collecting the label data?
No, we are getting a SOA UML diagram where you can say sort of level data because that provide a whole UML of existing application, or somehow there is a missing, we create bridge the gap and then we use for the pre-processing.
Okay, okay. And another thing, the AI part, what are the, how did you apply the AI techniques? Means, what are the algorithms you used?
Actually, sir, I use a different algorithm for the different things, right? For the clustering thing, right? I
Okay,
use a DB scan
okay,
and K means. Somehow I also try to use hierarchical as well. And
okay,
feature extraction, try to use a NLP and GNN.
okay,
And blueprint generation, I found good result in decision tree and random forest, but also use a support vector machine as well.
okay, okay. Okay. That things are actually not mentioned in the slide, so that is
Right,
why
where
I'm a little bit confused that uh,
that is mentioned in the paper actually, in
mentioned in
detail
the,
thing.
okay, okay, mentioned the, okay, okay.
But
So
if you see, I in the process graph, I mention some algo, right?
okay, in this
Like
process,
like DB
actually, that is
scan
not
and
actually
GNOS.
properly visible here, so that is why
Oh,
in
sorry.
result purpose it was not
Right,
written, so that is why there's a little bit confusion. However,
right.
it's okay. It's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vikas,
Okay, thank you.
is there any
Yeah,
word?
thank you. No, sir, presentation is very good and very informative also. So thank you, sir, for
Thank
this
you,
good presentation. Okay, and next presenter is Rajat Bharadwaj.
Good
Rajat Bharadwaj, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
I'm audible.
yes, yes, you are audible.
Just a second, sir. Sir, visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, sir. I am Rajat Bharadwaj, research scholar from MVN University, Palwal, and my co-author is Dr. NP Singh. He is a professor and dean at MVN University, Palwal. My topic is transforming India's food processing sector, the journey from mega food park to the agro processing cluster. Thanks for giving me opportunity to represent my paper at international conference on synergy in engineering, technology, and management. It is an honor to be here today and have the opportunity to share insight on development and challenges of India's food processing sector, particularly focusing on mega food park scheme and agro processing cluster. So the agendas we are going to discuss are introduction, objective, research methodology, understanding mega food park, its component, the status of mega food park in 2019 and 2024, key findings, challenges being faced in mega food park, understanding agro processing cluster, its component, its status in 2024, key difference between mega food park and agro processing, and agro processing cluster, the more viable alternative and recommendations and strategies for improvement. So, in India is one of the largest producer of agriculture products, and food processing sector plays a vital role in India's agriculture development by adding value to the farm produce, reducing waste, and increasing farmers' income. Strong food processing industry is essential for ensuring sustainable agriculture growth, addressing food security concern, and meeting the rising demand for the food security. The Government of India launched initiatives such as Mega Food Park Scheme, which enhance supply chain infrastructure. However, due to the challenges like the high investment requirement, land acquisition, the scheme was discontinued in 2021. But in the response, the Ministry of Food Processing had, under the scheme of Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, launched another scheme, Agro Processing Cluster, in 2017. So the presentation explored the impact of these two schemes within India's food processing sectors, highlighting key government interventions and their role in driving the agriculture economic growth. So my objectives are: first objective, to examine the current status of Mega Food Park project, including its key feature, level of completions, factor contributing delay. Second, to access the present condition of the agro processing cluster project and evaluate its future potential. Third objective, to propose policy level intervention and support mechanism to enhance the success of agro processing cluster within the food sector. So research methodology I have gathered the secondary data from the various source like government or reports from Ministry of Food Processing and other strategic departments, industry publications like annual reports and market analysis, public database from the media reports and newspaper, academic literatures as well. So understanding the mega food park, the Ministry of Food Processing have launched the Mega Food Park scheme in 2007, but what discontinued in 2021. There were several reasons uh, which lead to the discontinuation of this scheme, but the initiative aimed to integrate supply chain, reduce agriculture waste, increase farmer income. Yet today, the ministry approved 42 Mega Food Park projects. The component of mega food parks are the collection center where all the which was established at the gate of the collection produce, having equipped with the various equipments like weighing, scale and grading sorting facilities, pre-cooling storage units and transportation support. The second level get primary processing centers and is situated near the collection center PPC, handling, cleaning, washing, peeling, slicing and blanching of the products. Next level will be the central processing centers. The mega food park provides cold storage, packaging and warehouse transportation facilities. Then they have cold chain infrastructure, network of refrigerated storage and transport facilities ensure the shelf life of agriculture produce and maintain the good quality and reduce the spoilage. Then they have industrial floats, dedicated floats for food processing industries, encouraging private sector participation and boosting employment opportunity. Now, if we check the status of the mega food park in 2019, then the operational and the complete were the 7 mega food parks. 9 mega food parks were in functioning but rather required further development. 23 projects were under implementation and waiting for the further funds, and 2 projects were in final approval, in the process of final approval before implementation. So there is map I have designed to show the key difference between the implement complete and operational mega food parks, and map B shows the under the implementations. Status of mega food park in 2024. After the 5 year of the policy, the complete operational 14 mega food parks were the operational, 12 complete and operational, 11 were the operational, 16 were the under implementation, 1 under liquidation stage, and some were in the final approval. So this map also shows the status in 2024. The first map shows the complete and operational status, and second map shows the under implementation and the process approval. So the graph shows the status of mega food park, the number of mega food parks. So we can check here that number of the number of the mega food parks are still in under implementation, where the policy says the project should be completed within the 36 months. But even after the 5 years, they were still in under implementation stage. So the key findings was the project cost varied from the across state, like in Haryana was $21.5 million. In Maharashtra, it was 16 to 14 per park, and the Punjab 15 and Tamil Nadu was 9 million, approx $9 million. Challenges identified: delay in the land acquisition. The major problem was land acquisition infrastructure, which lead to the slow implementation and financial constraint as well. Now, the challenges, the first challenge was the land requirement. The minimum 50 acres of the land, contiguous land is required. Land dispute and high cost delay the project executions. And it was difficult to establish the mega food park in densely populated or agriculturally intensive regions. Penalty, delay, and the penalty for the delay and withdrawal constant. Strict penalties discourage the investors from taking risk, and SPV must return the entire grant with a 10% annual return interest if they withdraw, making exit difficult. Difficulty in attracting anchor units. So the mega food park must have at least one anchor food processing unit with a 10 crore investment. So it becomes the barrier for the many businesses, or we can say the small business investors. Required significant upfront investment from the private world, making it less attractive for the small and medium enterprise. Now, the fourth challenge was the complex grant release. The multi-phase grant at 30%, then 30%, then 20, then 20 create cash flow issues, delaying project, and slow funding approval and process delay at the financial uncertainty. Understanding the agro processing cluster, the government, before closing the before shutting down the mega food park scheme, they established in the agro processing cluster in 2017 under the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. Motive was the same: to reduce the food post harvesting losses, improving value additions, fostering investment in the food processing sectors. So they were also having the roads, water supply, power, cold storage, warehouse, and quality control units to ensuring better market access for the farmers. Each cluster is required to have at least 5 processing units, and minimum investment was the 25 crore rupees. That is approx 3 million US dollars. APC plays a crucial role in increasing farmer income, boosting export, and advancing India's food processing industry. So, component in agro processing cluster was much different from the mega food park. They have industrial plots, they have boundary walls, roadways, drainage, water, electricity supply, influent treatment plants, parking bays, common office, labor and security facilities. These are the basic enabling structures. Other than the core infrastructure have food testing laboratories, cleaning, grading, sorting, packaging units, steam generation boilers, dry warehouse, cold storage and ripening chambers, and individual cook freezing facilities. So the status of the agro processing 2024 was 33 clusters are in various stages in 2019, but in 2024, 76 clusters were in expansion process. So in 2019, $115 million allocated, but in 2024 it become more than double. That's $293.54 million. If we check the state-wise expansion, Maharashtra saw the highest growth from 8 clusters to 13 clusters in 2024. Tamil Nadu and Telangana had no clusters in 2019, but developed 12 and 5 respectively in 2024. Decline, the Haryana and Uttar Pradesh saw the decline in clusters, and Jammu and Kashmir there was no change. So this map shows the shifting of the establishment of the agro-processing clusters in India within 2019 and 2024. The graph shows the status of the agro-processing cluster, where we can see the Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu have the highest bar. The key difference between the mega food park and agro-processing cluster shows that minimum land requirement in mega food park was 50 acre and lease should be of 75 years. While in agro-processing cluster, there will be required only 10 acres, but only for the 50 years. Financial assistance if we talk about, the grant covers 50% of eligible cost in general and 75 in special areas with 50 crore cap per project, while in agro processing cluster grant was 35% of eligible cost in general area and 15 difficult area where 10 crore cap were the per project. If we talk about the withdrawal penalties in mega food park, if an SPV withdraw, the grant must be returned within the 60 days with 10% annual interest, while in agro processing cluster, if a project execution agency withdraw, the grant must be repaid within the 30 days with GFR based interest. Project completion timeline in mega food park operation within the 30 months, while in agro processing cluster deadline is 24 months in general region and 30 months in difficult regions. Selling and leasing in mega food park, SPV cannot sell plots but can lease them, while in agro processing cluster PES can sell or lease land but shared facilities remain rental only. Project executions, mega food park only SPV, special purpose vehicle can lead the project, but in agro processing cluster, anybody from the government body, private body, NGO, SRG, FPOs and partnership can operate the processing facilities. Minimum investment in mega food park, one processing unit must have investment of 10 crore but in agro processing, 5 processing units can invest 25 crore rupees. Grant release process is also much different. In mega food park, it was 30-30 and 20-20, depending on the project progress. But in agro processing, it was 35, 40, 15, and 10 in the reducing pattern linked to the expenditure milestone. If we talk about the agro processing cluster, we know that the mega food park becomes the failure. So what
Sorry, sir,
and how?
disturb you. Hello,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir.
Try to summarize within 2 minutes, sir.
Sure. Within 2 minutes, sir. Agro processing cluster require only 10 acres land, while the financial assistance was also much lesser than the mega food park. Grant release were much easier in agro processing clusters, and any type of agencies can work in agro processing cluster. So, what was my recommendation? First, land acquisition. Simplify the land conversion process and reduce land requirement, because land requirement in bigger states is easier than compared to the smaller states. Flexible funding. Instead of providing grant, provide them low interest rate, which make them forced to repay the loan. Allowing Make in India and attract FDIs, improve project executions and support for the small business as well. So the conclusion was the mega food park scheme had different progress, 42 parts, but finally in 2021 it was shut down, but replaced by the another scheme known as agro processing cluster. Thank you. And do you have any questions, please?
Any question from the audience?
So the question is means your task means whatever you have done. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is this task is entirely means survey based?
No, sir. It depends on the secondary data.
Depend on the secondary data, and
Yes,
how
sir.
do you collect the data?
From the various government sources and project reports.
Project reports. Did you analyze anything, or your methodology actually was not clear to me?
It was just a trend-based analysis, and whatever the data I got, I just analyzed and compare them with the two different years, 2019, 2024.
No, that is okay. But your analysis part, how did you analyze the data? Are you applying any methods? Any statistical methods or anything?
No, sir, not statistical. Just a train based analysis.
Okay, train test analysis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you used some algorithms for that?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, so I think that's all from my side. Dr. Vikas?
Yeah, as he says that there is no algorithm he use, so it is a little bit confusing that how you differentiate these two data set. So how you
Simply the
differentiate?
Yeah, simply when the projects are still in the process of implementation 2019 and they are
Mhm.
again in process of implementation 2024, but the government has issued notice that the project should be completed within 30 months. But even after the 5 years or 6 years, they are in implementation stage. So what there was some lack in the government policy. So I have analyzed that part.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, Professor Dhada and Professor Majumdar, I have to leave, but I think the last candidate is there. So, yeah, Anurag Kosik.
Yes, sir. Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sir,
Uh,
you can proceed. And just a minute. So I hand over the session to Professor Majumdar because I have some tasks. And thank you, Professor Dhada, again.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time, sir. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, Anurag Kaushik, you can proceed.
okay, sir.
Yeah, and sir, please make sure of that you please add that to the timeline, right?
Okay,
Uh,
ma'am.
yeah, thank you. You can start the
And
session.
is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. First of all, very warm good afternoon to all of you. And I would like to thank InnovaWorld to provide me the opportunity and platform to present my work here. So, as you can see, my first slide, here is the title of my work, or I should say the research paper, that is computation of tunneling probability and infrared absorption in semiconductor devices. And it will be like a more like a mathematical and semi-classical approach. So let's first begin with the introduction. So what exactly I am doing here is calculating the two parameters that are used in our semiconductor electronics, or I should say the quantum mechanical behavior of nano devices. The two parameters that we will be focusing in this presentation or in the whole work are the two parameters. The first one is the tunneling probability, and the second one is the infrared absorption in the optoelectronic devices, whether it is a tunnel diode or whatever the nano devices, FETs or MOSFETs, FinFETs. So our work will be in the point of interest will be only these two parameters, the tunneling probability and the infrared absorption. So so let's begin with the first parameter, that is the probability amplitude. And ultimately, once we calculate the probability amplitude, the tunneling probability we can calculate by the further relations that I am going to show in the slides, in the further slides. So what exactly is the like theoretical meaning of the probability amplitude and the tunneling probability? So the mathematical relation here for the tunneling amplitude, you can show here using, and this special type of integral is known as the Fresnel integral. It is a actually special case of Fresnel integral. The Fresnel integrals starts from the zero, and here is like x. The x can be any like real number, but we have here used the special case and used infinity here. And here is something that may interest us, that is alpha. So what exactly is alpha here? So alpha can be defined as the two times of mass and mass, and here is the rest mass of electron, and v minus e. It is something very important in this relation. It is v is, here is the potential barrier length, and is the energy, and h is the reduced Planck constant, h bar actually, and it is squared by the whole numerator. So if v minus e, that is our energy difference. If we are in this case, in this presentation, we are taking V minus E as very, very small. And if we are taking V minus E as very, very small, then ultimately our alpha will become high. So for the just listener's easiness and the computational easiness, we are choosing V minus E as a very, very less energy. So, and alpha is we are taking as 1, like it's for only computational easiness for the listeners and readers of the paper. So if we are taking alpha as 1 here, then the integral, that is t of x, will approximates and becomes equal to 0 to infinity sine of x square. X is in the domain of sine and it is squared. So here is the computational technique that first we are going to expand sine function as a series expansion of sine x, and then the integral will become like this. It is something that's that interests us, this relation, that is s of x equals to 1 over 4, and it is multiplied by 1 over 4, this integral. So here is something that I worked on. Here I have introduced the Ramanujan's master theorem, because the previous analytical relation that can't be solved computationally like with any numerical tool or computational tool. So it's something that we have to use take help from the pure mathematics, and I have tried to merge the pure mathematics with the semiconductor physics, or I should say semiconductor electronics here. So we will solve this further relation using the Ramanujan's master theorem, and Ramanujan's master theorem can be defined mathematically or analytically as this. Here gamma s is a extension of factorial function. I hope like most of you know this. It's in the S domain, and gamma s is the extension of the factorial function. If we can say n minus 1 factorial can be written as gamma of n. And phi is an analytical function, and their domains are numerically same, but a negative sign is introduced in the phi function. So if we can see any integral of this type, I hope you can see my mouse pointer, like this LHS of this thing, then it can be written like this: gamma of s multiplied by phi of minus s. And what is fx here is it is also a analytical function, a discrete analytical function, mathematically defined as this. So let's take actually the time is limited here, that's why I didn't add the proof for Ramanujan's master theorem, but in the the chapter I have given the whole proof, 2-3 pages proof of Ramanujan's master theorem, so solved analytically. So due to the limitation of sources right now and the time, I just move to the next slide. So we were here, this integral, and it take the form for like this, LHS of Ramanujan's master theorem. And due to this, we can write it as gamma of 3 by 4 multiplied by phi of minus 3 by 4. The same numerical value, just multiplied with a minus. So yeah, we took the help from the beautiful Ramanujan's master theorem, and due to this, we it converts to this relation. And now it becomes very, very easy for us, as gamma of 3 by 4 and phi of minus 3 by 4. These both can be calculated, or I should say computed, very, very easily. So phi of minus 3 by 4 is, let me move to the next slide. Previous slide, sorry. Here we have to see the fx. What is fx is 0 to infinity, discretely it is written analytically, minus x to the n over n factorial. And here it is phi of the n. So what phi of minus 3 by 4 is? This term. If you can see my mouse pointer, this term. N factorial over 2n plus 1 factorial. And it's the whole factorial. But the point of convergence here is n equals to minus 3 by 4. Okay, so we got this relation, and gamma of 3 by 4, gamma of 1 minus 3 by 4, it's a very, very general relation, gamma of n multiplied by gamma of 1 minus n. it can be written as phi over sine pi over sine pi 3 pi by n. It's something like this. It's a relation, and the gamma of 1 by 2 is root pi. Okay. So through the computing analysis, we have converts this integral to a numerical form, that is 1 over 2 multiplied by root pi over 2. So what exactly we are getting from it, like why we solved it through these analytically and pure mathematic techniques, is because our tx, that was our tunneling coefficient, tunneling probability, that is approximates to sx, that is fractional integral, and it approximates to 0.6267 up to 4 decimal places. And I would like to show you the graphical representations for these two integrals. It is cos of x square, it is sine of x square, and they both are highly oscillating integral and do not converge to any numerical value. I would like to see the Wolfram alpha results. It's a computational tool, and here we can see the output comes as integral does not converge, and for cos x square too, integral does not converge. But with the help of the beautiful Ramanujan's master theorem, we can see the integral converge at 0.6267. So due to the so what is the basis of this whole computation? We can calculate the tunneling probability in the semiconductor devices. If we do not know what is the probability for electron in the quantum value, so we can't design the semiconductor, we can't design its channel, we can't design its bulk materials. So we have to know as an engineer to know all these parameters. So it was the first problem statement from in this paper, and the second problem statement is particularly based in the domain of optoelectronics, that is computation of infrared absorption in quantum wells. And in this scenario also, an integral that is regarded as almost impossible and can't be solved through the standard or elementary techniques. And the integral is known as the wave function overlap integral. And you can see here, this is the called as the wave function overlap integral. Ix equals to 0 to pi cos of cos x minus sine of sine x. Here let this function as hx, and why exactly we call it as a wave function overlap integral is because the electrons wave function, like the initial wave function and the final wave function in a quantum well, when the both wave functions are merged, then these integrals take the form of like this, and it is regarded as a highly complex integral, and it can't be really solved using the elementary techniques. So we have introduced here the non-elementary techniques to solve this integral, and ultimately we will know the infrared absorption rate, and I should say particularly the wave function overlap integral here, and the probability of absorption of an electron in a quantum well is directly proportional to the solution of this integral. So in this scenario, the solution of this integral, or I should say to convert this integral to a numerical value, becomes very, very necessary for engineers or semiconductor physicists. So let's move to the next slide. And one more parameter we can know once we know the value of Ix integral, that is absorption coefficient. And here A is the material constant depending on the different materials. So let's move. Here again, in this scenario also, we have used the same technique, that is first the series expansion of cos theta, then sine theta. So the integral will take the form of like this form. And this integral can be compared to the Wallis integral, this W of subscript 2n and W subscript 2n plus 1. These both are a kind of special integral, special case of Wallis integral. But here is something that we have to note is the limit are from 0 to pi by 2. But in our original case, in our this question, the limits are from 0 to pi. So it's very, very simple math. Then the I of subscript 2n becomes the 2 times of Wallis integral. That is W of subscript 2n, and same happens with the subscript 2n plus 1. So here is the computational technique. Then again, we have used the Wallis integral can be defined as 1 over 2. Here B is the beta function. It's also like a gamma function that can be written analytically in the form of n plus 1 over 2, comma 1 over 2. And then it can be related to the gamma function. And through the mathematical relations and theorems, we conclude I of subscript 2n as this term. And similarly, W of 2n plus 1 as this term. And here is something to note, that is the I of 2n is 2 times W of 2n, and I of 2n plus 1 is 2 times W of 2n plus 1. So first we will try to calculate the W of 2n and W of 2n plus 1. Then we will multiply it just by 2. So as here I am having very limited time, so I will just try to clear you all So here we have calculated the W of 2n plus 1 as this. And why we have multiplied here numerator and denominator by n plus 1 by 2 is particularly because we want some kind of relation here. So after multiplying n plus 1 by 2, what exactly is becoming? Like by taking LCM, here the gamma relation is becoming like gamma of n plus 1 by 2 and gamma of n plus 3 by 2. So initially here it was only 2n factorial. Then after taking LCM, 2n plus 1 and 1 2 is introduced in the denominator, and this 2 is cut by because 2 is multiplied with W subscript 2n plus 1 in order to get the result of I of subscript 2n plus 1. So after solving these two integrals, now what we will be introducing is two non-elementary functions, that is Bessel's function and the Stroop's function. These both are non-elementary functions and used in the very complex integrals. So in order to compute, or I should say to make our integral converge to a numerical value, we have to use these non-elementary techniques. Otherwise, using traditional or standard techniques, these semiconductor materials coefficients, or I should say parameters, can't be calculated. Even through computational tools, these can't be calculated. So once we have defined the Stroop's function of first kind and Bessel's function of first kind, our first part of integrals becomes as pi j naught 1. And what is pi j naught 1? This thing. This is the general form of Bessel's function of first kind. Just put alpha equals to 0 and x equals to 1 in this general relation. We will get this. This is something called Bessel's function of first kind. And similarly, in the Stroop function, this is something called
Hello. Hello. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Please complete this within 2 minutes.
So once we have calculated the first and second part using the Bessel's function of first kind and Stroop function of first kind, our integral that was looking like this complex integral has become like this: pi j naught 1 minus pi h naught 1, where j naught 1 is the Bessel's function and h naught 1 is the Stroop function for the first kind. So we can calculate now beta, and what exactly was beta is absorption coefficient. So in order to obtain this absorption coefficient for the optoelectronic devices, and by optoelectronic devices I mean like lasers, tunnel diodes, and whatever they are used for research purposes in scientific laboratories by like advanced physics. So in order to design those optoelectronic devices, we need to calculate or converge our numerical value of absorption coefficient, and this is something we have done here using non-elementary techniques. So what becomes beta is a times a is the material constant depending on the different materials, like gallium arsenide or silicon can also be used using in the quantum well. So this becomes this. So we have here is the graphical representation for cos of cos x minus sine of sine x. So from 0 to pi, it is plotted using Desmos only. From 0 to pi, we can say that the area under the graph we have computed. So here are the notes, like if you want to verify or see anything. It is the beta function, gamma function. Here are all the identities and relations I have used in this
Hello.
presentation.
Please conclude your task now.
Okay, sir.
Please conclude. Yes.
So yeah, I want to conclude now. Like what exactly we have done in this work is solve the like two parameters, the tunneling probability, and second one is the wave function overlap integral. And like what's the use to calculate these all? Though the first thing is like it comes in anyone's mind is the like if we are having several AI tools, computational tools, then why to do these things by hand or manually? So I already show you the relation from the Wolfram Alpha, that is a very famous mathematical computational tool. Even it concluded that this integral does not converge and it can't be solved. But through the beauty of Ramanujan's master theorem, we have solved it manually by hand and converge the fractional integrals to a proper value. So yeah, that's all from my side. Like yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And these are the references I have used.
Okay. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So nice presentation. So I would like to your task, whatever I say, it is entirely based on the pure maths.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
So I just want to, I have no further modification on this task now according to your whatever you have done. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Still there are furthermore in case of means on the based on the pure maths, what I say that there may be some other scope of modification also. Okay, if you are doing it in pure mathematics, you have to means describe your paper okay in more
Yes.
much more theoretical manner. You need to add much more new theorems and new lemmas also to means your extra means enhance your paper. Otherwise, in case of pure task, this only if you are doing this one, it will may not be accepted in very good type of journal. Okay, so that is one of my suggestions if you are doing on the pure type of task. So can you just one question I will like to ask you that can you tell me any kind of application part of this? Where can you means use this task or whatever you have done?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I already mentioned like yes, I have merged the pure mathematics, but here it is more like applied mathematics. I took the help from pure mathematics, but the application here is in the semiconductor physics only, like in optoelectronic devices. During the quantum tunneling of electron, like how can the semiconductor engineers know what's the probability of electron? Once they know like in which discrete state the electron, the probability of electron is, then only they can design the optoelectronic devices, whether it is a tunnel diode, laser, and in several, it has also applications in several parts of quantum mechanics also, like to study the structure of atom in a better way, photons. So, sir, it's having like great applications in the engineering domain only.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all from my side. So
Thank you, sir.
now you can end your presentation now.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Now it's time to start our second session of today's second day conference. And today we have one of the eminent expert with us, Dr. Abu Bakr Sani Haluli from Seoul Lamido University, Nigeria.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Very good afternoon, sir. And thank you for accepting our invitation and kindly share a few words and some insights for this day 2 of this conference, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present as a keynote speaker at this very important gathering. My name is Abu Bakr Sani Alilu from Nigeria. I'm a lecturer at Seoul Lamido University here in Nigeria. in the Department of Mathematics. And my research area is nonlinear optimization. So I'm here before you to present my paper, to give some highlight or inlight regarding the application of nonlinear optimization to the real world. Thank you. So let me start by let me share my screen now.
Yes, sir, please.
So it is visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. So my title of the title of my presentation is some real world applications of numerical optimization, to be presented by me in the Department of Mathematics, Element University, Nigeria. So these are the outlines of my presentation. Some introduction to give the background of numerical optimization. And also we propose one of method in order to show how numerical optimization is applicable in signal recovery and image restoration. Now the introduction. Many researchers in the field of sciences, engineering, and other relevant areas are trying to achieve results in the form of a system of nonlinear equations defined by equation 1, that is f of x is equal to 0, where the function f is a nonlinear mapping from Rn to R, which is assumed to satisfy the following assumption. Assumption number 1, there exists a star, which is solution in Rn, so that f of s star is equal to 0. Because we are looking, in this area, we are looking the solution to equation 1. We are finding for x in Rn, so that x will let f of s to be equal to 0. In such a case, that x is a solution, and its name is star. Number 2, the function f is continuously differential mapping in a neighborhood of the solution S star. And also the mapping is Lipschitz continuous. Always we need our mapping to be Lipschitz continuous so that equation 2 is satisfied. Now let us define one important aspect in nonlinear optimization for solving system nonlinear equation. Let Sy in Rn be a mapping. So f is said to be monotone if equation 3, the inequality of equation 3 holds. And this monotonicity is very important in the real life application. Most of the application of nonlinear optimization, we need the mapping to be monotone. That is why this definition is very important in this discussion. Then problem 1 is called monotone system of nonlinear equation if f satisfies equation 3. The study of monotone mappings are practically applied in many scientific fields. As I mentioned before, some of these fields are chemical equilibrium equation. Solving chemical equilibrium equations can be very challenging because of the complex nature of chemical systems. These equations show how reactants and products balance each other in chemical reaction, including their concentrations and the conditions for reaching equilibrium. The complexity comes from the nonlinear characteristics of these equations, which can lead to several possible solutions and will be very sensitive to initial conditions. So to address these challenges, researchers use monotone nonlinear equations as a helpful tool. By applying the properties of these equations, they can systematically tackle equilibrium problem, ensuring that solutions constantly converge. This method offers a clearer understanding of chemical system behavior and enhances the accuracy of predictions and analysis regarding equilibrium states. Another application of nonlinear optimization is motion control. Nonlinear optimization techniques are essential for improving the movement of joint planar robotic manipulators and minimizing movement errors. These manipulators operate in 2 dimensions and require advanced control method for precision. Engineers can develop algorithms using nonlinear optimization to manage robotic movement. Also, application of these optimization strategies can greatly improve the accuracy and speed of robotic manipulators. This enhancement will allow for better adaptability to various working environments, ultimately increasing productivity and safety in areas such as manufacturing and research automation. And another application is signal recovery. Nonlinear optimization is a vital process in a signal recovery, as it plays a vital role in constructing and enhancing signals that have experienced degradation or distortion due to various factors, such as noise, interference, or signal loss. By leveraging, by leveraging sophisticated mathematical techniques, nonlinear optimization method adaptively minimize errors and significantly enhance the quality of the recovered signal, making them clear and more accurate. So this method utilizes nonlinear optimization algorithm to identify or remove unwanted noise from the original signal. This capability is essentially valuable in communication and audio engineering, where precise and reliable signal recovery is essential for maintaining high performance standards. In these domains, the ability to restore signals to their original clarity can impact the overall effectiveness of systems, leading to improved user experiences and increased operational efficiency. Also, image restoration is one of the applications of monotone nonlinear equation in optimization. Numerical optimization techniques are vital for storing images and improving their quality when they are affected by noise, motion blur, or compression artifacts. These techniques use mathematical algorithms to reduce the differences between damaged and original images. So optimization methods like gradient descent and regularization enhance image quality by refining details and reducing flaws, resulting in sharper images. This clarity is vital in medical imaging for accurate diagnosis and satellite photography for effective environmental monitoring. Additionally, these techniques are crucial in digital forensics for recovering visual evidence from altered image, ultimately improving the effectiveness of various applications. So these are some of the applications of nonlinear optimization to real life. So there are many, but I only mention 4 in this presentation. Now, the common least iterative scheme for solving that problem 1 is in the form of equation 4, where sk plus 1 is the current iterate, sk is the previous one, alpha is the step length, and dk is the search direction. The step length alpha k can be computed using any stable line search. And this alpha k is very important in numerical optimization because it makes the sequence to converge globally. Global convergence means whenever you pick your initial point on R, then it will converge to the solution. How far is the solution? So this alpha line search is very, very important when solving iterative method. And the line search is also DK is a search direction. Also, there are various methods for solving iterative method in nonlinear optimization techniques. One of the successful one is the Newton method. Newton method is a well-known method for finding the solution of problem 1, and it has the following direction in equation 5, where f prime of sk is a Jacobian matrix of f of sk at sk, generating a sequence of iterate or via equation 4. The attractive features of this method, that is the attractive feature of Newton method, is rapid convergence and easy to implement. Newton converge rapidly. That is why we say Newton's converge. The rate of convergence of Newton is quadratic convergence. So its convergence is very, very rapid. However, Newton method has the following shortcomings. Despite it is a rapid convergence, also it has some shortcomings in application. The shortcoming number one, that is drawback. Number one is the cost of computing and storing of the Jacobian matrix at each iteration. Because if you look at equation 1, we have the Jacobian matrix, and also we have to compute it. After computing the Jacobian matrix, also we have to take it as inverse, which there's a lot of problems here. Problem number one is Jacobian is a matrix of derivatives. So when you have a large number of large scale problem, so our machine will not store all the elements in the Jacobian matrix. For example, when you have 1000 by 1000, you have 10 million in trace. So this small machine we use will not actually accommodate this interest of Jacobian matrix. Also, since Jacobian matrix, the matrix of derivatives, we know that in mathematics, some derivatives has no analytic solution. So when it comes to that problem, also computer will not solve the analytic solution of such a particular problem. And number three, we are taking the inverse also of the Jacobian matrix. And we know that if the Jacobian is singular, when the matrix is singular, it is not invertible. These are all the problems of the Jacobian matrix. So to overcome these difficulties, Newton method has been modified by introducing Peace-Newton method in equation 6. Though in Peace-Newton, the only difference of Newton and Peace-Newton method, in the Peace-Newton method, we are only computing the Jacobian once in the first iteration. And in the subsequent iteration, we use the following Jacobian matrix to compute the subsequent iteration till converge. Although this method avoids computation and storage Jacobian in each iteration, except at k equal to 0, that is, except at the first iteration. But it requires solving system of n linear equation, which consumes CPU time at the system dimension increase. So still Peace-Newton method has a problem of large scale problem. When the dimension is increasing, we cannot apply the Peace-Newton as well. Now, a Newton method, another bearing of Newton's third method, that replaces the Jacobian or its inverse with an approximation which can be updated at each iteration. So to avoid the computation of derivatives in the Newton method, then some researchers develop interest into the Newton method to approximate the Jacobian with just a matrix BK, which has no derivative. So the rationale behind Newton method is to do away with the evaluation cost of the Jacobian matrix. The cost of the Jacobian matrix we have just mentioned. Even though Newton methods are derivative free, but still requires a computation of matrix at each iteration. Therefore, they are not ideal for solving large-scale problem. Despite the Newton method is matrix free, but it also requires a computation of matrix at its inverse. The same case with the Newton method. If Vk is singular in certain iteration, so it cannot be invertible. That is another problem of Newton method. So as a result of this problem of this matrix required method, the matrix free method are developed. So due to the shortcoming of Newton and Newton method, then conjugate gradient method are developed, where the sequence of points is generated via equation 4 and the circle direction dk is calculated by equation 8. One of the wonderful approach of conjugate gradient method is matrix free, so they didn't require any matrix computation. As such, they can apply to solve the large scale problem. So nowadays, most important aspect of optimization, nonlinear optimization, is to solve the large scale problem with less CPU time. So since quantity gradient method has no matrix computation, definitely it solve the large scale problem with also less CPU time. So these are some of the quantity gradient methods proposed by some researchers in the previous days. Like Fletcher and Reeves proposed a quantity gradient method FR in 1964. Heston and Steeple in 1952 proposed a method which is called HS, and the Folek, Riviere, and Folek in 1969 proposed the beta KPRP in quantity gradient method. And nowadays, a lot of people are using quantity gradient method to solve problem nonlinear optimization. Now, this presentation will look at the derivative-free method for solving problem 1 and its application, namely signal and image recovery with Quant-based constant nonlinear monetary equation through conjugate gradient hybrid approach. Also, we adopted in this presentation, we adopt the idea from the conjugate gradient method to solve a problem and also to apply to develop an algorithm, also to apply that algorithm in the application of signal and image recovery. So this is the method. Signal image recovery with Quant-based constraint nonlinear monotone equation through conjugate gradient hybrid approach. So in our method, as I told you, always we are looking to find the solution of nonlinear equation as equation 9. So we developed this conjugate gradient method as equation 11 and 10. So we want to apply this method we developed also in the real life application. So these are the definitions that are required in solving conjugate gradient method with the application. So it's just a projection approach. So this is the algorithms that we have developed so far. So now we want to apply this algorithm to solve the application in real life problem like signal, image, and others. But in this presentation, we just apply this algorithm to solve problem arising in signal recovery and image restoration. Now, application in signal recovery. A Quant-based on-constant optimization problem below represents the most prominent optimization problems in signal recovery. That equation 18. It calls a L1 regularization problem. So the main idea behind our algorithm, we want to transform this equation 18 into equation 9. And if you look at equation 19, this has been transformed by Zawel et al. To equation 19. And if you look at equation 19, it's just a system of nonlinear equation, where f is a vector value function and the mean interpreted as component-wise minimum. So Fang et al. Showed that the mapping f is Lipschitz continuous and monotone. So if you could remember that equation 19, this equation 9 is also Lipschitz continuous and monotone. And also equation 19 is Lipschitz continuous and monotone. So we can use our algorithm to apply it into signal recovery to solve equation 19. We are solving equation 9 directly, but indirectly, but what you are solving is equation 19. So problem 18 can be translated into equation, problem 9. That is our system. Therefore, our algorithm can be applied to solve problem 18. Then we use computer code normally to solve the problem in signal recovery. And also, we have mean square error in order to reduce the error that is counted, that has been encountered during the signal restoration. Also, we normally take the in the experiment, the size of signal is tested with n to raised power 12, where n is the length of the past signal, and the k is 2 raised power of 10, and the k is the number of observations. And the original signal contains 2 raised power 7 randomly non-zero element. So it's a sparse matrix. It has many zeros. And to highlight the efficiency of the proposed method, we test it against the existing PCG solver, because whenever you develop your algorithm, so make sure you find one existing method in the literature and compare your work with the existing ones to show how effective your algorithm is. But if you cannot compare your algorithm with the existing one, so one cannot understand how effective it is your algorithm, because it may be not as good as some of the existing method. But this PCG solver is one of the effective algorithms in existence. So we compared our algorithm, that is CSCG, with PCG, and numerically we have shown that our algorithm is better than CSCG and PCG, because it recover the signal with less number of iteration and CPU time than the existing PCG solver. And equation 21 is the stopping criteria. Since we are doing it iteratively, we must set the stopping criteria. If this condition occurs, then the algorithm will be terminated. Now, this is the experiment. We have the original signal, which number of non-zero is 2 raised power 7 with the same as 128. But if you look at the second bar, there are a lot of noise. That the measurement, you see a lot of noise disturb the signal. So what we are doing here, we are trying to remove the noise with less number of iteration and CPU time. If you look at bar number 3, that is our proposed method. The mean square error is 1.05 times per minus 5. This shows that the error is very, very small. And it is successfully required what the disturbed signal in 118 iteration. And it takes 317 seconds, 3.17 seconds in order to recover the disturbed signal. Also, the PCG, the method that we have compared our method with, also, it has successfully solved the problem. It has also recovered the disturbed signal, but with mean square error 3.47 times per minus 7 in 146 number of iteration, and the CPU time is 4.5 seconds. So if you look clearly, we can say that our method is far better than PCG in solving the problem arising in signal processing or signal recovery. Now, another application of nonlinear optimization is the application in image restoration. As I explained in the introductory part of this presentation. So also in image, we have signal to noise ratio, which is given by equation 22. So we are using signal to noise ratio in order to show the quality of image restoration. Furthermore, we have structural similarity index, which is abbreviated as SSIM. So the similarity index of the original image is 1. So what we are doing here, we have to make sure that the similarity index of our method or any proposed method, it must approach 1 in order the image to look so clearer. So This is the apply our algorithm to this problem, this figure too. If you look, we have the original picture, and this original picture is disturbed by noise. So that is why it is blurred in the second picture, first row, second column. That's the blurred image. Now, we have CSC, CSGS, and the SGSS in order to, so for image, we use this method. SGCS is also an existing method in the literature proposed by Zawel et al. So we compare our method with it. So this image, CSCG, is the required image by our method, and the SCGS is required by the compared method. So we apply our algorithm and remove the noise in order to have a clear picture. Similarly, with this figure 3, we applied the same thing, our algorithm and EDD and the MDDY. And similarly here, also just to show how efficient is our algorithm, we also apply this picture, which is LP mol. Also the same approach have been applied. Now, if you look at this table, we have figure 2, 3, and 4. This is the image sizes, number of iteration. So this is our CSCG is our method, and the SCGS is the compared method. So if you look at this table, we can clearly see that our method is far better than the SGCS because it has the less number of iteration and CPU time compared to CSCG. Even the similarity index of our method, though SSIM is very good in similarity index. Now the conclusion. This proposed method, it is fully derivative-free iterative method, therefore it is solve large-scale problems. It has no computation and storage of the Jacobian matrix at each iteration. That is one the novelty of this method, no computation of any matrix. Therefore, it has low memory requirement and computational costs. The CSCG method has been successfully applied to solve L1 norm localization problem, that is equation 18, in signal recovery, which restored the disturbed signal better than the existing PCG method in the literature. Also, the CSCG has been successfully applied in image delivery problems, which restored the disturbed image better than the existing method in the literature. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful insights, and nicely you have shown your own how you have done a research on your own image processing here. So that's really exciting and really motivating for me. I hope it's same for our participants as well. So thank you so much, audience. You have any question?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I don't have any questions. I would like to thank Dr. Abu Bakr to just accepting our invitation for this guest lecture. And it's a very nice presentation. And thank you. And hope we will be collaborating like this in later in future also. So thank you very much.
Also, thank you. Also, I like to actually thank Dr. Arunabam because I cannot be in this position without actually his support because he is my PhD supervisor during my PhD at LP University. Thank you very much, sir.
Excuse me,
Thank you,
sir.
Yes,
Sir, I have some questions to ask if you allow me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I am Anurag from Lovely Professional University. Actually,
Hello.
sir, I am having some doubts like what have you told presented in your presentation. Like I am having doubt in the convex relation techniques. Like you have proposed the convex relation techniques. Like how are they better than the gradient based methods? Like they are computationally cost effective also, like the quasi Newton methods, and even the non convex regularization in the like quasi norm. If we are taking from the 0 to 1, like in point 1 to point 9 values, it's really cost effective and computationally good technique, better than the convex relation for the like non-linear optimization. So sir, like can you just tell something about?
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. So I explained during my presentation. I mentioned that uh, there are several methods for, or many even techniques for solving nonlinear optimization. But I mentioned Newton. Actually, Newton is one of the best methods for solving the problem. But one of the problem of Newton, we cannot apply Newton to solve the large scale problems. As explained, it has matrix. So despite Newton is very good because it converges faster than the conjugate gradient method we use, but we cannot apply it to real life application nowadays because it cannot be applied to solve the large scale problems. And if you look at this application of signal and image recovery, they have a matrix, which is fast matrix. So if matrix is fast, means it has many zeros as interest. So when taking the inverse, because we have to find the determinant of the matrix before to take its inverse, the determinant can be zero because the interests are zeros in application of signal recovery and image restoration. So that's why we don't say that conjugate gradient method is better than Newton and quasi Newton. Actually, quasi Newton and Newton method converge faster than Newton because Newton is quadratically convergence, quasi Newton is superlinear convergence, and the conjugate gradient method is just a linear convergence. The convergence is linear in conjugate gradient method, but we cannot apply quasi Newton and conjugate and Newton to apply it in the real life application. If you are talking about the convergence only, then we can say Newton is the best. Newton is the best. But also about convexity, you know, we normally assume our function to be convex because if the function is convex, it's a safe landing. Because if the function is convex, every local convergence is globally convergence. That is why we normally working on convex sets. Uh, uh, so, in a nutshell, we use conjugate gradient method nowadays actually because it is very easy to implement and also it solves the large scale problems. Thank you very much. Hope I answer
Yes,
your question.
okay sir. Yes sir, thank you sir.
You're welcome.
Okay sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the audience? I think we don't have any other question. So now over to Dr. Arunava, sir.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Hello,
Yes,
you're audible, sir.
audible, sir.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. It's. I think there is no question. Anybody has any other question? No, I think no question is there. So thank you, Dr. Abu Bakar. It's your very good presentation, nice presentation, and a
Thank you,
beautiful
sir.
insight. Whatever you have given for this, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And also, sir, for collaboration, though is open for anybody who want to carry out research in this area so we can collaborate in order to
Sure, sure, sure. Yes, any
achieve goals.
collaborative is open. Okay, thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you
Abu
very
Bakar.
much. You're
Okay,
welcome.
so our Next participant, next presenter is Jyoti.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Please present your screen now.
Yeah.
Dr. Abubakar, can you please? Yes, is it? Hello. Yes.
He's still sharing. Okay.
Yes. Dr. Abubakar, can you please stop sharing?
Okay, okay.
कुठला सिलेक्ट करायचा होता?
Legit, now you can present yourself.
Is it visible, sir?
Still now it is not visible.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes, now it's visible.
Yeah, okay. Just a minute.
It's not visible now also.
Yeah, just a minute, sir. I'm just sharing it again. Can you able to see now?
Yes. Now it's visible now. But can you please? It's in presentation mode. Can you please present it in presentation mode?
Yes, a minute. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I think you didn't share the entire screen. So that is why
Wait a minute.
the presentation is not working here. So please select the entire screen presentation.
Okay. Just a minute, sir.
Then it will be visible.
Yeah, sure. 1 minute. Oh. What's about the entire screen? So now can you able to see it?
Now please enter. Yes. Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Okay, shall I start now, sir?
Yes. You can start now.
Okay, fine. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ms. Jyoti Martan Sedamate. I am a research scholar at Bharati Vidyapit Deemed to University College of Engineering, Pune. I am doing my PhD under guidance of Dr. Vidula Sohoni, madam. My work focuses on the structural engineering, specifically on the predicting compressive strength of concrete. I am particularly excited to be here at this conference and present my research topic on ANN-based prediction model of concrete compressive strength using non-destructive testing methods. So here are my key talking points. So presentation framework is as follows. That is introduction, literature review, methodology, analysis, result and discussions, conclusion, references. So let us start with the introduction. So in the traditional concrete strength, testing is very slow and destructive. So the research explores using the non-destructive test methods like a rebound hammer and ultrasonic test, velocity test for this combined with the artificial neural network for basically to predict the compressive strength of the concrete. So artificial neural network is a type of machine learning which can be used as a compressor relationship between the data for offering a faster and more accurate way to estimate the strength of the concrete. So basically, as we are aware, concrete is one of the most widely used construction material globally, and which is renowned for its compressive strength, also for its durability and versatility. Compressive strength is basically a key property of the concrete, which is withstanding the axial loads and the pressures also. Accurate prediction of the compressive strength is very crucial because of the heterogeneity property of the concrete. So in my project, it is explored the innovative approach for predicting the compressive strength of concrete, which is I'm going to develop a model for it, and for that particularly purposes, this approach is very important, that is non-destructive testing and ANN combination. So in a traditional method of accessing the concrete strength, which is more often destructive and which can be causing the damage to the structure, and for the test purpose, it also increasing the cost. So for the NDT methods like ribbon hammer test and ultrasonic pulse velocity test, I have included in my model data collection. So here are my literature survey. So in this slide, there is a literature survey, which is the summary of the previous research work on this specific topic. And as you can think, it is a quick look at what other scientists have already discovered. And the main topic is how to figure out the strength of concrete without breaking it out. And as the non-destructive testing and destructive testing are time consuming, so minimizing the time also, and by giving the approach of ANN, how we can use new techniques to calculate the compressive strength of the concrete. It is discussed in this literature survey. So in the first paper, that is the first study, we have seen the advancement of the machine learning, or we can say the artificial neural network, for along with the non-destructive testing for the prediction of the accurate compressive strength. Second one, in the second study, we see that non-destructive test, they are found the multiple non-destructive tests together with ANN and give the better result. They also introduce a new way to analyze the data basically. So in the third study, we can see here, they have used particularly the Sondrev method, that is a ribbon hammer method, which is combining with the sound wave, that is the ultrasonic pulse velocity test. And it is shown that the ANN with the method improved how well they could estimate the compressive strength of the concrete. So here are the key challenges, as you can see. So traditional strength testing has a limitation, so that the artificial neural network with a non-destructive testing data offers a better approach. Non-destructive testing methods like a ribbon hammer test and ultrasonic pulse velocity test alone may not be accurate, because there are certain problematic issues while using those things. But their combination, like ribbon hammer test and ultrasonic pulse velocity test combination with the ANN training, improves the strength prediction. So next, ANN based model provides a modern alternative to standard strength prediction methods. Also, it influences the concrete mix design in a crucial for ensuring the quality control in the construction point of view. Then a performance comparison between the ANN versus the traditional method also shows the efficiency, how the accuracy and efficiency of ANN can be when we are going to use it in a prediction of the compressive strength. So here is a methodology of my project. So data collection, this is a very crucial part, and this is a very important part. So in this one, gathering the data, relevant data, like for example, concrete mix proportions, we can say, or strength value, like a destructive testing test and non-destructive test data will be required in here for the input parameters in ANN. Then the next is the NDT data acquisition. So collecting the data, as I told you, that the non-destructive testing like ribbon hammer test and ultrasonic pulse velocity test, combined data will be required in here. Then after that, the data is collected, then it is pre-processed, and then the ANN model is developed. Then the training algorithm and performance evaluation is done for accessing it, the accuracy and predicting the compressive strength. And then result and discussion and the conclusions that will be followed. So here in the study design, material and procedures. So first of all, in this slide, which is shown, the outlined experiment setup for study of concrete. That is detailing how the different concrete mixes were created by varying the proportion of cement, water, and aggregates. And it is tested for the strength of like 7 days, 21 days, and 28 days. It is explained the role of each ingredients, like for example, cement, it is a binder material, water for the hardening purpose, and the aggregate for the bulk. And it gives the precise measurement to achieve the desired concrete performance, which is also illustrated in the figure. Then NDT test. In this slide, I have explained the rebound hammer test. This is one of the tests in NDT, that is a rebound hammer test. Schmidt rebound hammer test is particularly used on the site, and this method is assessing for the concrete hardness. Basically, on the surface hardness it is used. The test work on the striking the basically the concrete surface with a hammer and measuring the rebound distance. So it will give you the rebound number, and that will be calculated for predicting the compressive strength of the concrete. So here it is a higher, as a higher the rebound number is, the higher the strength will be received from this particularly equipment. So NDT testing procedure, we will be having the second equipment, that is ultrasonic pulse velocity test. And this particularly ultrasonic pulse velocity test is important point of view when it comes to integrity of the concrete. So which is accessing the concrete quality using the sound waves basically. It will be having, you can see in the figure also, it will be having the two parts, that is one is transmitting part and one is a receiving part. It is placed on the concrete surface, so it can be placed like a direct one or indirect one or semi-directly, and on the concrete surface, and the high frequency pulses are travel through the material, and it is calculated, the pulse is recorded, and it is calculated by velocity is equal to a length divided by time, transit time. So artificial neural network is one of the factor which I am going to combine with this test and going to give the predicting model, use of the predicting model. So it is trained. So this rebound hammer, this artificial neural network is trained using the rebound hammer ultrasonic pulse velocity test data. So in an ANN model, relationship between the input variables and compressive strength by identifying the hidden patterns in the data. Through the training, through the validation, and through the testing, the model is continuously improves its accuracy. So you can see in the diagram, here it is a network input. The input layers can be like a rebound hammer data or ultrasonic pulse velocity data, temperature, age, and grade of the concrete. So in the hidden layer, it will be trained, validate, and then the output, the network output will be given as a compressive strength. So this is how it works. So artificial neural networks identifies the pattern predicting compressive strength accurately. So unlike the this pattern, we will be seeing that there is a prediction achievement of the correlation is majorly the 90%. So here the adapter difference are like adapted parameters are concrete grades, curing condition, and material composition, which can be useful for this importance to give the importance of the compressive strength or to predict the compressive strength more accurately while using this ANN model. So here is a process of MATLAB as I am creating this model in MATLAB particularly. So this is a process actually. I have not mentioned or here my this codings over here, but it is a simple factor over here, that is a data preparation. Here in the data preparation, the collection of the experimental data is provided. Like for example, it might be a concrete compressive concrete mix, we can say rebound hammer, ultrasonic pulse velocity test, curing temperatures, humidity conditions, and we can say age of the concrete. and it is loaded in that MATLAB as per their CSV file. And then the correlation, like MATLAB correlation, like core C of function is determined for the correlation between the input parameters and the compressive strength. So how it is the correlation analysis done. Then we can see the visual correlation using a heat map also. Then the regression analysis. In the regression analysis, fit a linear regression model to predict the compressive strength based on the input variable. So that can be X and Y variables which is provided. So this is totally based on the coding system. This everything which I am explaining right now is in a coding system. Then the machine learning, or like we can say artificial neural network prediction, we can say. So using a machine learning model or neural network model, the prediction can be done with the help of the hidden neurons under it. Then the model evaluation. In this one, mean squared error or R squared error are automatically calculated in this particularly model. And then the visualization, then we can see, or we can see the various plots, graphs is plotted, that is the actual versus predicted values. It can be in a form of histogram also. And this is how the process of the model is prepared. So the MATLAB provides a powerful tool for the correlation analysis, or regressions, or predictions, or we can say the compressive strength of the concrete. Prediction is a major factor when it comes to a model creating. Then the next part is, this is an experimental result basically. As you can see in this format, this is an experimental result. You can see here it's a mix ID, that is a mix number 1. That is a concrete mix number 1. So here is a rebound hammer number and ultrasonic pulse velocity data, and the compressive strength, which is here. This is a data which is already from the cube testing casted from the laboratory as well as from the various research papers. So ANN model performance evaluation, right now I've told you about this MATLAB. So data for UPV and RH test, here 20% of the data set is particularly used for the testing purposes, and remaining 80% data is used for the training purposes. And for this particularly mean squared error equation is put on in this model, that is MSC is equal to n 1 upon n summation of actual compressive strength minus predictive or compressive strength the square. So as for my model, the training set MSV, that is error occurred is 0.012, testing set MSE is 0.014, and this is a R squared. We have got the set of 0.98. So as you can see here, R squared value 0.98 signifies the model demonstrate excellent predictive capability for estimating the compressive strength using RH and UPV result. So from a certain amount of the result, certain amount of the model making, I have concluded that AN is a particularly the perfect perfect tool to use this to predict the can be used for the predicting of the compressive strength model. So here it is the comparison. Now after putting this all the values, after doing the data pre-processing and after putting this into my model, I have received some certain data over here. So for the method for rebound hammer, you can see here the predicted value was 28, actual value is 30. Then the error was 67. So in the first plot, that is a RH, you can see there is an error which is little bit higher, whereas in the ultrasonic it is a little bit low. To artificial neural network, with the use of artificial neural network, the error is totally as minimized. So the combination of rebound hammer, ultrasonic pulse velocity, and artificial neural network is very important to minimize this result, minimize these errors, and to get an actual predicted value in a accurate way. So here it is a next one is a prediction of the graphs. The graph actually compares the three methods here, that is a rebound hammer, ultrasonic pulse velocity, and artificial neural network. It shows both the predicted and actual value to measure the accuracy. ANN has lowest error, making it most reliable while RH has a highest variation. And this proves actually the ANN is better than the traditional method for predicting the compressive strength more accurately. Then in the next one, the comparison of predicted and actual data I have shown it.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you just wrap up by 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. So here it is a graph compares the prediction accuracy of three methods. So here is simple, only the errors, error parts, lower the error percentage is shown over here, or higher the percentage is shown over here. With the ANN, how it is work out, and with the rebound hammer or ultrasonic pulse velocity. So you can see here also in this part, rebound hammer is showing the extremely higher errors, whereas in UPV there's a less errors. As comparatively ANN, there are many more less errors. So the next graph is similar to the other one, that is like prediction of the error percentage. So in this actually the discussion, the finding shows that the ANN, UPV and RH data is highly effective way to predict the compressive strength, while the RH and UPV test provides a useful information on their own. Combining them with ANN model improve the accuracy by identifying the complex pattern in the data. So using the ANN, UPV, RH data can increase the accuracy of 0.98%, and which will be minimal training time, and that is very important as far as this model is concerned. While the model is a highly accurate, future research can be improved in its prediction by adding like factors like temperature, humidity, concrete age, making it more adaptable to different conditions. So I'm working on it right now. So in the conclusion, this study demonstrated the combining of all the tests which I have explained in previously. So combining all this test with the help of ANN model can be with both the laboratory and field condition can be applicable. It can be applicable for both the laboratory and the field condition. An accurate strength assessment with the minimal manual interventions. The finding demonstrated that ANN model consistently deliver high accuracy even when variation is concrete composition curing condition exists. While the model have shown the excellent predictive performance, future research could define its accuracy further by incorporating additional influence factors like temperature, humidity, and concrete. So here are my references, and thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a nice presentation. Ma'am, can you just give the clarity? Can you just move to the this page 14, ma'am?
Just a minute. Can you able to see the screen now?
No, ma'am.
Hello?
No, ma'am.
No, screen is not visible.
No. Okay, just a minute. What happened? Enter screen. Share. Can you able to see now?
Yeah. Can you move to the page number 14 now?
Yeah.
Number 14. Ma'am, here in the last 2 points, can you just make a full screen, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. 1 minute.
You have written accuracy, and you have just before the slide. Can you just move that just before the slide?
Sorry?
13, slide number 13.
Yeah, okay.
Where you have shown the mixture. Ma'am, just can you move to that slide? Mixture of concrete you have done, right, ma'am? You have done mixture of 1, 2, 3,
can I explain you in a simple way? It is a concrete cubes which is casted on a site. So it, yeah.
I got it, ma'am. But ma'am, my question is that what about the compositions of those mixtures? Like you are using different mixtures, right?
I have explained here. You can see in this one. So I have got the.
And you are testing using NDT.
Yeah, I'm using the NDT method, right? But I'm using that NDT method on a cube casting, which will be having of M35 grade and M40 grade. So do you want to know the concrete mix design?
Okay, no. I just wanted like you have the idea about this mixing, right?
Yeah, I'm having a total idea about the mix design.
Okay. Now
Yeah,
after that, you are experimenting using NDT techniques, right?
yeah.
And in the NDT technique, what you are obtaining is
In the NDT technique, what is my
what you are obtaining using NDT technique.
compressive strength of concrete?
Okay. You are
Yeah,
identifying the compressive stress of it, right?
yeah.
Now,
Yes.
on which direction you are finding of the cube? Because if I keep this x, y, z, so which
Okay.
direction you are finding the sigma c of x, sigma c of y, of sigma c of z?
It's not work in that way, ma'am, actually. So when it is a rebound hammer test, even though if you're taking a cube, it is a 15 into 15 into 15 centimeter, 15 centimeter standard cube. So it is actually, what we say, the points are marked on that cubes, and on that only we take the rebound hammer test. In ultrasonic pulse velocity test, we can use a three type of method. One is a direct one, direct this wave passing waves. One second one is a semi-direct one, and third one is a indirect one. So it is totally dependent upon the how the direction of the transmitter and the receivers are. So according to that, also the variation in the UPV velocity will be changing.
So don't you think that in before in your literature you have also said it will also influence that mixing of the grade, like
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, it is.
uh,
It is. Huh.
and if you're finding there's a different axis, though it is a cube based
Huh.
on different mixing,
Hmm.
so I don't think you should take all the x, y, and z because each one of sides should have a different impact. The effect.
It is no need for my model actually, ma'am, because I am considering about the compressive strength. I am not considering it as a readings of rebound hammer test and ultrasonic pulse velocity test. I am only taking the reading as my parameters to predict the compressive strength. For example, if I am casting the cube today, and I'm going to predict the compressive strength after 7 days how it will be, after 21 days how it will be, and after 28 days what will the compressive strength of that cube it will be. So that model I'm going to develop. For that particularly purposes, I need this data only. It can be of any type. It can be of a semi-direct type or indirect type. So it is categorized accordingly, and then the parameters is given to that model, and then it is worked out.
Okay. And
Yes.
next question I have, like, okay, you have experiment. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And you have 5 different mixtures. And do this mixtures has any kind of like correlation or like kind of linkage?
Yeah, it is having it is a standard correlations. It is given in IS code.
Okay, based on IS code, you are doing this.
Yeah, it is a having even the rebound test is having its own IS code, and also ultrasonic pulse velocity is also having its own IS code. So for this particularly, if you're asking me, I'm using the IS code 10262 2019, I guess. So that is the code which I'm using for this mixed design purpose.
Okay.
Right now in the 2023, I think it is revised.
Okay.
Huh.
That's all question from my side. Over to Dr.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And yes, I have some couple of questions regarding the ML. So can you please go to the slide of the methods?
1 minute, huh, sir? Methodology. You
Methodology,
say?
yes. Not this
Yeah.
one, the later one, where the statistical analysis you have done. ANN. Yes, that one. Yes, 16. Yes.
Okay. Wait a minute, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
this one. Yes.
Yeah.
So I have the question is, first of all, you have data preparation. You have prepared the data. Correlation analysis that was also done. My first question is, what is the sample size?
Sample size is 15 into 15 into 15 centimeters, sir. And it is a standard size, sir.
Sample size means the data size means the
Yeah, data size. Okay. Right now, for my particularly model, I have used approximately 405 numbers of data right now.
405. Okay.
Yeah, I'm increasing it because of the bugs and because of this pre-processing process. Now I have could find 405 numbers of data right now.
Okay.
So the accuracy was little less, like 75 to 80% was accuracy. So as per, if I'll increase my data, the accuracy will be increasing accordingly.
Okay. So next one is if you means the variables. Okay, if you have collected different samples, what actually you are going to predict here?
Compressor strength.
Okay, so
Basically,
how many parameters, that is the dependent variable, independent variables you have created? Means you have
yeah. It is a different independent variables. One is ribbon hammer test results.
Okay.
Second one is a ultrasonic pulse velocity test results. Third one is a grade of the concrete, and fourth one is age of concrete. But right now, as I'm facing certain problems due to this temperature problems and humidity. So
Okay.
I'm also increasing those parameters right now in my model, and it will be giving me the output that is a compressive strength, a prediction of the compressive strength, sir.
Okay, understood. Next
Yeah.
one is after correlation analysis, you have written here a regression, and
Huh.
then you go to the machine learning prediction.
Huh.
So regression analysis, did you use the linear regression here?
Yeah, linear regression model. Yes, sir.
Linear.
Independent variable and dependent variable. That is, independent is mixed design parameters,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
dependent variable is a compressive strength actually.
Okay. Did you check that way that your data means linear regression fits better? Means is your data linear or non-linear?
That I have not checked yet, sir. I'm right now preparing the model. I'm into it only.
Okay.
So it is on the verge of the this one. So only the 405 data I have inputted it, and I have just tested it right now. But I'm not getting the accurate results which I'm expecting.
Okay, accuracy didn't matter. Okay.
That is accuracy is
I have
between
some
20.
suggestions on this particular figure.
Yes, sir.
Regression ML machine learning prediction. Okay.
Yeah.
So regression analysis, it itself machine learning process, it itself includes regression. So you don't need to separate it regression analysis and machine learning prediction. Okay. So
Okay.
regression and machine learning, it actually machine learning, it includes the regression analysis itself. There are different methods like linear regression itself is a machine learning analysis also.
Okay, fine.
So
Yes.
linear,
Thank you.
and other things. So you can mix them up. Okay, it will
Yeah.
be
Yes, sir.
reduce the
But
confusion.
yes, sir. In a regression analysis, I have made the Excel sheets
Okay.
according to the input and output data. And then the machine learning prediction, it is automatically giving me the output results.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Next one.
I'm so sorry. I have to write that data pre-processing. I have to write it. Regression analysis is not a correct word. Yes.
Yeah, data pre-processing. That will be fine, yes. If you
Data
write
pre-processing.
data
Yes,
pre-processing.
sir. Yes.
Next one, go to the table, that is analysis table, where you have shown the result analysis.
This one?
Not this one. After that, there is some another analysis where ANN and other values are compared.
Okay, 1 minute.
Slide number.
No, this is not done. This is only, sir. Actual and
Yes,
error.
exactly. This one.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I don't understand your table. Can you please means
Okay, so in the ribbon, with the help of the ribbon hammer
presentation?
data.
Yes, you go to the
Hello.
presentation mode. It is not visible at all.
It is not visible to you right now?
It is visible, but very small. Presentation mode.
Okay, just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Okay. Can you able to see right now?
Now
Yeah,
it's
okay. So,
okay.
can I explain it?
Yeah, just one question.
Huh.
Question is RH and RH means
Ribbon hammer.
And ultrasonic pulse velocity. These are not machine learning techniques, right?
No, this is not machine learning technique. These are the
Then why
parameters.
do you write artificial neural network after this, and you have created a table so that it can error for RH, error for this?
Can I explain it, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the basic ribbon hammer test and ultrasonic pulse velocity test are the traditional methods.
That's
For
okay. That
example,
is
yeah.
traditional method, but are they is a prediction method like means
No,
ANN?
I'm just showing you the comparison that, for example, if you are only taking the ribbon hammer test results,
Okay.
and if you are using this my model that in ANN, so it will be not giving you a proper results. It will be showing you error like 6.60 to 3.87 like this. When you are only using the ultrasonic pulse velocity data, then you will be getting the error like 1.56 to 3.03 likewise. But when combining this all three, like a ribbon hammer test, ultrasonic pulse velocity test, and artificial neural network test, you will be seeing here the errors are very less.
Okay. Yes. My question is,
Yeah.
RH is not you are testing ANN. You are using some data, right? In
Yes,
ANN.
sir.
But RH, are you using any data
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
in RH?
Huh.
Are you using a? Is it a database test? I don't think so.
RH is itself is a equipment which is used for testing
Equipment,
the.
exactly. It's an
Yeah,
equipment.
yeah,
Ultrasonic was also an equipment.
yeah.
So that
These both
you
are
are
the traditional tests.
experimenting. Yes, that were you're experimenting something.
Yes, sir.
But artificial neural network, it is not, you are not experimenting something. You are
No,
using the
I'm not
data.
experimental. I'm using this both data to predict the this
Exactly. You
composition.
are
Yeah,
using the both data. So that is why your table, it creates a means uh,
confusion.
not
Okay.
proper relationship between the, because you
I would.
cannot compare ANN with RH and ultrasonic pulse velocity, right?
Okay.
ANN is entirely different thing. You are using the data of RH and ultrasonic pulse velocity. Then you are
Huh.
using those data to predict your model with ANN, right? But your table is showing something else. It is comparing RH and UPV and ANN together, right? And error, whatever you have created this error
Hmm.
percentage, is it MSE or RMSE or R square? What is this?
That is MSc.
MSE. Okay,
Huh.
so that should be written here, MSE.
Okay, okay, sir. Sure.
Right. So,
Yeah.
this table should be modified. You are
Yeah,
using the data
I'll
of this
modify
table,
that.
and yes, and artificial it is totally entire thing. And also, you should use some
First,
other methods,
okay, sir.
ML methods,
Hmm.
which you can compare with this ANN, so that you can say that yes, this artificial neural network or some other methods, which one is better. Only then you can compare. You can't
Yeah, okay.
compare
Okay,
ANN
okay.
with RH and UPV.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. So I put it into a proper format, sir. Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Ma'am, I have one more doubt in this table.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now you have done five mixtures, right? So each of those five mixtures, you got different value of RH and also UPV, right? So
Yes.
when you are analyzing for ANN, you should
Hmm.
also get five different values because you are finding the error analysis for those respective mixture, right? Mixture
Yes.
one.
Right now I'm using only M35 and M40.
Okay.
Right now I'm working on a two parameters, which is M35 and M40 grade of the concrete. And as I've told you, it is having a proper IS code. So the mixed proportions are the same one. Only the data will be changing, can be accordingly to the RH values and ultrasonic pulse velocity.
Okay. Okay.
This
Thank
pulse
you,
velocity.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes. Any other questions, sir?
no, ma'am. Thank
I
you.
don't think so. Anybody else?
Anybody have any question?
Okay. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Jyoti. So you can now
Yes.
stop the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Our uh, next candidate.
Hello.
But yes.
Good
Yes. Yes.
afternoon,
Yes.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Myself, Prabha Bharti.
Yes. Yes. You can present your screen now, please.
Okay.
नीतीला हे phone.
Is this visible, sir? Hello?
It's visible,
Yes, yes,
sir.
it's visible. It's visible.
Okay.
Can you just make it a full screen?
Please go to the presentation mode.
Okay, sir. Is this visible, sir?
No, no, no. You please present your screen in full screen mode.
And
Means
please
share
complete
entire screen mode.
and please complete in 15 minutes, please.
Okay, ma'am.
So,
Hello.
yes, sir.
Yes. Is the candidate present?
Sir, I am sharing, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Okay, okay.
All right.
रुक जाओ बिगनिंग पूरा करना F5 करो Hello, sir. Is this visible?
Is this visible but not in presentation mode? Okay, you can carry on like this. Okay, so
Actually, I think he has not shared the entire screen.
yes, yes, that is why
And
it was.
the other side, the presentation mode is on, I guess.
You should share the entire screen in the Google Meet. Okay,
Okay,
when you
should
are sharing the screen, choose
Yeah, first
entire.
stop the sharing and then again share the entire screen.
Do not share the application. Okay. When you click on the present screen, click on the present screen, a window will be opening and there will be three tabs. Go to the third tab, entire screen. Then select it and then share. Yes, now it is visible. Now go to the yes. Presentation mode. Either F5, you can just press F5.
F5.
Not
I'm
now,
doing
just
F5.
go to this presentation and yes,
Okay.
now yes, now it's okay.
Okay,
Now
thank you,
okay.
sir.
Thank you.
Sir, this is the topic of my presentation. I am the research scholar of JLA University Mathura, intrusion detection in IoT network using machine learning approach with CIC IoT data 2023 dataset. This is the presentation contents, introduction, methodology, results, conclusion, and references. Introduction part includes the Internet of Things is a network of interrelated devices that connect and exchange data with other IoT devices on and the cloud. The Internet of Things describes the network of physical objects that are embedded with sensors, software for the purpose of connecting and exchanging data with other devices and system over the network. So due to this, the data of the which are traveling throughout the network, the intruder can attack this data. So intrusion detection is very necessary for the traffic which are moving from the network. Okay. These are the design challenges in IoT. Battery life is limitation, increased cost and time to market, scalable device management, data security and privacy. Deployment changes also include in IoT connectivity. It includes cross-platform capability, data collection and processing. This is the methodology. We have implemented these two models with the use of IoT 2023 dataset. This is the block diagram implementing of the both the models. First, we take the input of the data after we are using data pre-processing methodology, and after dimension reduction process, feature selection and feature extraction. After feature selection and extraction, data partitioning is divided, and it is using training set and data test set. After that, data partitioning, two models used here, support vector machine and Keras sequential model. So these model used for prediction of intrusion in the data set. After prediction, the results can be produced where the intruder can attack the data, how different types of data can be predicted during the transmission. This data set includes multiple attacks not available in the other IoT data set, enable to IoT professional to develop a nuclear analytical solution using data in different formats. To illustrate how these models are performing for each class tables and show the metrics for sequential model and support vector machine in the case of multi-class classification. Here 8 classes will be used. In this scenario, both sequential model and support vector machine maintain high accuracy with very similar results. Model evaluation include accuracy, precision, recall, and F-score. Accuracy can be calculated this formula, and recall precision F1 score is true values for the results for the generating the results. The results of IoT dataset 2023 is these are the table in which several features can be detected, and the label in the last column, the label shows this traffic is benign traffic where any data cannot be detected, and there are some attacks will be found. Attacks are found in the dataset 2023. For example, DDoS, flood data, ICMP, DOS CDP flood, DOS TCP flood, Mirai Grave flood, phishing attack, and acknowledgement fragmentation. These are the graphs where training of the data set can be performed, training of loss and training of accuracy. This is the results of SVM model for accuracy of 99.99%. This is the conclusion where accuracy, precision, and recall and F1 score were used to assess the model performance in identifying the intrusion. Initially, the entire feature set from both data sets were used in the experiment. Subsequently, the experiment was rerun with only the characteristics that were chosen and extracted using the feature selection procedure. For the data set, the Keras, sequential, and SVM perform better when using the feature selection and method. In the future, we can include more data set for the comparison of this data set and use more models for identifying the better results for the intrusion detection. And for the intrusion prevention, we can also include more models for the using this data set and the different types of real-time data set also. These are the some references, sir.
Okay. So, done. Is it finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 So I have some queries. First of all, you're based on your data set. Okay. How
Okay.
do you collect it, and how you pre-processed it? Okay. Is there any null values of your data set or not? And if there is, then how can you handle that one? And is there any dimensionality reduction did you have you done in this study?
Sir, we can collect this data set with the different IoT devices, just for example, Arduino and Raspberry Pi and Node MCU for using the sensors and different sensor using in the these
Yes, did
devices.
you
Uh,
collected it from any real-time experiment with Arduino or something, or if you have
A
collected
real-time
from...
experiment using USRP, universal USRP used in there for the collection of these data. And after collecting this data, we process the null values for removing the null values because we have found some various null values which are not using in our experiment. So we remove the that null values and unused values. After pre-forcing, some features has been selected for the evaluation of the different attacks, prediction of the different attacks, and these are the steps, sir.
Okay, which thing you are going to predict in your model?
Predict this, sir. These are the some attacks which I have shown. These are
Yes.
the some attacks we
Hmm.
have predict in the data set. uh, this benign traffic which includes which did not include any attacks, and these are the some attacks we have find in this
Okay,
data set.
attacks. Okay. Second one is you have shown some metrics, that is F1 score and accuracy and many other, but show your the final result.
So this is the final result in the graph form, sir.
Okay, I think is this graph you are getting from ANN
No, sir. Is the graph form SVM model and
SVM
Keras
model?
sequential model.
Okay, SVM model and
SVM support vector machine
yeah,
and
support
Keras
vector
sequential
machine.
model.
Okay, I understand. Support
Yes.
vector machine. And your the values of your accuracy, F1 score and others, and also the
Yes.
AUC. Okay, you didn't show because I think this is your classification model, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sir,
so
accuracy result in the form of precision and
yes, that
accurate.
precision. Yes, can you show that one?
Sir, table I didn't mention. Actually, I have maintained the result in the tabular form, but in the slides I didn't mention. But in the paper I have mentioned. Uh,
Okay, understood.
uh,
Actually, basically, otherwise, I can't understand that how you actually validated your model.
okay.
Okay, and how your accuracy came, and did you compare your model with how many methods you used to compare your model?
So two methods used here. SVM model. SVM model gives the accuracy result 99.93%, and Keras sequential model gives the result 98.93 results.
Okay, okay. So your SVM is giving us
More
the
better, sir.
more better.
Uh,
Okay.
in the conclusion, I have result the give the SVM model give the better result as compared to the
Did
Keras
you
sequential.
prepare the ROC curve?
What, sir?
ROC.
What ROC, sir?
ROC curve. Okay. So actually, basically, in this, if you are using this one, means that is classification model.
Yes,
There is a
sir.
ROC curve you need to generate for that.
Yeah.
AUC value. Do you heard about the AUC?
Yes, sir.
AUC.
These are
So
the sir, training loss versus
no,
epochs,
that is
and
I'm
this
not
is
talking about these results. Okay. Okay, ROC is you please check that matrix. ROC is there, and RC curve is there, and there is AUC value, which is obtained from the ROC. Okay, so you need to show that one if you are using the classification model.
okay, okay, sir.
Okay, and also
Okay,
there is a confusion matrix, which
okay,
also
sir.
you didn't show.
Okay,
Okay, so these things are missing in your slide. I don't know whether you are using it in your paper or not, but that are important metrics.
okay, okay, sir. I will mention. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question from any audience?
Hello.
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 Any question from audience? No question. Okay. Okay. Then Bhuprava, you can.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can stop presentation now.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And next, Tapanvita Saha.
Good evening, everyone. This is Tapanvita.
Good evening.
So currently, I'm pursuing my PhD in design from Lovely Professional University, and my co-author is my guide, Dr. Bigit Vivi. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Urban Planning in Lovely Professional University. So my title of the research paper is Bio-based Material Technologies, Alternatives in Interior Paints, Addressing VOC Emission through Material Science. These are the contents of the presentation today. First is the overview, literature review, objectives of the study, location of the study, instrument used for the data collection, research framework, data collection, overall analysis, conclusion, and recommendation. So first is the overview, where we find that nowadays people are talking about health, about environment. So it's a very big issue and the challenging thing also for the industry to come with an alternative. It is not that it is not available or it is not been marketed, but the problem lies that we are so convenient or easily with the easily available paint that are available in the market today, that we are not looking what are the health hazards this paint can do with us. And based on that thing, we can also look after the other alternatives that can give us a sustainable solution to this, from the, which can also reduce to the VOC emission and also CO2 in the environment. Next, finding the alternatives like bio-based paint, which has a natural ingredients more, like you can say linseed oil and other vegetable pigments or plant pigments are there, instead of using chemical-based or the petroleum-based ingredients in it. So it will definitely give a good health and environment for the people. So here is some of the literature review which has shown in this slide. Like Russo in 2022 has also come up that the release of the traditional petroleum-based paste that we are using in regular basis as giving like more VOC, and which is contributing great to the environment and health. He also propagated that water-based paint, which is a mix of again the natural or renewable resources like vegetable oils and other, is more beneficial in maintaining the performance and giving less, like 15% less petroleum content, and giving the boost and enhancing the life of the occupants who are using or staying in that space, because we as all occupants will be using the space, right? And people spend 80 to 90% are staying in that space every day we are using. So based on that thing, if we are not using a healthier alternative, issue regarding to the health is a main concern. Then again, in one of the paper written by Zaihong in 2019, he also reflected that bio-based resin filler is more healthier concept for environmental safety and user-friendly also. In 2017, we also find a max scale that bio-based plaster, we are talking about paint also, we are talking about the finishes also, that how effective it can be in improving the quality of air in the indoor spaces where we are living, where we are breathing. Okay. The objectives of this paper is to assess the indoor air quality of the two rooms and find an alternative solution to have a better life, or you can say healthier alternatives. This is the location in the picture that is seen. The red mark is the area, actually the experiment has been conducted. So actually these two rooms is a training room. One is a beauty parlor training room and the other one is NCC training room, which is used by the students or the learner, and 1 to faculties will be there. So the categories that based on which it has been examined is physical and the chemical. In physical, we see the temperature and the humidity. And in the chemical, we see the HCHO, that is a formaldehyde, PM 2.5, PM 1.0, PM 10, and the total volatile organic compound. This is one of the instruments that I have used in this indoor air quality monitoring system, which is very highly sensitive device, which can clearly give us the data of TVOC, then air quality index, PM 2.5, PM 2.1, and all this. And after collecting the data with this device, it has been compared with the government data, which has been set as per the norms by the Department of Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB in India. This is my research framework. First one is a review of the literature to understand the importance of the parameter of the indoor air quality. Second, the data collection. Here, two types of data has been collected. One is the real-time monitoring and examining of the room. Secondly, it is the questionnaires that has been provided to the users of the room. Then third is the data analysis, the comparison chart of the two rooms and what is happening. And finally is the result and the finding, which has been displayed in a graphical format. And last, based on all these results and finding, a conclusion has been drawn and some suggestion has been suggested. So first, as discussed, like the primary data that we have the real-time monitoring system that we have collected by using VOC meter. Secondary data is the literature review, and the survey question is also there in the third part. So this table that we are seeing in the screen is basically a survey question. And here 2 questions are only given, and 50 students has been examined for that. So in that, the first question was asked, whenever the student are using the room, do they feel any kind of headache? So in that, the yes percentage was 84 in the beauty parlor room, because in the beauty parlor room, it is painted with an inorganic paint, that is chemical based paint. In NCC room, it is painted with an organic paint, which is lesser content of the chemical. So the same question is giving a different answer in both the room because of the composition. Next, the same student or the same group has been asked about having eye irritation or any kind of health things or not. So in the beauty parlor, again, the inorganic painted room, we find 70% of the people are giving positive response, whereas in the NCC room, which is painted with an organic paint, has given 24%. So we can see a clear difference between organic and inorganic mixtures of the paint. This is the data that has been derived before painting the room, after painting the room, and after a week. So this is the temperature. So as per the central board, central pollution board, we see that 27 degree Celsius is a comfortable stay. Like people can stay in this temperature very comfortable without any health problems. So when we see the before paint, it is almost in that margin only. One room is having 27, that is a beauty parlor room. NCC room is 27, 25. So it is okay. When we come up after painting of the room with different types of paint, like after the paint, we can see a little changes. And after a week, we also find a little changes. This may also happen because the area that I have chosen is the college campus, which I am doing currently, all the things, experiment, is in a hot and humid climate. So the temperature may be up and down, or the fluctuation may happen. Next is the humidity. So based on the temperature, again, the humidity also lies. So as per, again, the central control board, we have 70% is the safe index. And we can see in all the part, like before, after, or 1 week, it is near about same, just a minute up. But that is not bringing any major difference compared to the other parameters. Now, when we talk about the next HCHO, that is the formaldehyde, and it is the main one of the main ingredients that is been used in a paint. So we see major changes. Like before, it was same, or you can say low, because the safe index is 0.1, and this room before painting only it's given 0.09, which is very good. But once we paint for the experiment purpose, we have seen a little increase in the inorganic room, that is a beauty parlor room, whereas in NCC room it's went below 0.9, and 1 week later the change after and before in the beauty parlor room is almost similar, whereas we can see a very drastic change in the NCC room. Same goes for this TVOC, that is the total volatile organic compound, that as per the government norms, it is 0.3 to 0.5 cubic meter. We can see the safe index, but before the paint, it was lying in almost in the safe zone. After the paint, we have seen an increase, especially in the inorganic room, and after that, we have also seen a great increase when it was experimented 1 week later. Same it is happening with 2.5, where we are seeing the up after a week or just after the paint. And again, the case is in only in inorganic paint, whereas the figure is been reducing in the organic one. PM1, that is also a concerning thing. The safe index is 1, but we can see how it is been moving. This is PM10. This also clearly mentioning that how the rise is happening. It should be below 40, but after the paint, there was a drastic increase. But again, a week later, it is in the borderline in the inorganic paint. So the overall index, when we consider the room or the quality, indoor air quality is good or bad, is that as per the data, government data, the safe index is below 50. But still after a week, we see in the beauty parlor room, which is painted in an inorganic one, is above 50. So there are high chances that due to this indoor air quality, the people, the sensitive people may have certain kind of issue. And for that, the survey that has been conducted in the beginning, like the eye irritation or any breathing issue or any other thing, has been proven that people may have little issue with all these things. So overall analysis that has been observed is that like if we are seeing organic things, it's much better, much healthier, because it is releasing less CO2, VOC and other factors. Whereas in the room that we have seen, there is a drastic and frightening increase actually. So we should promote, or we should see to the next alternative. So the conclusion that has been derived from the entire study is, since I told that the place that I am doing this study is a hot and humid climate, so it may happen if the increase of temperature or humidity is not under control, then the learner or the student or the faculty may have some discomfort. Plus, it is also believed that poor health condition like eye irritation or any other breathing issue may also occur due to the other factors, the other chemical release from the paint. And if we go for the natural things, like as discussed, linseed oil in the paint composition or vegetable pigmentation, then we can see a drastic change, and people should actually promote. So the recommendation is based on all this analysis that the ventilation should be increased, whether mechanically or artificially or naturally. Air purification should be implemented. Then research and development focusing on the other alternative which can give better result, better health can be promoted. Plus low VOC paint should be promoted. Plus the large companies should also be focused on that, and they can also be given some incentives if people or if the companies come up with this kind of things. So these are some of the reference and many more to go, which help me in this research study. Thank you.
First of all, it's a very nice presentation and a very good topic. So, no other questions from my side. Over to Dr. Aruna sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, it's a really nice presentation. Okay, so basically, I'd like to ask you one thing. Did you have you done only means collection of data, and based on the collection of data, you did some means analysis on the data only? Have
Yes.
you done any modeling based on the data? Means any
Mod
prediction model or ML type of model or any kind of means a prediction model type? Did you have any analyzed with AI or ML?
No, till now I didn't have, but in future I have the plan to do an ANOVA test or t-test based on the data, whatever collected. And plus, I have also currently working on one patent based on this only. Like if people are suffering, like if I'm having, I'm sensitive people and I'm the one sufferer of this kind of environment, I don't know the year which I'm moving into is good or bad. And by that, I cannot see via naked eye also, and I may have trouble. So kind of goggle is been like I'm just having the design thing till now, just in the proposal state or something. That is been, I'm trying to invent one type of goggles which you wear. It is like a night goggle type. You can use any time of the day, but when you enter in this kind of room, that goggle will check the air quality immediately, and the color of your lens will change. If it is good, it will be green. If it is poor, it will be red. And the data, like what is the level of the good or the bad, you can check via your mobile. So that is one of the like live model I'm working on.
Okay, okay, I understand. One question: if you are trying to do this kind of, if you means goggles means the people will wear that. Mm,
Yes.
okay. If any color changes happens, isn't it any problem on visibility later?
No, no, it is very light, very light.
Okay,
It's like the night goggles that we have. When the night goggle we wear in the morning, it's like a tint. It's not totally black. It's lighter tint. So the color will be very light, very tint one.
okay, okay. Okay, so your but work is very good. So I suggest my suggestion is if you go for the analysis of data in more means sophisticated way,
Okay.
and if you means apply some ML techniques. Okay, because all your data what I have seen you have collected, I think you have collected it primary as a primary data, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you used the AQI machine, what you have shown in the study. Did you use that one? And using that machine, you were collecting all this data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you collected any secondary data?
Secondary data is the literature review,
Only
and also the government data, like whatever they are suggesting the good year quality should be, like
okay.
the safe index part. Plus, since I'm working inside the building, the architectural norms are also taken into consideration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 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 exactly. So, based on whatever the data you have collected, okay, a very good machine learning model you can create it, and also you can means implement and you can create a very nice user interface, means a software you can develop. Okay,
Okay.
based on this one. Okay,
Yes.
and also you can means you can, of course you can go for the patent what you have what according to your idea, Google's idea, and also you can make a very good software like that. Means if you are having this kind of data, which you can propose as a also you can go for any project for that. Okay, your
Okay.
work, your task is very means real life task please.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
so
look into it. Thank you, sir, for the suggestion.
thank you very much, and so very nice presentation. Anybody has any other question? Audience, I think there is no question from that. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
thank you, thank you. Now you can stop presentation. Okay, our next presenter is uh, Gurjot.
Very good evening to all. My name is Gurjot Kaur, and I'm a scholar of Lovely Professional University. Hello, may I audible?
Yes, yes. You can please start presentation. Let's present your screen.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. My topic is circular economy and sustainable development in dual chain supply management, and I'm working in dual chain supply management. So here we will start with the supply chain management. Basically, this is a topic of a management, where we will start if we have any product, how it goes to a supply chain management. Suppose we will initiate some project by a manufacturer, and then it go to the retailer, and then it go to the last consumer. So this whole process come in supply chain management. Like as you can see, supply chain management is a process of managing the flow of good, data, finances from raw material to customers. So it is a whole process in this management, whether it is logistic, whether it is anything which we can include in management, and when we will supply something. So generally what is come under here, it's a customer analysis, storage and transportation, where you have to store and how you can use the inventory, purchasing and supplier partnering, where you can what profit you can get, whether you get a supply from any person, and how could you sell it, and manufacture and quality control. In this case, how you can manufacture the product so that you maximize your profit, and also you have to consider the environmental things. Then material management, and then inventory management control. Basically, inventory management control depend upon that how you can use a inventory for your products, and how could you manage your cost in this. And then demand and lead time management, what is the demand of the customers, according to that you can produce things. And how can you manage and retain the demand of customers? If the demand is changes, then how can you change your product and change your supply chain? So basically, the supply chain is two types. It is a linear supply chain and it is a dual supply chain. In linear supply chain, there is one thing. First of all, it is a linear economy also. In linear supply chain, whether you have a raw material, then you have to design, then manufacture. After manufacture, go to the consumptions. And on the other hand, when we will go to the dual supply chain management, in this supply chain management, there are two type of things. As you can see, here is a manufacturer, there is a core product. It can be two sides. Firstly, there is a basic feature which is known as a standard product. Standard product means that product which you will get directly from the shop and the retailer can sell this. And second, the customer can customize the product according to their need. Suppose if I have to buy something and I want that I need this extra feature, then I go to the customization. In this case, when you will go for a standard product, then you can buy it from retailer. On the other hand, when you go for a customization, you can use customization through the company itself. So company do the customization and then they can give you the product according to your need. So basically in this study, we will see generally what is the dual supply chain management, and the whole theory is based on dual supply chain management. Like in today's scenario, things are very vast and everything is online channel. There are two things: either the person can buy from retailer and either can go online. In the same scenario, you can go online by the customization also. So when we will do in online and this retailer channel, there is one thing. When we do the customization, it generally affect on the retail and wholesale price. Then there is it may be some reduce in a profit margin and all. So what we will try to do, that how could you manage both the things, so that the things are going to customization also, and the profit and the benefit which can be taken by a retail wholesaler, that is also be a valuable one. And there is in this scenario we have two type of economy. First is known as a linear economy and second is a circular economy. So all the things in this management system, if you will go with the linear economy, which is going now, like if we will buy something from some retailer shop and then we will dispose it. We are not thinking of using it, reuse it. So in circular economy, the major component is over here. When we are using something, we want to reuse it. Either we can reuse it by the product which is just we have used, we can reuse it again, or we can do some modification over here and then we can use it. So my basic thing is that we will use circular economy That is, we can reuse the thing in dual cell supply chain management, that the two type of management as I shown you earlier. So in this case, basically, when we are doing these type of study, it is a centralized product. There are the things is here. There are so many methods we can use, but here we are using a consignment policy. What is in this consignment policy or consignment stock? Whenever there is whenever there is a manufacturer, they produce two type of stock. Either they can make it in a stock, or other they have build to order. Whenever they build to order, it means they want that whenever the product is made, it directly go to the supply chain. On the other hand, when it make to stock, it means that the person need here some inventory so that they can go over the things. So in this case, what is happening over here? Here is a PR, it is a price of retailer. What they will do, what the manufacturer will do, the first case, they will produce some quantity and then they send to the retailer. In this case, in this policy, the manufacturer is not using their own inventory. They are using the inventory of the retailer. And what is going over here? The retailer, what they will do, whatever they will sell the product, they will pay such amount to the manufacturer. So in this case, the benefit of manufacturer is here that they are not using their inventory, and they are not worried about the inventory, the cost, the labor factor cost over there. And what is the profit of the retailer? The profit of the retailer is they can send and they have to pay only that the amount which they will use. So in this case, whenever you can see on a first line, whenever there is a production is there, they can send to the retailer and then goes on a second slot and then go to the, again it give to the retailer, and he will go in such a scenario so that the production can be NR QR minus this mathematical expression. Then this would be after if it reaches the maximum, then the retailer ultimately it lose to the last point after the next slot is started over there by the manufacturer. So this is a whole, and this is used for a standard product. This is not used for a customization. So it is in case of standard product. Now if we will go to the next, that is a online channel inventory. In this online channel inventory, we will use EQP model. In this model, what they will do, they will produce something, and according to demand they will provide to the customers. So here it is a second, you can see on here. After this, like if you want something in a customized channel, basically thing is that you can see there is so many features in phone, and we want something new every day because it is a human mind and they're not satisfied and they definitely want more and more, and it would increase the customization nowadays. And the customization will cost, there will be demand increase, and due to this there are two functions, like a demand function when you are using a standard product, and there is a demand function when you are using a customized product. You can see it is a mathematical expression where DR is generally basically a retailer's demand of standard product. It depends upon too many factors, like theta is the percentage of demand going to direct channel, and 1 minus theta is percentage of demand going to the retail channel. So I am taking 1 minus here because it is the total one generally we will take. And if going to the direct channel, it is 1 minus theta, which is retail channel. Alpha is the primary demand. So it is a linear function of here. PR is what? It's an offline selling price. Offline selling price, and alpha R is elasticity coefficient. So of course, if the price is increased, then it would depend. It would of course give the influence on the demand. So there is a negative sign. If the price increase, it will definitely decrease the demand. Similarly, there is a next thing. There is a customization selling price and a cross price sensitivity. So in this case, now if I'll go here is the demand function of customization product. So if whatever the customers, they don't want to buy online, they will add it over here. So that is a row. So whatever they do here, that is summation K from 1 to N, PDK. After that, there is a beta R, which is a customer's demand function, and ID, which is the delivery lead time. It is again a thing here when you will go to the retailer shop, then there is no need of time. You can buy whatever you want because there is no need of customization and all. So in this case, the delivery lead time will be very less. So in the scenario, you have a positive effect, and then there is a 5R and ID, where 5R is product differentiation, the elasticity, demand in retail channel. So again, whatever the demand can be changed, it comes over here with the delivery lead time if there is any. And then there is a demand function for customization product. Again, here it is a demand function, capital D into D. It is for customization product, and theta is here for direct channel. Again, alpha is a primary demand. So if again here is a demand, will be multiplied with the percentage, then it will give you theta alpha. Then it is a PR, which is known as offline selling price. So it is a common thing that if you are not going to the offline channel, now in this case, due to price fluctuation and all, you are going for a customization product. So there is an addition of this thing, rho into PR. Again, there is one factor, that is sigma k into 1 to n, PDK and alpha dk. It is a customization selling price. What does it mean? It simple means that whenever you add on a customization and customizing something, and it will increase your cost. So if the cost is increases, automatically it will give a negative effect on a demand. So again, there is beta D into ID, because if you have to buy something, you have to customize something. In this case, you need some time. So it's a common thing, if there is a lead time is a more, then person don't want to wait over here. So what they have to do, there will be a little bit effect on the demand. So there will be a negative impact over there. So again, 5D is product differentiations, elasticity of demand in online channel, customization, product differentiation. So in this case, what we will say, wherever there is a slight change from offline to online channel due to any reason, that is a 5D into eta D. So these are the two functions, which is the demand functions. After this, we will go to the profit function. Now, what is a profit function? Profit function, in this case, there is a two type of profit. Here is a profit of standard product profit, and then it is a
Sorry to
customization profit.
interrupt. Ma'am, kindly wind up in 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. In manufacturer's profit, this expression will give you the profit of a manufacturer, where CP plus IM, this is known as a profit margin. It is basically a thing when you want to buy something, there is a cost price and there is a profit margin. So if you will say come from a manufacturer to a wholesaler, this profit margin they want, it is written where the term of the manufacturer's revenue per unit of the time, and second term is manufacturer's total cost per unit time. Similarly, if we will come to the customization product, in this case, due to the customization, the profit margin is goes on increases. So here is a multiplication of the terms, CDK and summation of the term or the demand over here due to the customization. And then there is a retailer profit. When you go from a manufacturer to a wholesaler, and then wholesaler to a retailer, in this case, the profit margin is also multiplied. So in this case, profit margin would be CP 1 plus M squared DR. So these are the term which will include, first term is known as the revenue part, and second term is known as the retailer's cost per unit time, whatever the cost from the previous expressions and the calculations. Now, what we will do here, in this case, we want to maximize our profit. And in this case, we will use our numerical analysis method to maximize the profit. And because it is based on circular economy, in the extension of this, what we can do in a processing, that we can add over here one more term which can use to our circular economy, and we can use numerical analysis to maximization of these things. So thank you. Any questions?
Ma'am, have you added any references?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have a question that as you have created and customized equation, like customized equations you have created, right? For the customers and demand for the customers, right?
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you move to the slide number 10, I guess? price. These are the customized products and for the benefits of the sealing and other thing, right? So, like, can you just tell me for a layman to understand that why you are multiplying those two products?
Those two product
Like whatever you have signified each and every parameter, why you are like multiplying those products?
ma'am,
Like
if
customization, selling price, and price elasticity.
ma'am, it's a price elasticity. If I will go to the summation of K1, PDK and alpha DK, in this case, first of all, there is if someone want to customize it, है ना? So we are customizing, that is a price. Sorry, that is a price of customization. Whatever we are doing, we want one customization over here. Like I have taken example of this phone case over here. Wait. In this case, if I want to customize our one thing, then it would be just for price of one thing. And then there is a second thing. If we will add to the second thing, suppose I want to back cover, I want to change a glass cover, then there is a second thing. Elasticities means that the how much you can use a better product, according to that the customization, and it will change the total price of the thing also. So there is always a coefficient over there. If there is some fluctuation in the price and all due to the customization, then there would be a multiplication of these things, because there is a sensitivities when you are doing some customization over there.
All right, that's all from my side. Over to Dr. Arnav.
Okay, nice presentation. So I think the task was not completely done. One thing I need to suggest you just to go to the previous slide where the figures are there.
Previous
Linear and one.
okay sir.
Yes. Yeah. Linear economy and circle. Yes, these figures are okay. But when you said linear economy and compared it with the dual channel supply chain, it is the circular supply chain management and dual channel. Basically, linear supply chain and dual channel supply chain, they means comparison was not right. Linear supply chain
Hello.
and circular supply chain, this is okay. Means you can compare these two, but
Okay.
dual channel supply chain,
Okay,
it
sir.
can be compared with both linear and circular also. Okay, so dual
Okay,
channel
sir.
if you are
Okay,
using
sir.
another channel that may be in linear economy also, that may be in circular economy also, in both the cases.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, so there is
Okay,
the
sir.
only
Thank you, sir.
solution, and that's all from my side. Also, audience, anybody else? Okay, I think no question is there, so you can stop presenting.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
So
and
now we
our
have Kavya is the next
Hello.
presenter.
Hello. Yeah, Kavya team.
Yeah, Kavya and team, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll present. Is the screen visible?
yes, it's visible.
Good evening, sir, ma'am. So here we are to present a paper, Conversational AI for Law, a hybrid track approach to case analysis and insights. So here we are introducing a conversational AI chatbot called Loi, which is an AI-powered virtual legal assistant for personalized legal insights. So here we employ a hybrid RAG system where we combine vector-based keyword and graph-based retrieval using OpenAI's large language model, which gives you context-aware responses. So here we have processed real Indian legal cases from where we get structured legal informations. Now, when it comes to the motivation or objective of why we have researched on this topic and come to a conclusion is that we wanted to help individuals and common people and small businesses who are not aware or who are not a legal professional or does not have knowledge much about legal, with legal advisors, and they should be able to know their rights and clauses within our legal system. So existing AI tools uh, currently are designed for legal professionals and not for the common people. Our LOI system aims to provide access to real world solved cases in a much more user friendly and easy access. We provide personalized legal assistance based on the user's context and summary of what the user is talking about. We also support multilingual and jurisdiction specific support. Now, uh, so our legal systems in India are very complex, and common people are not much aware of all the legal laws and rights which we have. And our lawyer is here to bridge that gap and make even common people, or even people who are not much into legal side, have access to all these case studies and clauses, laws within our system. So, so here most of the chatbots, which even though there are chatbots, AI-powered chatbots in the industry right now, but those have struggled with accuracy and hallucination and does not have a jurisdiction-specific knowledge. So some of the existing systems we have is rule-based legal assistance, which provides very predefined responses and which is not much adaptable to users' queries or what the user is actually talking about. They have predefined answers for each and every queries. So here we overcome this by using OpenAI's LLM for dynamic and conversational legal assistance. And another is providing a very context-aware and contract reviews uh, by providing a personalized legal guidance and reasoning for each and every user query. So another existing system would be a search engine like Indian Qanun, where they provide multiple documents and case studies and the code findings. But these are not very user friendly, and it's very difficult for the common people to understand and uh, get advice on. And then comes our general AI chatbots, which, like for example, our chat gpts, grok, and meta bots. But these bots lack jurisdiction specific knowledge, and it gives you a legal advice on a very generic or an overall bird's eye view advice, which in some cases which will not be very beneficial for you. So here our LOI ensures that your responses are validated and provides a very accurate, and using a hybrid retrieval search engine, we provide a very jurisdiction specific and structured legal guidance. So so our paper is divided into 4 phases. Our methodology into 4 phases, and here I'd like to give it to my co-author Farik, who will be explaining each and every phases and how we have completed this.
So how do we build the magic system? So for better understanding, we divide the section into 4 phases. So in here, the first we discuss about the conversation AI. So if you go for any lawyer, there will be multi-tone conversation to understand the user statement. The lawyer may ask some questions about the user statement. Likewise, we create a conversation interface with the OpenAI LLM. So we prompted the OpenAI 4O model to behave like a lawyer, is showing some empathy and towards the user and answering the user queries. So as the OpenAI LLM is good at IPC section, so it will map the user query with the IPC section and provide what are the section the user may file the case against accused. So this is the first phase. So the first phase is just an interface with the OpenAI LLM. When we go for the second phase, so here are our major knowledge base. We need to collect some data. So we just went to the Conan website and collected around 120 Indian legal cases from the Conan website. After that, we just used the Mistral open source Mistral LLM to extract the sum of the metadata from the each of the cases, like the summary of the whole case And the key points to solve the case, the IPC section, quote where the case may be happened, judge name, lawyer name, punishment, on the source of the document link. So for every 120 documents, we done the data extraction and stored in the knowledge base. And it's on the second page. If you go for the third page, so as we decide for going for the hybrid drag retrieval, the data need to be stored in the good manner for better retrieval. So in the system knowledge base, we have 3 layered storage system: vector based storage, keyword based storage, and the graph based storage. If you go for here, so after collecting all the legal cases from the unknown, we will store in the database. After, we will use the Mistral open source LLM to extract some of the features, as I mentioned earlier, like summary and some key points, etc., etc. Then we want to store the data in the knowledge base in the particular manner for the good retrieval of the data. So, we are having the 3 database in here, like keyword, vector, and the graph. First of all, in the keyword, we will only take the summary of the case, and we will use the embedding models to convert the summary into embeddings and store into the vector database. For converting the summary into embeddings, here we are using the sentence transformer mini LM 6 L6V2 models. And for the keyword data storage, we will just chunk the data from the summary of the legal case, and we will store in the keyword database. For the graph database, it's still in the research stage only. So it's a very interesting topic to store how the data is stored in the graph and how the data is set up in the graph. As for now, we are facing some problem in the graph database, as I will mention in the further section. So in the graph database, graph is just essentially a collection of all the nodes and the relations. So each node will contain the case informations we extracted from the case, like summary and the key points, judges, IPC section, and all other metadata. And we use the relations like IPC section and judges and the code to make the graph database. So this is how the page 3 ends. For the page 4 is for the retrieval page. So for retrieval, if you go for it, we will only in the next stage. Here we are discussing about how the architecture is built. So we will only take the conversation summary between the agent and the user. Then the summary will be for the vector database. The summary need to be converted to embeddings. For that, we are using the same sentence transformer that will convert the summary into embeddings. Then here it will use the cosine similarity to get the top k vector results from the database. For the keyword, we are using the BM25 algorithm to get the top k result from the database. For the graph, it will use something called a cipher query. It will it will iterate through all the nodes and relations and retrieve the data from the graph database. After that, we will combine the data and give it to the LLM. So this is the whole architecture looks like. If you go for the working, first we start with the user and agent conversation. Then the summary will be generated. Then the data will be retrieved and fed into the LLM. The LLM will give the step-by-step procedure to solve the case and file the case against accused. So it is a whole architecture. Here we explain the whole the whole architecture of the system. So first of all, the user and the agent conversation. Here we as I previously mentioned, it's just an OpenAI LLM just prompted to behave like a lawyer. After that, when the conversation in between the user and the agent, the summary will be generated. With that summary, we will use the three retrieval method like vector, keyword, and graph, and we will combine the vector and keyword method. And here we are using some hybrid score to give the score to the retrieval, and we re-rank the retrieval by the combining of vector and keyword using the cross encoder. Then we give the combined result of the graph and the re-rank combined result to the LLM. So So we conducted various evaluation metrics. Here in here, we are going to explain only the performance metrics and the quality analysis due to some time constraint. So performance metrics, we performed 3 different queries and performed the metrics with precision, recall, and FF1 score. As we already know the number of cases collected from different areas, and we query the system with that area where the cases are stored in the knowledge base. So we know the what are the cases are stored in the knowledge base. So with that only we are going to ask the question. So the retrieval from the knowledge base was pretty good. Then we calculate the precision, recall, and F1 score with the formula. So in here, the precision means out of how many retrieved true cases are actually true, and the recall is how many true cases data the system able to retrieve the data. So as we collected the data and we know the number of cases from the area, so you can see the average of among the all the 3 queries 75 percentage is pretty good value only. So when we go for the second evaluation, so we store a lot of information about the cases in the knowledge base. So it provides a lot of information knowledge to the LLM for better reasoning. Instead for the existing system, if you doesn't provide the knowledge to the LLM about the cases, it will just hallucinate and provide some reasoning. But in our system, while retrieving the data from the real data which are stored in the knowledge base, so it will provide the better reasoning and to take the actionable insights. So we also serve the retrieved data to the user for better quality and legal data related to the user statement. So this approach makes the system reliable and accessible for user and even to the legal assistant. And the major problem, as I earlier mentioned, for the graph database creation and its challenges. So to create the graph database, we have only 2 methods. One is the LLM. We just need to provide the data. With that data, the LLM will provide the graph database. Otherwise, we need to manually create it. So we just tried the two approach in our cases. First of all, for the LLM creator graph databases, it's too heavy. The relations are not that much good. The node creation is not that much good. So the data which are fed the data is same, but for inferencing and retrieving and storing it taking too much amount of time for storing and retrieving of data using the LLM to create the graph database. If you go for the normal construction, we have planned like that. For each node, we will store the data of each cases with the relations of IPC sections, code, and charges. So with that, we can able to retrieve some data which are very good compared to the LLM. So in the construction of the graph database also, we are facing some of the challenges like, so we are only able to collect only 120 data from the canon. With that small amount of data, the relations are restricted by the graph ability to cover the meaningful pattern. And with the small amount of data, the retrieved result from the graphs are only suboptimal, falling to the delivery high retrievable cases. So here are the future work we are going to build our system. First of all, to optimize the graph, knowledge graph, we can do it by collecting the more than 1,000 or lakh amount of data with the canon. So with that, we need some resources. We are currently like seeking for the resources for collecting the data. Then for the multilingual support, if you come for the Indian, most of the Indians are like to speak their religion language only. If I were from Tamil Nadu, so most of the peoples we only like to speak in the Tamil only. So we are trying to like create the system for the multilingual support, and we also like optimization system by by scalability for larger data set. So yeah, these are the feature we are going to run the project. Then the conclusion is that so most of the existing system is just a rule based system, but in here we are storing the real world data in the knowledge base. So the LLM can provide the processor to the person who are facing the problem with some accused with the data which is already solved in the legal cases. So the novelty in our paper is that So instead of retrieving for every each query from the user, we are retrieving data for the whole conversation. So and then most of the previously existing system, they're simply storing the data without data extension to the knowledge base. They're just taking the documents and chunking and storing it. But in our cases, we are extracting the key metadata from the legal cases documents, then we are storing. So these are the novelty in our paper. And the and the hybrid track models ensure the structure and convex and the context aware and relevant responses to the user. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
First of all, nice presentation.
Yeah,
And
thanks.
yeah, so have you just experimented this work in the real time process? Like,
Yeah. We just provide our system to 3 users, not to the lawyers. Some of the users from our friends and from my family members. So with that only we are able to like provide the quality analysis now.
but three users can't be like sufficient to give you the real time feedback. If you give to the experts, they can give you the better way or better version of
Yeah.
reviewing your work, that how much accurate that you it is really in the real time scenario, how it is giving the data.
Yeah. So why we are not going for the legal the lawyers means, so we are able to collect only 120 data due to some kind time constraint and data resources. So we are collected data only for the particular areas like some drugs consumption, some house laundry, and some of the cases only. So with that cases only, we have told our friends to query the problems which are related to which are related to these areas. So with that only we are providing the evolution. So in the day-to-day time, we are also collecting the data. We will increase the scalability of the knowledge base. After that, we will show our system to the lawyer.
That's all from my side. Over to Dr. Aruna Basu.
Okay, yes. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so you have made software like that?
Yeah, we have made a software like that.
Okay. And you are using the GPT model.
Yeah, first of all, the GPT forum model we tried. We tried with the GPT forum mini and 4.0. So
Okay.
first we just prompted the GPT 4.0 and we also fine tuned the GPT 4.0. So the results are only same only. So here instead of going for the fine tuning, we also use a prompt to control the GPT 4.0 model for the Indian cases. And GPT 4.0 model is very good at the IP section too.
Okay. So and you means also validated and all the experiments are done with your model what you have created.
Yeah. So here the anyways GPT 4.0 model is gonna be like good only. So here our work is about to retrieve the real data which are related to the user queries. So with that we have validated with our friends and family members. So most of the results are really good only in that.
Okay. Is it your startup or something?
No. It's not a startup, but we pitched the idea to some of the members. They told that fine for some investors, it's a really good idea. So as we are currently like students doing our A semester in artificial intelligence data science KPR college.
Okay.
So maybe after finishing the college, we will try to implement the idea.
Okay.
We have already implemented, but for scalability, we need some resource now.
Okay, understood. Okay. So all the best for you all.
Thank you.
You and your team.
Thank you.
And now you can stop your presentation. Go for the next candidate.
Thank
Our
you, sir.
next candidate is Vikas Chumbar sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I am. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon.
afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Is it visible?
Yes, that's visible, and please make in a presentation mode, sir.
Yes. My presentation is visible?
Uh, no, sir.
No.
Yes, it's
Okay.
visible, but
So
the
presentation is
mode, sir.
visible, but not in a full screen mode, sir.
F5, sir. Just
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic of the presentation is the conceptual approach to introduce the rocket thrusters on airplane wings to prevent stall. So as an abstract in this paper, the stall conditions for an aircraft is conceptualized to avoid and prevent stall. Here I want to talk that it is not to delay, it is totally to avoid and prevent stalling of an aircraft. Mainly, stall occurs when the angle of attack is exceeded beyond the critical angle of attack, which means that the effective CLmax is further cannot be further increased. The stall is devastating conditions and one should consider it for efficient flight. However, VN diagram assists for structural failure and stall conditions, but the main point of consideration in this paper is both the conditions when the stall occurs either by high angle of attack and any other say gust conditions. A method of stall prevention is introduced when an airfoil experiences a high positive angle of attack. It is not about the negative angle of attack, it is only about the positive angle of attack so that we can prevent the boundary layer separation. As an introduction, as we know the only conditions liable for stalling of aircraft wings and are an increment in the angle of attack beyond the critical angle and instability due to gusts. In that conditions, aircraft wings may show abrupt behavior and may lead to the total stall conditions for an aircraft. In that particular condition, it would be very difficult to handle the controls and bring the aircraft to a stable position. But this happening can be prevented by using some mechanisms and thrusters. So this is the main topic of this presentation and the paper. The concept of preventing stalling is with some use of rocket thrusters to the aircraft. Like we have seen in rockets that they have number of thrusters to sail the rocket in particular direction in the space. So the idea of teaching about rocket thrusters in the application of aircraft wing is from the space. The same concept can be used in aeroplanes to prevent stalling and other aerodynamic abruptions. So by the nomenclature, and these are the forces on airfoil. As we have a figure of an airfoil in which we have a chord line, then we have a relative wind, and the angle between chord line and the relative wind is known as angle of attack. Then due to this relative wind and the angle of attack, we have a lift and drag. But lift and drag, there is a resultant force which will be in between at lift and drag. Then these forces occurs at the center of pressure. This is the mechanism of lift generation on a standard airfoil. So we were talking about the stalling. This is what stall actually means. Here we have three airfoils. One airfoil is at 6 degree angle of attack, and there is a steady flow over it. And another airfoil we have a 15 degree, and the third one is at 25 degree. At 6 degree, we are watching that we have a steady flow over the airfoil at the upper and the lower part of the airfoil. And but at the 15 degree, we have a little bit separated flow at the aft end of the airfoil. And at 25 degree, which is relatively very high angle of attack as compared to 6 degree, and we have a more separated flow at the aft end and the upper portion of the airfoil. Due to this, this condition that when this separated flow gets higher, obviously due to this our left lift can be achieved, but due to it might be 25-degree, might be a critical angle of attack for a particular airfoil. So it means we cannot further increase the 25-degree, and further increment in this 25-degree can stall the airfoil. So, but by any condition, maybe due to gust or maybe due to any other perturbations, if it gets greater than 25-degree, our airfoil or airplane can get stalled. To prevent this, they conceptualize a new idea of the application of the rocket thrusters on the airfoil at the upper end of the airfoil. This is the literature view that is done so far, and in the literature view, we have also the test performed is also considered. Parameters evaluated are also considered, and to make this presentation actually short, so only a few literatures are included in this PPT. Some of the papers are taken from 2008, and the latest one is from 2021, in which thrust vector controlling application is also studied. So actually this concept is a mixture of many sciences that is being used in the aeronautics and the aerospace field. So this is the research gap. As of now, focus is given to optimize the airfoils only to increase the critical Mach number. Some optimizations are done to enhance the wing structure and reallocate on-off jet engines to optimize the overall stall point. Primarily, the airfoil and wing optimization is so done till the date so that fuel efficiency can be increased. It is like very few concentrations are applied to increase the stall angle alone. Mean to say, primarily the fuel efficiency is focused. Along with fuel efficiency, stall can be a further point for the scientists or the engineers when they are doing CFD simulation or the pre-flight test. But not primarily they have done any single work to prevent the 100% stall condition. So in the next, Fogler flaps configuration is used to re-energize the boundary layer separation in high angle of attack. But again, deploying flaps in such a case can again contribute to the stalling rather than prevention. Only calculations-based studies are proposed to prevent stall using synthetic jets, but not a practical test or prototype test carried out for application of synthetic jets or rocket-based jets to prevent stall. These are the objectives: to conceptualize the idea of application of rocket jets with gimbal mechanism to prevent stall in adverse boundary layer separation or pressure gradient. Second one is to energize the airspace of separated flow passed over airfoil by short-term application of thrusters. Third one is to introduce the idea of application of gyroscopic-based thrusters for thrust vector controlling for automatic action against stall prevention at high angle of attack. When actually the third one is the new entry in this concept that we can use the gyroscopic-based thrusters rather than using normal thrusters, which is just a rocket thruster, but gyroscopic will make it to the another elevated point that it will be working according to the gyroscopic action. It may be digital or mechanical one. Then this is the method of installation and guidance. The proposed method of stall prevent mechanism using rocket thrusters with an attached gimbal nozzle can be installed over the fuselage with an automatic retractable mechanism. The automatic deploy mechanism will have one advantage in reducing drag coefficient due to even and smooth fuselage surface. The retractable mechanism is just like a landing gear of a normal airplane. The system will be connected to a central data computer, which will be programmed according to the various critical conditions like stall, critical angle of attack, the maximum value of lift, right? The system will be totally based on the gyroscope input functions and the pre-programmed data value in the computer that will be fed by the aircraft manufacturer and the at the time of the testing, that what are the real-time readings that will be working according to that. Then in continuation, the gimbal position values at a particular instance of a high angle of attack should be calibrated according to the datum reference of the equilibrium positions. The deployment of thrusters will totally depend upon the set of values and will act according to the situation of the stall. The position of thruster should be so chosen that it creates moment reaction about the center of gravity of the airfoil. That is a point where one should be where one should consider that it should be just at the CG, because we have to maintain the CG when abrupt conditions would be there. This will tend the airfoil to return to its original position at a critical angle of attack. This could be the mechanism of synthetic jet production from the airfoil. CG of an airfoil is the main area of concentration to achieve all other movements and reactions on an airfoil. CG plays an important role in the longitudinal and lateral stabilities of an airplane, and in this CG is so repeated because it is the only CG in a flying object which will be stabilized in the dynamic as well as a static way. Here it is here airfoil is given with a number of arrows just at the CG, so-called CG at this point. This is the proposed location of jet thruster on an airfoil. So when stalling, the case of stalling will occur. This is how an airfoil thruster will provide the thrust, like in a black arrows. And in this, eta denotes the streamwise direction. The eta is cross section of direction. H jet is the jet width. Theta jet is the jet angle between the airfoil surface and jet thruster. U infinity is the free stream velocity. So only few proposed parameters are given that while conceptualizing this idea, that these parameters cannot be ignored once this conceptualized phase will be in a practical form. Now this is the method of installation, that we have an airfoil skin, then we have a cavity of the wing, and from the cavity of the wing, jet is being sprayed out from the orifice. So this is thrust vectoring and controlling. The advantage of gimbaled nozzle is that it can be used in thrust vectoring and controlling operation of a rocket. The same phenomena can be used as a modern approach for the stall preventive mechanism in commercial and other airplanes. In picture, we have a nozzle. Nozzle is at some angle from the horizontal reference of line. This is what gimbaling is known as. So nozzle can be given with any degree of freedom about the horizontal axis of rotation. The primary motive for the gimbal nozzle to be applied in an aeroplane is to prevent the stall, which is occurring due to adverse gusts or large angle of attack. Like in a rocket, the thrust vector mechanism will be equipped with some propellant, which will be attached with the nozzle as a propellant tank. The suggested propellant types should be liquid propellant due to high specific impulse and the controlled fuel flow. Action of jet thrusters with gyroscope. The thrust mechanism attached with the gimbal for the gyroscopic action of the thruster. It will help the thrust to stay in an equilibrium position in which it was installed concerning the airfoil surface. But the thrust vectoring is only allowed to some angle, say theta jet. Theta jet is the primary parameter one should consider while in a practical form of this conceptualized idea, when necessary action is required to attempt prevention of stall of the airfoil. The gyroscope needs to be calibrated in reference to its null position to carry out the exact exhaust angle of the jet in critical conditions. Although here the jet thruster would be accompanied by gyroscope, but when there is no use of this jet thruster or normal flying is there, the gyroscope should be in the null position so that it can be calibrated according to the gyroscope or the feed given by the central data computer. So in conclusion, The idea of introducing the jet thruster for the prevention of stall of the airplane has presented with the necessary design conditions. Introduction of the hardware can reduce the devastating conditions while in flight. This idea also expands the vision for new design approach configuration for the airplanes. Airplanes also make challenging engineering application in this regard, as the gimbling of the nozzle is already used by various airplanes and rockets, but using the same nozzle method with advanced gyroscopic technology will enhance the stability and auto working of the device to prevent stall. This will enhance the overall efficiency of the flight with the cost of one hardware with the one cost of one hardware only. The particular values, efficiency, and other factors can only be detailed once it got applied and tested for practical use, since it is a conceptual paper, but it will not limit the airplane from higher angle of attack and other devastating conditions due to maneuvering or atmospheric conditions while in flight. So these are the references, and thank you. Any questions?
Dr. Arunava, sir?
Yes, yes. Yes, nice presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Right now, anybody else from the audience having any question?
I have one particular suggestion. First of all, the concept is really good. That you have said the thrusters with the gyroscopic, with the introducing only one small element, the things will be done. And it can also introduce in the rocket, also in the aircraft, right?
Yes.
But if we can make some CAD models or such kind of systematic when it comes to an conceptual approach, right? Have a
Yes,
better
yes, yes, sure. Yes, that will be giving a clear view. Yes, sure.
conceptual design, whatever you have, just make the layout. And
Yes,
this is
sure.
a suggestion from my side.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure. Can I stop?
Yes, Arunava sir, you have any question?
No, ma'am. I don't have any question now. Good presentation, sir. Okay, so I think no question from the audience also. Okay, so yes, sir. Then hello, am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
So I think we can let's invite the next presenter now.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Next
ma'am. Thank you, sir.
presentation, Monica.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. You're audible.
So can you able to see my presentation now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all gathered here. Myself, Monica, PhD Research Scholar, Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science for Women, Coimbatore. My presentation is on the research topic, a multi-hop relay node selection using stochastic learning automata in inter, and intra-cluster routing algorithm for multi-hop WSN. So this is the agenda for today's session: introduction, literature survey, existing work, proposed work, result analysis, conclusion, and references. So first, let you know what is meant by wireless sensor networks. So wireless sensor networks is like a communication network where the nodes are located in various parts of the network, and all the nodes in the network are responsible for sending data to the base station. So the base station will be available at other end, and the nodes in the network will send data to the base station. So normally all the nodes in the network can send data to the base station, but it is not a efficient one, because if the nodes are sending data to the base station means energy, particular amount of energy will be consumed for the transmission of data. If all the nodes are trying to send data means the more energy will be wasted. So that is the main point. That is the only reason here the clustering exists. So clustering is the concept of creating clusters in the network, and the nodes in the cluster will be selected as a cluster head,
and the cluster head will be collecting the data from the other cluster members, and finally it will send the data to the base station. If the cluster head is present near the base station, means it will directly send the data to the base station, or if it is far away from the base station, means it will select another one cluster head and the data will be transmitted to the second cluster head, and it will transfer to some other cluster head, and finally it will the data will be reached to the base station. So this is known as multi-hop routing. So my research study is based on multi-hop routing, where the cluster head will be collecting data and transmitting data to various clusters, and finally the data will be sent to the base station. So for clustering itself, we have many of the algorithms for selecting the data as the cluster. So for selecting the node as the cluster head, basically the nodes can be selected based on the distance from the base station or the energy available in their node, energy available in the node. So many constraints are there. So we have many algorithms for this. So the main drawback of in wireless sensor network is if the data, while the data is transmitted to the base station, I already told you more energy will be consumed. So if the energy is consumed and we don't have any options to recharge the sensor nodes, so that the nodes will be sent to the dead state. So that node cannot be able to transmit the data further. So that is the main reason we are focusing on energy consumption to make the node to available for more number of more time. So it should be sustained in the network for longer duration. So these are all the literature survey on different different algorithms and studies based on energy consumption in wireless sensor networks. And I have taken papers from various years, and some of the algorithms are dual mode intercluster and intercluster energy minimization approach, where this approach consider two types. One is intra-cluster and intercluster. In intercluster, the cluster head will be selected based on random function, and the data will be collected by the cluster head, and finally it will select the best path. For example, if there are 4 different paths for sending the data to the base station, means it will select any one path based on the energy available in all the networks, and finally it will send the data to the base station. So that is the strategy taken in the ICSE mode. And next is enhanced energy proficient algorithm. So it will be electing the nodes based on the relay nodes based on the relay nodes. Relay nodes means the cluster heads transmitting data to different nodes in the network. So we have I have taken some of the papers to present here. To tell about how the nodes transfer data from base station to the base station, and the problem definition. So the problem of a wireless sensor network is responsible for the wireless sensor networks are responsible for sensing, that means collecting the data, and once it is collected it will process the data, and finally it will send the data to the base station. So here the cluster head selection is the one of the main role of the cluster heads for electing the cluster head and selecting the efficient for data transmission. So the problem is on how to extend the network lifetime and reducing the energy usage and enhancing the data reliability for the in the method. So the objective of this study is to select the efficient cluster head based on energy, node degree, and distance to the base station, and finding the optimal multi-hop routing strategy to find the best path for minimizing the energy consumption and to send the data to the base station, and also to improve the overall network lifetime and packet delivery ratio. So the data needs to be sent without any loss. So that is the main objective of this work. So my existing work is based on progressive index modulation ICST strategy, where the cluster head is selected index shifting technique, where the more energy will be distributed in a balanced way to all the nodes in the network, and the dynamic duty cycle allotment is made for the nodes in the network. So the dynamic duty cycle means we are considering how many nodes are to be in the active state and how many nodes are in the sleep state. Based on this, the duty cycle assignment will be allotted to each and every nodes in the network, and based on that we will be calculating the threshold value. Once the threshold value is calculated, the node will be selected as the cluster head, and that will be the cluster head for some particular rounds based on index shifting. And if the data are collected, it will be selecting the best path with lower energy consumption route for sending the data. So here a probability index modulation. So here the probability factor is calculated, so that for example, if the cluster head is selected as the cluster is selected for sending the data, means for the next round, if that cluster head can able to transmit data, means we are not going to elect another cluster head. Instead, the previous cluster head will be in that round for sending the data, and for the next round maybe some other node will be selected as the cluster head until it becomes stable. So that is the main use of this PIM ICSE based algorithm. So we are not going to elect the cluster head for each and every round. Instead, we will be taking the same cluster head for sending the data if the probability factor is high for the cluster head itself, for the cluster head node. So this is the working of existing work and the proposed work. So if the existing work, so I have calculated the existing work. If the more nodes enter into the network, means their energy loss, more energy is consumed by some of the nodes, and most of the nodes moves to the dead state. So I have implemented stochastic automata adapted progressive index modulation routing algorithm in my work. So where in this work the energy is balanced, and the stochastic learning automata, that means the nodes will be learning from the environment and as well as the feedback from other nodes, and that node will be selected as the cluster head. And once the cluster head is selected, the main aim of this work is to find the optimal relay combination. So the optimal relay combination means selecting the best path is based on the stochastic automata method. First, it formulates the multi-hop relay node selection problem as an optimization problem for the stochastic learning automata. And here end-to-end relay rate is considered for maintaining the making the nodes to be stable in the network for longer duration. So here the CH node is self-optimizing method. It will be self-learning, it will be self-organizing to determine whether it needs to join the cluster head member for being a CH for the long time or not. So everything is based on the stochastic learning automata. That means they are learning from the environment and they are making the nodes to be cluster head and selecting the best path. So this is the pseudocode of the.
Sorry to interrupt. Please wind up by 5 minutes, please.
Okay, ma'am. So when I compare the my work with the other algorithms like EEPC, Frenzy, and PIM ICIC, my work provides me gives me the more packet delivery ratio when it compares with 200 nodes. I'm here. This is based on 200 nodes in this network. I have only 200 nodes, and I have done the calculation for 200 nodes, and in the next one for 500 rounds. That means for 500 it will be electing the CH for maybe for 500 times, or maybe based on the stochastic learning automata, same node can be present as the cluster head for longer duration. So this is the packet delivery ratio, and my work provides me the better result when comparing with other algorithms. And this result analysis for network energy consumption, the network energy consumption versus number of nodes for 500 rounds. Here the 500 rounds are calculated for the algorithms calculated for all the 500 rounds, and this is number of inactive nodes. The how many nodes went to the base station, sorry, how many nodes are moved to the are in the dead state. So when I compare with other algorithms, my algorithm, my work gives me less number of dead nodes when compared with other algorithm. for 200 nodes. Then for this is for 500 nodes. Same number of dead nodes. How many number of dead nodes when calculated for 500 rounds. And this is the result analysis for M2 red relay for 400 rounds. So my conclusion is the PIM based, the progressive index modulation based stochastic learning automata provides the better result when compared with other algorithms, and my results proves that the packet delivery ratio into that means more packets are delivered to the base station when compared to other algorithms, and the dead nodes also reduced when I increase the rounds count to 500 rounds. So here I can see only 17 nodes are in the dead state when I compared with 500 rounds. So there are totally 200 nodes in my network, but there are only 17 dead nodes. Still other nodes are alive in the network. And here are the references listed. Few references are listed here. So that's all about my presentation.
Yes, ma'am, that's a great work. And I would like to ask you one question, ma'am. You have only done for 200 and 500 notes. Why
Yes,
not
ma'am.
other notes like, so just can you just tell me that?
For first I'm in the initial stage of this work, and I have tested with 500 and for 500 rounds and 200 nodes, and still I need to test for I'm planning for test for nearly 1000 rounds, ma'am. 1000 nodes and for 500 nodes. Just in
And have
case,
you just compared the result with the existing literature, ma'am?
ma'am, can you come up again, ma'am? I didn't get you.
Have you compared your work with the existing literature? So how much accurate is your result? You have shown 65%. So is it valid? What is your take
Ma'am,
on it, ma'am?
no, ma'am. I have mainly I've worked on the PIM based ICIC. That means the existing work. When I compare with that existing work, I get more results. I get better results when comparing with other algorithms, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
That's all from my side, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Arunavasa? I think he's not there. All right, ma'am. Thank you. You can stop presenting.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now moving to our last presenter of today's day 2 conference session, Dr. Anjali, ma'am.
Yes, share my screen.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Just a minute.
Yes. Meanwhile, I request all the presenters make sure of that.
Am I audible?
Ma'am, there is a lot of glitches happening in your,
Hello,
video.
am I audible now?
Ma'am, there are a lot of glitches.
Just a minute.
I think some issues in your microphone, I think.
Hello, hello.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you just leave the session and join again? I think there are some issues.
Okay, I'll do that.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You're loud and clear.
Now, yes, just I am just willing to share my screen. Would you please grant me the permission to share my screen?
Ma'am, you have a permission now. You can share your screen.
No, it is showing me that someone needs to grant the permission to share the screen. Please look into.
Who is going to share the screen now?
I am going to share only.
Yes, ma'am. You have a permission, ma'am. You have that one arrow is there, ma'am. There you can just click and share
Green
screen.
hand, but still it is not. Yeah, now it's okay. Uh, now the slide are visible.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, just make it a full screen mode.
Is it okay? Now it's okay.
Ma'am, your screen and PPT is visible, not in a slideshow mode.
Okay, just a minute.
You create a presentation mode and then you share your entire screen, ma'am.
Yes. Now it's okay. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Please make in a presentation mode, ma'am.
Still it is not.
Ma'am, I think you have. Ma'am, I think you have just made just share that screen alone.
Yes. Is it okay now?
Ma'am, just go to this presentation mode, ma'am. Ma'am, I think you need to share your entire screen.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that. Yes. Now it's okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes. You can
Lovely.
proceed.
Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. And I would like to thank, first of all, organizer of this conference.
Can you speak louder?
Good evening, everyone. And I would just like to thanks to the organizers of this conference who have provided me an opportunity to present the innovation which we have done in the food technology area. May I audible properly now to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. You
Yeah.
are.
Said invention is based on the design and development of some this low cost heating apparatus for the pasteurization of juices. The innovation is much useful for the small scale industries and for research laboratories. So presently, if we see for the juices which are widely accepted by the consumer as a good food material which provide the ample amount of nutrients to them, so the heat treatments are widely used in the industries for the preservation of the juices, for pasteurization of these juices, and mainly the high temperature short time method is used in the industry consistently. But what happens during the high temperature, much of the nutrient loss happens, and there needs an alternative technology which can be used for the pasteurization of these juices. Okay, so here, the number of alternative techniques are available for the pasteurization. That is nothing but high intensity pulse electric field, high hydrostatic pressure, high pressure homogenization, ultraviolet technique, and ultrasound and irradiation. But out of those techniques which are alternative to the thermal method which is used in the industry, ohmic heating is one of the popular technique which is exclusively used for the liquid foods, and which causes or which conserves the nutrition betterly as compared to the heat treatments. It requires less time and less capital cost also. So considering this, many industries are presently having the ohmic heating with them, which are juice manufacturers, but at a large scale. There are some small scale industries, even a small juice vendors, if you see, they have this difficulty in providing the good quality of juice to the customers. Now, the Food Standards Safety Authority of India, they consistently demanding on the safety food by the sailors, by the industries and all. In order to avoid this challenge, even where there is not consistent power supply, the said technology is much more useful. So what we understand over here in a market, there is an opportunity that we can construct a low-cost device for juice pasteurization to preserve the nutrients. Now, why low-cost device? Because ohmic heating is considered as very costliest technique. Now, the problem which we have understood, which we have solved it at the research level in a short-term project, where we have designed the small-scale equipment. On later stages, it can be scale up and it can be used even by the small industries. So it is much useful for the researchers and industries, educational institutes and R&D department to study the various aspects and challenges in the ohmic heating. So presently, there are such a 2-3 devices are available or constructed by the researchers. First one device is a stainless steel device, which is made up of SS316 gauge stainless steel, which is a food grade stainless steel. And by heating the juice in this apparatus, the shelf life of juice got extended, where they have used the GC power supply, which was the main demerit of this technology. Another technology which I referred is design and evolution of ohmic heating for food processing. There, they have used the titanium material in their electrodes and in the construction material. So it is light in weight, strong and corrosive resistance, but high cost is involved in that. Then there is another technology where they have used the aluminum material in electrodes, where self life is extended, but it is expensive. So how we can design this small scale machine, which is the quite at a construction could be of the low cost, and it is giving us a less expensive pasteurization of the juices. So in order to resolve this problem, what novelty we did in our innovation is we use the copper electrodes, and we have done the electroplating of nickel and chromium to these copper electrodes, and that we used in the heating of juices. So once we add the juice, it is a batch pasteurization method. Then heat transfers takes place. Basic principle involved in this technology is, we know the Ohm's principle, that when electric current passes, there is a resistance, and that resistance is directly converted into heating effect. And same is over here, our ohmic heating, which is also known as a Joule's heating. So usually temperature 90 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds is studied in most of the ohmic heating apparatus, which is good for the juice pasteurization. So what we did in our technology is, we designed the 3 objectives. First objective is to construct and fabricate the low-cost ohmic heating apparatus and to study its performance evaluation by pasteurizing the pineapple juice in it. So there are 2 parts of this innovation. First is to construct the fabrication or construct or fabricate the equipment, and second is to check the efficacy of the equipment. Now these are the different part and their particulars which we have used in our design and fabrication of the material. First is stainless steel, which we have used over here is a 304, which is also food grade material. Then the electrodes which we have used is a copper electrode. Length and diameter I have mentioned is of very specific, and then we carried out electroplating with the help of copper and nickel. Okay, so then temperature sensor we used, which is of the stainless steel 304 grade, and then thermocouple sensors also we used over there. Then ball valve with sockets, handle, lugs and pipes. These all are material which we have used over here. That is what I have shown in a picture. Now thermocouple sensors of temperature 2 to 800 degrees Celsius and voltage of DC 5 volt was used in the present study. Then whatever we have used over here is a chip which is compatible with the Arduino. That is a nanoboard of R3 with the CH304 chip that we have used, as if it is a small scale design. Then display module and temperature sensor also we use. The range of temperature sensor is 0 to 400 degrees Celsius. Then the next phase of this equipment is efficacy checking. After fabricating of this equipment, we determine some properties of that juices. What is total soluble solids, titrable acidity, pH, total phenolic content, antioxidant activity, microbial quality of juices, and sensory of the juice. How it tests once you heat it in a ohmic juicing apparatus. Now after fabrication, our material, this ohmic heating apparatus looks like this, which is of 5-liter juice capacity. It can be scale up, no doubt, but this is a small scale laboratory scale device, where you will see these are some dimensions which we have designed, and same dimensions we have used when we fabricate this material. Okay, so it is operating at voltage 5 volt, and input voltage was 7 to 12 volts we have used. Okay, then power, this consumption 1 watt, and the clock speed 16 millihertz. Then this is what the particular picture front view and side view of our equipment. In front view, you can see there are 2 sensor electrodes which can be mounted over here. Okay, plus there is a one inlet to add the juice into these devices, and these are our copper electrode which we have fabricated as an different types of electrode in our apparatus, which was not used previously. Previously, aluminum and other material was used in the electrode. So this is industrial scale. If you see this ohmic heating chamber, which is a continuous heating of the ohmic heating of the juices. It is a continuous model. While we have designed a small scale batch model, this can be scaled up into even a 100 liters and maybe 1000 liters of too. So this is only having the 2 electrodes which we have placed over here, and rest of the things thermocouple sensor we done the coding so that it can properly gives us the result. Now see, before pasteurization we have added the 4-liter juice. After pasteurization we got little bit reduced volume in a 5 minutes. So efficacy of this equipment is around 91%, and what we can say that the time and the temperature combination which we use is 80 degrees Celsius for 1 minute, 85 degrees Celsius for 30 seconds, and 90 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds, and that is for 220 volts. In previous studies, up to 200 volts temperature was used, and temperature 90 degrees Celsius and more than 30 seconds they required there. But in our high temperature short time method, we standardize 90 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds, where we obtain nil microbial count, which was almost 0 microbial count in our juices. Now this is what the comparison of your thermal, these 3 temperature conditions. This is 90 degree, this is 85 degree, and 80 degrees Celsius. This is a colony count after ohmic heating is very less as compared to colony count after the thermal heating. So ohmic heating is giving us the better result at 3 different temperatures, but most effective is the 90 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes. These are the Petri plates showing the microbial growth, where the ohmic heating at 90 degree for 20 seconds is not showing any microbial growth. Now, if we study the sensorial property of heat-treated juice and thermally treated juice, the sensory property of ohmic heating 90 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds is most acceptable, okay, as compared to the thermally treated. Now, sensory parameters, we use the semi-trained sensory panel, then accordingly which we check the color, appearance, taste, flavor, and overall acceptability of our juice. Then we analyze some important property of juice, pH, TSS, physicochemical properties of the juice, which includes pH, TSS, titrable acidity, phenolic content, and antioxidant activity. In that, even if we compare thermally treated and this ohmic heated juice, the ohmic heated juice gives the good quality of phenolic content and antioxidant activity. Even the acidity doesn't decrease much. Okay, so this is how the results, even the physicochemical properties of ohmic treated juice are good. So this technology of the use method in ohmic heating, we have developed the design and development of low-cost ohmic heating apparatus for pasteurization of the juices, and it gives us the, within a short period of time, it gives us a quick temperature rise. That is, within 5 minutes, we can get the juice can be heated at 90 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds will serve our purpose. Okay, and shelf life of electrocoating material of electrode is quite a demerit that we need to work on this. So further we are upgrading on this parameter. Now why the customer should choose this product? Because it is a better product quality and lower capital cost is involved, then better nutrient and vitamin retention is there, and this then is the return on investment, ROI. It is based on what kind of capacity of your equipment is there. Further we need to go for the scale up, and then we can predict something about this third factor. Then existing technology apparatus, if we see, which is made up of stainless steel, glass, and aluminium, the price is 3,40,000, 20,000. But our this copper this copper electrode containing apparatus is cost around 12,000 to 15,000 only, and which pasteurizes 20 liters of juice in per hour. So if we say this product is a business to customer. NABL labs, educational labs, industrial sectors, nutritional demand is increasing. That's why people may prefer this. Even in R&D laboratories, it can be used. So there is nowadays rising demand of the consumer and industries for thermal technologies to conserve the nutrients. As consumers are demanding highly nutritious quality of food material, obvious non-thermal technologies could be more popular, and for juices like product ohmic heating is going to be acceptable for industries in a large scale. This is how in last 10 years how the demand of juices in the market is increasing. So it's our duty that we should safeguard this product by means of various technologies, thermal as well as non-thermal technologies. So built-in heating devices does not compromise here in the quality and overall efficiency of our pasteurization. So fabrication cost is even very less. Overall, if we see, it goes around 26,000, not more than that. And it is fast method. Then safety and hygiene requirements, if you want to meet it at a small scale level, it is a good device. Then equipment can be used for large scale pasteurization. Heating efficiency, as I told you, 91%, and heating loss is only 8.5%. And within the time interval 5.30 minutes, one cycle of 5 liters juice pasteurization can be completed. So further challenges are with us is the plating of electrodes. We need to try the different material, because what happened after 2 or 3 cycles of heating, electrode may start getting corrugate or damaged. So we need to work on the more sustainability of those electrodes, voltage gradient, heating rate, and machine performance, and other quality parameters we need to undertake. We have just studied some physicochemical properties. We need to study some other properties, some other nutrient effect on some nutrient loss of other nutrients in comparison to heat treatment. That also we need to study. So we have successfully filed a patent on this technology, and it is published in this year. So this is what some references which we use for developing this technology. Basic aim behind this study was to construct the low heating apparatus, pasteurization apparatus for the small scale industries, for R&D labs. Even this can be used, or this can be scale up further. So from 5 liter capacity to 5,050 liter capacity, even juice can be pasteurized if it is scale up, and it can be used for any of the purposes, even where there is a discontinued electricity problems are there. That areas, even this kinds of technology can be used. So this is about the ohmic heating technology, fabrication of low cost this apparatus for heating of the juices, and purposely to conserve the good amount of nutrients. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is an excellent concept. When it comes to innovation, it's great. Um, Regardless of that, I have some question. Um, like when you're manufacturing this, right? You are keeping this electron rods and all. So suppose initially you are working on pineapple juice. After that, you want to use for other one. So
Yes.
what process? How do you maintain those things? And what is the rate of corrosion during this process?
Yeah, the same way juice which we extracted from pineapple directly, we have added through the inlet, and we started the cycle of pasteurization. Program is fit on the machine. So same way we'll do for the other juices also. That is not a problem. But what happened after 2 or 3 cycles, the exterior part of electroplating of nickel and chromium start getting blackening. That we have observed. So we need to work more. Presently, the thickening of that electroplating is 200 micrometer. So we need to work on that, how we can work on either on the thickening of that electroplating and any other parameters. That is what we are doing.
All right. Ma'am, I understand that your main
The
challenge
SAID
is
project also, I would like to add one more credentials. That is, SAID project has got funded by our university Kriya department. We received some funding, and then we could able to fabricate this apparatus so that we could able to convert our innovative thought into some prototype. So that prototype is ready, and we are further refining this prototype. So simultaneously, patent is also published on this. That is the main thing. So further modifications, actually we are working on so many parameters over here, because many parameters are there: distance between the electrodes, then the material of that electrode, then the kind of juice also, viscosity and other parameters of juices also. Little bit variation is there from juice to juice, that also matters, so we need to work on it.
Okay, ma'am, my point of question is this way, that you have also highlighted the microbacterial parameters, that your product is giving more hygienic as compared with the other industrial one, right? So when it comes to an B2B or B2C, as you have also mentioned, if I'm using with the same equipment, what will be the production rate, or of your, how much scale up that the big machine is creating, and how much rate that you can produce using this?
See, madam, presently large scale industries are having
Sorry,
this.
you're not audible. Can
Hello?
you? Yes, ma'am, you're audible right now.
Yeah. So presently, large scale industries are having the setup of home heating, which is in a continuous mode of pasteurization, where inlet they are adding juice and outlet after 5 to 10 minutes they are getting pasteurized juice. Ours is the batch process, considering the need of every stakeholder, starting from the street food juice vendor, then the small scale juice hotels, small scale juice industries, which they need is the good amount of nutrients should be retained in their juices, and they have only the way of heating it, thermal process. So for them, focusing them, we have created this. But after creating this, even this model can be scale up, and batch wise ferment this heating or pasteurization could be possible. Okay, not a continuous one. This is a batch one, could be possible, and scale up needs to be done on this.
Okay, okay, good. And ma'am, like as you have created an electrode rod, right? It can get corroded, right, during the process of that,
Yes.
right? So, how is there any equipment to predict that it is starting to get corroded?
It
Because
is our usual observation, madam. Our electrode is in a diameter of 10 mm and height of 218 millimeter, which you can see on this slide.
yeah.
And what happened after 2 or 3 cycles, batch heating of the juices, on third cycle especially, we found it is getting blackening from outside,
Mhm.
and that is actually creating then change in some overall acceptability of juices. The third batch of pineapple juice we pasteurized using this electrodes was not that much acceptable, because this blackening which was there outside the electrode might have added some corrosion factors inside it. Plus what happens in juices, there are some organic acid, so these organic acid get dissociated, and because of which also there is a corrosion activity which can be happening outside the electrodes and outside the containers also. So that we need to take care, so that once the efficacy of electrode is enhanced, it could pasteurize more number of batches, and it could be scale up to a large scale capacity. Presently it can pasteurize up to 5 liter.
Got it. It's quite convincing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. That's all. I think no other participants are left for this day two session. And thank you to all our participants. And first of all, I would like to thank Almighty for giving this platform and privilege to be the part of this conference and to host this session as well. And I also request all the participants to make sure of that you vote your presentation. Make sure of that by end of tomorrow you complete this voting process, and make sure of that you complete the feedback form, and whatever the session has been done, so all being live recorded session is there, which has already been shared in this video, I guess. And you'll be receiving your certificate in a 7 working days, right? So very shortly, our team will announce the best paper award, best presentation award, and innovation award. So you'll be receiving in your respective mail ID. And if you have any other questions, it's good to go with that. I hope we don't have any question, and I'm happy to host this second day of this international conference. And I would like to thank our organizing members, our guests, our participants. Without you, this session will not be complete. And thank you, all of you, for your support. And Jai Hind, let's wind up the session over here. Thank you, everyone.